Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Awakened the Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The world revolves around power and conflict. Those with the most power often create the greatest turmoil, yet possessing such power makes them figures of admiration. Peace seems unattainable in the current world, where selfishness reigns and the strongest dominate the weak. Wars are waged for power and the desire to be superior to others. Humanity can be repugnant and greedy at times. What led to the sight of two fallen bodies in small puddles, one farther away than the other? The individuals lying on the ground were Sasuke Uchiha, who had deserted Konoha in search of greater power to achieve his goals, and Naruto Uzumaki, who had pursued and fought against his friend to prevent him from making a grave mistake. Both were sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a mix of water and blood, appearing lifeless as the rain continued to swell the puddle and push their bodies. A peculiar plant resembling a carnivorous species stood at a distance. It opened to reveal a humanoid figure with one half white and the other half black. This being was known as Zetsu. Zetsu's white half remarked that there seemed to be no winner, smiling slightly. The black half suggested that if the Jinchuriki had released more chakra from his Biju, he would have emerged victorious, speaking in a sinister tone. The white half agreed, expressing that it had been an entertaining spectacle. The black half found the situation intriguing, noting the strength of both young fighters. The yellow-haired boy was skilled in the shadow clone technique and possessed a powerful technique called Rasengan, while the Uchiha had a Sharingan with 3 Tomo and the infamous assassination technique of Kakashi Hatake, along with Orochimaru's cursed seal. The white half understood the black half's intention to take both of them to their master, who would decide which one to use for a mission. They agreed to proceed, and the humanoid plant emerged from the ground, separating into 2 parts. The black half carried Naruto while the white half took Sasuke, and they buried the 2 bodies in the earth, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, through the forest, Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja, moved swiftly from branch to branch, accompanied by his guide dog, Pakin. Kakashi wore a worried expression, anxious about what might happen if Sasuke and Naruto faced each other in a deadly duel. Upon reaching the Valley of the End, where Pakin indicated Naruto and Sasuke might be, Kakashi began searching for his 2 students but found no sign of them. He asked Pakin where they were, and the dog replied that their scent was present but the rain made it difficult to track them. Kakashi decided to follow the river, hoping they might be nearby. Despite his search, Kakashi found nothing. He knew that if Sasuke had won, he wouldn't take Naruto's body, and if Naruto had won, he would likely wait for his friends to return. The absence of both bodies was alarming. As he continued along the riverbank, he noticed bloodstains on the shore. Approaching the area, he realized the amount of blood was concerning. If both had lost consciousness, the river should have carried them away, but it was merely a small puddle, incapable of moving 2 bodies. The blood was localized with no traces elsewhere. Pakin, having arrived at Kakashi's side, reported that he couldn't find any trace of them, as if they had vanished. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of one of them. Kakashi inquired about what was happening, and Pakin revealed that he had detected Sasuke's scent. Pakin led Kakashi to a large tree where Sasuke was slumped against the trunk, unconscious and bleeding from his left arm and head. Kakashi was shocked to see Sasuke in such a dire state, almost on the brink of death. He quickly lifted Sasuke onto his back and asked Pakin if he could sense Naruto. Pakin, unable to detect Naruto's scent, caused Kakashi to lower his gaze in concern. Kakashi resolved to leave with Sasuke and began to run, carrying him on his back. In an unknown location, a dimly lit hideout housed an elderly man connected to tubes that seemed to transfer chakra. He had long white hair and wore a robe, with one visible eye that was red, bearing the recognizable Tomo of the Sharingan. His expression was stoic, revealing no emotion, making it impossible to discern his feelings. The old man sighed deeply, reflecting a sense of desperation and unease as he observed Zetsu standing before him. Zetsu's white half noted that the blonde was the chosen one, to which the elder agreed without hesitation, turning his gaze to a bed where Naruto lay unconscious. Zetsu's black half expressed surprise that, despite the other being an Uchiha, he had thought only an Uchiha could follow this mission. The elder revealed that his clan had turned their backs on him when he needed them most, and now the Uchiha he saved and trained had betrayed him. It didn't matter to Madara whether the boy was an Uchiha or not. What influenced his decision was the desire to avoid a puppet of that sneaky serpent. Besides, this boy was an Uzumaki, undoubtedly the chosen one. Zetsu Black acknowledged the boy's potential. Zetsu White sensed something deeper, feeling a strong connection with the boy, as if they shared a significant resemblance. Zetsu White wondered if the boy had a connection to the great Madara Uchiha, expressing this with a cheerful tone and a broad smile. Madara, the old Uchiha, noted that the connection was indeed strong and that he would soon find out more. Naruto began to stir, drawing the attention of Madara and Zetsu. As he opened his eyes, a sharp headache struck him, accompanied by pain in his right arm and stomach. He took a moment to assess his surroundings, realizing he was in a dark cave. Confused, he recalled the last thing he remembered. Fighting Sasuke, their attacks colliding, and then nothing. Naruto's gaze fell on two figures, a very old mummy and a plant-like humanoid. He questioned the strange sight, asking what kind of place this was. Zetsu White greeted him cheerfully, waving a hand. Madara then addressed Naruto, who was startled to hear the mummy speak, causing him to fall back in shock. Madara approached Naruto, who was still on the ground, and pointed out that he had been unfazed by Zetsu's speech but was frightened by his. As Naruto sat up, he rubbed his head, complaining about the pain. When he looked up and saw Madara, he screamed again, startled by the mummy's ability to move. Madara, irritated by Naruto's screams, asked him to stop, finding it annoying. Naruto, still holding his head, questioned why Madara had hit him. Madara confirmed Naruto's identity, revealing that he had been watching him and even knew his name from his clothing. This revelation shocked Naruto, who accused Madara of being a creepy figure. He attempted to escape but quickly fell to the ground, feeling a heavy weight on his body and realizing one of his legs was nearly broken. Zetsu Black advised him to stay down, noting his severe injuries. Frustrated, Naruto lamented the pain he now felt, touching his injured leg. Madara approached him, explaining that he had saved Naruto's life and, as a result, had the right to ask a favor. He mentioned that it was a crucial and dangerous mission, but saving Naruto justified his request. Naruto scoffed, arguing that it wasn't a favor if it was demanded. Zetsu White chimed in, agreeing but dismissing the concern. Madara assured Naruto that the favor would be of great interest to him, describing a world free of pain, where peace and harmony reigned, and differences were non-existent. This idea surprised Naruto, who questioned its feasibility. Madara affirmed that achieving such a world required someone entirely committed. Lost in thought, Naruto wondered if he would become a mummy like Madara upon his death. Madara frowned at Naruto's ignorance and signaled Zetsu, who struck Naruto's head, causing him to complain. Madara questioned Naruto's foolishness and why he acted so ignorantly. Naruto declared that he didn't care about Madara's words. He intended to return to his village and friends, vowing not to give up even if Sasuke had gone with Orochimaru. Madara informed him that escape was futile, smiling as Naruto prepared for a fight. Naruto created a clone, who began forming a blue sphere of air in his hand, the Rasengan technique. He proclaimed that he would escape and slammed the Rasengan against the wall, creating a loud noise and a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, a large hole was visible in the wall, astonishing Zetsu, while Madara remained stoic and sighed. Madara acknowledged Naruto's impressive display but reminded him that escaping was impossible, as they were several meters underground. Frustrated, Naruto created another clone and executed another Rasengan, causing an even larger hole and significant cracks in the wall. Exhausted, he fell to the ground. Zetsu Black warned him that he would only hurt himself, while Zetsu White suggested he return to bed, showing concern. Determined, Naruto stood up and began to punch the wall with both fists. Madara remarked on Naruto's persistence, questioning whether it was determination or mere stubbornness. Naruto wondered with his eyes closed. He struck the wall again and then stopped, his hands covered in blood. Despite everything he had done, it seemed he could not escape, Unable to use his hands any longer, he pressed his forehead against the wall and began to hit it harder and harder. Blood trickled down Naruto's forehead and dripped across his face. Zetsu watched in shock as Naruto continued to strike the wall, his right leg wobbling and his face smeared with blood. Zetsu turned to see Madara, who was not paying attention to Naruto. Zetsu Black asked if they should stop him. Madara replied that they should let him be, as he would soon stop on his own. Naruto let out a loud cry and slammed his forehead against the wall once more. He took a few steps back, but soon collapsed to the ground. Zetsu approached him and saw that Naruto's head was covered in blood, as were both of his hands. It was clear that Naruto was unconscious. Zetsu White remarked that Naruto had finally stopped and carried him to the bed. Madara reassured Zetsu not to worry about Naruto's injuries, as he was a Jinchuriki. When Naruto awoke, Madara planned to convince him to follow his Moon Eye plan. Zetsu Black inquired if Madara needed anything else. Madara instructed Zetsu to gather information about Naruto, emphasizing the need to infiltrate Konoha quickly. Once he had what he needed, he would begin Naruto's transformation. Madara's tone turned dark as he explained that for his plan to succeed and to eliminate Obito, Naruto would need to change, meaning he would have to die before it all began. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, realizing that the talking mummy was not a dream. He sighed and recognized that he was in the same bed as before. Sitting up, he turned to see Madara sitting in a chair, appearing to be asleep. As Naruto approached Madara, he observed the older man, who looked ancient and somewhat like a mummy. Noticing the scythe next to Madara's chair, Naruto picked it up. However, he felt an immense pressure and turned his head to see Madara's Sharingan staring at him in a terrifying manner. Swallowing hard, Naruto placed the scythe back down and stepped back a few paces. Madara asked if Naruto was feeling better, noting that it was obvious since he was a Jinchuriki. Naruto nervously questioned Madara about his knowledge of this. Madara explained that he had been watching Naruto for some time. Naruto, feeling grateful, expressed his appreciation for Madara's help and noted that he did not treat him like a monster. However, he still wanted to return to his village and friends. Madara understood and promised to tell Zetsu to show Naruto the way out when he returned. Suddenly, Zetsu emerged from the ground, holding some papers. He walked over to Madara and handed them to him. Zetsu Black remarked that things were getting even more interesting, while Zetsu White agreed with a laugh. Madara reviewed the papers and was surprised to see a picture of a man with yellow hair and blue eyes, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, labeled as Naruto's father. This revelation was significant, as Madara had known of the fourth Hokage's reputation. Turning to the next page, he was astonished to find Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki, listed as well. Zetsu noticed Madara's reaction and asked if something was wrong. Madara inquired if there were any other family members. Zetsu White replied that it was all they could find, as they had to hurry past many Umbu. Naruto, confused, asked what they were talking about. Madara then asked if Naruto had ever met his parents, which surprised Naruto. He admitted that he had never known them, feeling a wave of sadness wash over him. Madara handed Naruto the two papers, which he began to read. His expression shifted from surprise to sadness as he learned the names of his parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. It made sense as the fourth Hokage looked just like him. Naruto questioned where they had obtained this information and if Zetsu had gone to Konoha. Zetsu White explained that the information was only available there and asked if Naruto was happy to learn about his parents. Naruto expressed uncertainty, feeling strange about the revelation. Madara suggested that it might be beneficial for Naruto to undergo a blood test to confirm something. Naruto, surprised, asked about the blood test. Madara suggested that Naruto might have a blood relation to the Uchiha clan, which surprised him. Zetsu, observing the exchange, reacted with intrigue. Naruto, confused, pointed out that his mother was an Uzumaki and questioned Madara's claim, noting that there was no evidence of her having the Sharingan. Madara insisted that a blood test would confirm the truth, indicating that Zetsu could assist with it. Naruto was skeptical about how they could verify his Uchiha bloodline. Madara explained that they would compare it to his own, which left Naruto astonished. He then recalled that Madara had lived in Konoha and had been part of the Uchiha clan, prompting him to ask why Madara ended up in such a place. Madara calmly revealed that he had named the village Kanahegakure and had been the leader of the Uchiha clan. This revelation made Naruto realize Madara's significance and led him to question why he had abandoned the village. Madara teased that Naruto would learn more after the blood test, increasing Naruto's curiosity. Determined, Naruto agreed to the test, eager to discover if he truly had Uchiha blood. In Kanahegakure, the hidden leaf village, known for its military strength and economic prowess, the absence of the Uchiha clan weighed heavily on its people. The clan had been wiped out by the rogue Itachi Uchiha, and the village had also lost its third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, during Orochimaru's invasion. Despite these losses, a new Hokage, Tsunade Senju, a legendary sannin and granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, now led the village. Under a gray sky, 3 individuals gathered in the Hokage's office: Tsunade, Kakashi, and Jiraiya. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of wind rustling through the leaves. Tsunade sat at her desk, while Jiraiya stood by the window, gazing out at the village, and Kakashi stood before Tsunade. Tsunade expressed her frustration after a day of searching yielded no results. Naruto's body was nowhere to be found. Kakashi mentioned that Pakin had detected Naruto's scent by the river, but it had vanished due to the rain. Tsunade speculated that the current might have swept him away, but the Umbu team had followed the river to a small lake and found nothing: no clothes, no traces, nothing at all. Kakashi suggested that they wait for Sasuke to awaken, hoping he might provide some answers. Tsunade, looking up, expressed her hope that Sasuke would know something. She then dismissed Kakashi, who left the office, leaving Tsunade and Jiraiya in a heavy silence. Tsunade clenched her fist in frustration, overwhelmed by the situation. Jiraiya, still looking out at the village, questioned whether Tsunade truly believed Naruto was dead. This caught her off guard, and she asked him to clarify. Jiraiya pointed out that Naruto was a Jinchuriki, and if he were truly dead, they should have found his body. He suggested that something more was at play, mentioning Akatsuki, which startled Tsunade. She acknowledged that they captured Jinchuriki but wondered how they had known Naruto's location. Jiraiya admitted he didn't know but noted that Itachi and Kisame from Akatsuki had been in the village recently. He promised to investigate further and suggested they wait for Sasuke to confirm whether he had killed Naruto. After Jiraiya left, Tsunade sighed, leaning back in her chair as tears streamed down her face. She wished for Naruto's strength, pleading for him to be alive. Meanwhile, Kakashi walked through the streets of Konoha, his usual stoic expression in place. He focused solely on his destination, the memorial stone. Upon arriving, he paused to reflect, recalling how he used to come here to talk about life. He asked Obito for strength, expressing his concern for Naruto, who resembled him so much. Kakashi vowed not to give up until he found Naruto, believing he would become Hokage one day. Kakashi knelt, wiping away a tear, then stood and gazed up at the darkened sky. In an unknown location, Naruto was exercising, pushing himself to the limit. He completed 100 push-ups before collapsing in exhaustion. Madara, observing from his chair, remarked that such a small number of exercises wouldn't lead to significant improvement. Naruto, panting, retorted that he found it tiring and wondered how his friend Rock Lee managed to train so hard. Madara commented on Naruto's lack of stamina, suggesting he might not be eating properly. Naruto, still catching his breath, proudly stated that ramen was his main source of energy. Madara proposed that Naruto accept his training, claiming it could make him much stronger. However, Naruto declined, asserting that he already had 2 senseis and preferred to train in his own way. Zetsu emerged from the ground and walked over to Madara. The black Zetsu informed him that everything was ready. Madara inquired about Zetsu's whereabouts, to which the white Zetsu cheerfully replied that they had visited some laboratories near the borders of the Land of Fire. Madara called for Naruto, who stopped and approached him. Naruto greeted Zetsu with a smile, referring to him as aloe vera, which annoyed Zetsu, who insisted he was not a plant. Naruto observed Madara as he read through some documents, commenting that the results were finally in. Zetsu pointed out that aloe vera plants couldn't talk, but Naruto was too distracted to respond. The black Zetsu told his counterpart to be quiet, as he was being bothersome. Madara explained to Naruto that while his blood shared similarities with that of an Uchiha, it was important to understand that being an Uchiha also meant he was an Uzumaki. When bloodlines matched exactly, it indicated a closer familial relationship. Naruto, confused, asked what Madara meant. Madara revealed that Naruto was not just an Uchiha, he was Madara Uchiha's grandson, leaving Naruto in shock. Zetsu noted that Naruto did not seem happy about this revelation. Naruto expressed his disbelief, stating that he had a family but did not want to abandon his village like Madara had. Madara sighed deeply, leaning back in his chair, and explained that Naruto only knew a small part of the story. Naruto pressed for more information, questioning why Madara had left the village when he was supposed to protect it. Madara recounted that he had abandoned Konoha because no one agreed with his plans for its progress. He had dedicated his life to protecting Konoha and believed that to prevent its downfall, he needed to eliminate any threats. His clan had supported him in this, but when he faced opposition, he felt betrayed by both his friend Hashirama and his clan. Naruto was astonished to hear that the village had turned against Madara after all he had done for it. Madara reflected on the current state of the world, hidden beneath a veil of tranquility, and acknowledged that Naruto had likely suffered greatly. After his battle with Hashirama, Madara had fled Konoha, collapsing on a small mountain. When he awoke, he felt a warmth he had not experienced in a long time. Zetsu, excited, asked what happened next. Madara described finding a woman in a small cabin, with long red hair, fair skin, and beautiful blue eyes. He recognized her features as typical of the Uzumaki clan and was surprised to see one so far from Konoha, which had a treaty with them. In a flashback, Madara recalled waking up in bed, noticing a tight necklace around his neck. The woman explained that she had found him unconscious and brought him to her home, suspecting he was a shinobi. Madara took in her appearance, noting her casual attire and the apron she wore. Curious, he asked what an Uzumaki was doing in such a desolate place. She replied that she was seeking a life away from being a kunoichi or a potential jinchuriki, then asked what an Uchiha was doing outside of Konoha. Madara hesitated, but the woman pressed him for details about why he was there. Surprised that she recognized him, Madara contemplated silencing her to protect his secret. As he moved to grab her, she warned him that any sudden movement would trigger a trap linked to his necklace, which would unleash poison spikes. Madara realized the danger of the necklace and asked if she could remove it. She replied that he needed to heal first and offered him some tea, which he was reluctant to drink, believing she was mistaken if she thought he would accept it. "Remove this thread so I can leave." The woman placed a kunai against Madara's neck, tightening her grip, which made him look at her and smile. Madara swiftly disarmed the woman, cutting the thread around his wrist. He then destroyed her necklace and pinned her arms down on the bed, observing her as she struggled to break free. He asked her what an Uzumaki was doing so far from Konoha or the village of the whirlwind. The woman refused to answer, but her protest turned into a cry as Madara's grip tightened further. Madara warned her that he had no qualms about ending her life, but he needed to know why an Uzumaki was so distant from all the villages, especially Konoha. She revealed that she had fled, tired of her clan's ways, longing for a normal life away from being a shinobi or an Uzumaki. Madara expressed his confusion but stated that it was her problem. He intended to take some food, water, and a few of her ninja tools. The woman protested, claiming that the food was hers. Madara decided he had enough supplies and started to leave the small cabin, with the woman following him. She questioned his intentions, worried he would leave her without food. Madara turned to her, catching her gaze, and she blushed when she realized she had been caught staring. He remarked that he found her intriguing, but she interrupted him, introducing herself as Akane. Madara asked where he was, and Akane informed him that he was in the land of rice fields, near the borders of the land of fire. He realized he was still close to Konoha and acknowledged that he would have to walk much further this time, considering it the best course of action. Akane insisted that he stop acting as if she weren't there and declared that she wouldn't allow him to take her food. Madara found her annoying, and she reminded him of her name, challenging him for calling her Woman Uzumaki. He contemplated that he could end her life but decided against it, feeling he owed her for nursing his wounds. This made Akane blush. She suggested that if he wanted to repay her, he should bring her a lot of money. Madara accepted that this was sufficient. Akane scolded him for not doing that from the start and told him to leave, doubting he would pay her much. As she turned to enter her cabin, she noticed Madara lying on the floor, breathing rapidly with a hand on his abdomen. Alarmed, she rushed to him, lifted him, and brought him back inside. After a few hours, Akane sat in a chair with her head resting on the bed where Madara lay. When he awoke, he recognized his surroundings and sighed. He noticed Akane asleep and decided it was time to leave. Akane stirred, realizing Madara was no longer in bed. She got up and was greeted by the smell of someone cooking. She walked to the kitchen and found Madara preparing food. He acknowledged her awakening and instructed her to sit at the table while he finished serving her meal. Akane complied, and Madara brought 2 plates to the table, placing one in front of her and sitting down to eat. She watched him in surprise as he urged her to eat before it got cold. She took her first bite and was amazed by the simple yet delicious meal of scrambled eggs with bacon and toast. She savored every bite, finishing her plate as Madara stood to pour juice. He handed her a glass, explaining that orange juice was good for digestion. Akane thanked him for the meal, feeling a bit shy. Madara hoped she enjoyed it, admitting he wasn't the best cook. Akane interrupted, praising the food as the best she had ever tasted, feeling embarrassed as she lowered her gaze. Madara was pleased to hear that. As Akane took her plate and glass to wash them, he took them from her, insisting he would handle the cleaning. She protested, claiming she should wash them since he cooked, but he reassured her that it was his way of thanking her for taking care of him. Akane smiled as she watched Madara finish washing the dishes. After he was done, he grabbed a small backpack and headed toward the exit. He mentioned that he had prepared enough food for her not to have to cook that day and had made tea for her to enjoy in the evening, ensuring she would sleep peacefully. As he stepped out of the cabin, Akane followed him, curious about where he was going. She asked him to stay for at least a week to fully recover, pointing out that he had no money for food or a place to stay. Madara, surprised to hear her use his name, expressed his reluctance to be a burden. Akane insisted that he wouldn't be a burden at all. After a moment of contemplation, Madara agreed to stay another week, which made Akane smile. She then took his hand and led him back to the cabin, playfully teasing him about preparing more dishes. Madara chuckled, acknowledging her playful nature. It had been a month since Madara decided to stay at Akane's home, and things were going well. He watched as Akane stepped out of the cabin, carrying a basket and announcing her intention to go to the village for ingredients. Madara recalled her mentioning the village a few days prior and asked if that was where she bought everything she needed. Akane confirmed that she could only find vegetables, bread, eggs, and milk there, noting that meat was hard to come by. Curious about how she obtained meat or fish, Madara learned that she hunted them herself, which explained her collection of kunai, shurikens, and even swords. Akane then mentioned her plan to make skewers and asked him to catch some fish while she was gone. After she left, Madara returned to the cabin. Meanwhile, Akane arrived in the village, greeting everyone with a warm smile as she walked through the small community. She entered a little shop and greeted Mr. Mike, the shopkeeper. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the second floor, and Mr. Mike, a short man with a large beard and a cowboy hat, appeared before her. He greeted her with flattery, but Akane quickly reminded him that she was there for her usual monthly supplies. Mr. Mike attempted to charm her, but she firmly rejected his advances with a swift kick, asserting that she would not marry him. He continued to compliment her appearance, which only made her roll her eyes, pointing out that at his age he was still single. Mr. Mike, slightly taken aback, gathered her items and asked if she had guests, to which Akane blushed and confirmed she had a pleasant visitor. He handed her 2 baskets filled with vegetables, bread, and a box of eggs, cautioning her about their weight. Akane assured him that her payment would arrive in a week, and he generously mentioned that one of the baskets was a gift. Afterward, Akane made her way back up the hill to her cabin, taking about 10 minutes to reach the top. Upon arrival, she found Madara shirtless, skillfully preparing fish with a kunai. He remarked on her quick return, surprised that it hadn't taken longer. Akane explained that the shop was quiet that day and sat down in front of him. She noted the abundance of vegetables and the extra basket, revealing that Mr. Mike had given it to her as a gift because there was now another mouth to feed. Madara reminded her that she was the one who had invited him to stay, which made her genuinely happy. She hesitated, realizing the depth of her feelings. Madara shared that being with her brought him a sense of peace he hadn't felt in a long time. Akane, feeling a mix of emotions, decided to ask him about his lost eye, expressing her concern. Madara explained that he had lost it in battle, a reminder of the risks that came with being a shinobi, always putting their lives and bodies on the line. Madara spoke without looking at Akane. Akane acknowledged him with a nod, explaining that she paid Mr. Mike with ninja tools since she was the only one in the village with them. She had no idea what he used them for, but he accepted her payment. As she unpacked items from the basket, Madara observed her and noted that everything seemed ready. Reflecting on his time with Akane, Madara felt an unusual sense of peace. He had never experienced such tranquility before. She was his companion, and he had almost forgotten about being a shinobi and the outside world. Somehow, she had the ability to quiet his mind. He glanced at Naruto, who was sitting across from him with Setsu standing nearby. Naruto inquired if Akane was the name of his grandmother. Madara confirmed this, recalling how Akane had joyfully shared the news of her PRGN 2 years into their relationship. He admitted that he had also felt excitement, having thought he would never have a family. Naruto then asked how Madara ended up there while his mother was in Konoha. Madara explained that he had lived with Akane for 4 years, which felt short but were the only years of peace he had known, filled with gentle and beautiful companionship. However, everything changed drastically on that fateful day. As Madara slowly opened his eyes, he saw Akane putting on sandals. Noticing that Kushina was still asleep, he found it unusual for Akane to be preparing to leave. He asked her if she was going to the village, and she confirmed it, requesting that he take care of Kushina for a moment. She approached him and shared a brief kiss before leaving the cabin. Madara watched her go with a smile, reminding her to be careful. After a moment of contemplation, Madara sat on the bed, watching Kushina sleep. He stood and walked to the kitchen, knowing that Akane's trip to the village was likely to bring back food or sell her ninja tools. He smiled at the sight of Kushina, never having imagined he would become a father or have a wife. He felt a world away from the person he used to be. Minutes turned into hours, and Madara grew concerned as he sat on the bed. He knew Akane enjoyed talking to the villagers, but she had never taken this long. He put on a shirt and stepped outside, climbing to a hill to look down at the village. To his surprise, it was eerily quiet. No one was outside, which was unusual since the villagers were typically up at dawn. Worried, Madara returned to the cabin and picked up Kushina, deciding to head to the village. He had done this before, and the villagers were aware of his relationship with Akane. Upon arriving, he noticed that all the doors were open. As he ventured deeper, he was met with a shocking sight. Many bodies lay scattered, some missing limbs and others' heads. They were all villagers. Madara called out for Akane and rushed toward Mr. Mike's shop, holding Kushina in his left arm. Inside, he found Mr. Mike's lifeless body on the floor, and as he looked up, he saw Akane impaled by a sword, her eyes wide open, clearly lifeless. The sight made him step back in shock. Hearing voices from the neighboring house, he gently placed Kushina in a basket and cautiously entered the home. Moving slowly, Madara tried to process the horror around him. He reached the kitchen, where 5 shinobi, each wearing a Konoha headband, stood. Their uniforms indicated they were jonin. Upon seeing Madara, 3 of them were visibly shocked. One shinobi stammered in disbelief, while another questioned what was happening. The third expressed that it was impossible, and the others echoed their confusion. They recognized him as Madara Uchiha. The shinobi surprised all his companions. Madara noticed that one of them had a wound from a kunai, and another had a damaged jounin vest, which made him realize that Akane had fought for her life. The Sharingan activated, and with it, the hatred that completely blinded Madara. He charged at the shinobis, kicking one in the stomach. He ducked to avoid a kick from another, then pulled a kunai from the shinobi's pouch and swiftly drove it into the man's neck. Quickly, he took a ninja pouch from one of them and pulled out a paper bomb. Madara attached the bomb to the shinobi with the kunai in his neck and hurled him against a wall. Another shinobi approached to strike Madara, but he countered with a kick to the face, sending teeth and blood flying. Madara then kicked the shinobi toward the one with the paper bomb and sidestepped another who tried to slash him with a sword. He broke the attacker's arm with a knee strike, seized the sword, and with a single move ended the man's life. Madara tossed the body toward the other two, causing them to explode due to the paper bomb. Now only two remained. One trembled in fear while the other lay unconscious from Madara's earlier kick. Madara approached the trembling Jounin slowly, locking eyes with him before vanishing in a flash of speed to appear behind him, delivering a fatal blow to his neck. He did not let the body fall but instead grabbed the man's arms, placing his foot on his back and pulling. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and within moments, Madara tore the arms from the shinobi. He walked toward the unconscious one, standing in front of him as the shinobi regained consciousness. Upon seeing Madara, panic set in, and he attempted to flee, but Madara quickly produced two kunais from his pouch and pinned the man's hands to the wall. He then picked up a sword, observing the shinobi who begged for mercy. Madara expressed his disinterest in the shinobi's pleas. He began making precise cuts while the shinobi screamed in pain, blood splattering across Madara's face, hair, and clothes. Eventually, he ended the shinobi's life with a swift cut to the neck. Madara then arrived at Mike's shop, carrying Akane in one arm and Kushina in the other. He walked through the village, covered in blood, with his deceased wife on his right shoulder and his daughter in his left arm. In a reflective moment, Madara recalled walking with Kushina in his arms after burying her grandmother, heading toward the village of the whirlpool, knowing she would be better off with the Uzumaki. Naruto, curious, asked why his mother never awakened the Sharingan and why Madara had chosen to abandon her. Madara explained that he sealed away the Uchiha power within her and touched his head, hinting at a deeper reason. He revealed that he had begun to weaken significantly, to the point where walking became torturous, leading him to a solitary existence filled with memories. Naruto questioned whether Madara planned to remain there until death. Madara admitted he was waiting for Naruto Uchiha. Naruto, surprised, learned that Madara had always believed Kushina would have children and expressed satisfaction with the strength of Naruto, suggesting there was room for improvement. Naruto, in a hushed tone, asked if Konoha had truly committed such acts. Madara confirmed the harsh reality of the ninja world, explaining that all villages were the same, and countless innocent lives suffered due to the ambitions of those in power. Zetsu, with a cheerful tone, mentioned that Madara had a plan to end the cycle of violence. Naruto, intrigued, inquired about this plan. Madara spoke of his desire to end wars, deaths, and bloodshed, asserting that a world free of discord was possible. He introduced the concept of the infinite Tsukuyami, a perfect genjutsu reflected in the moon that would trap all living beings in a world without conflict or differences. However, he noted that achieving this vision required powerful beasts. Naruto, confused, asked about these beasts. Madara explained that after Naruto's birth, he had Zetsu watch over him and report back, revealing that he was aware of Naruto's struggles but chose not to intervene, respecting his dream of becoming Hokage. Madara had observed Naruto from afar, waiting for the right moment to bring him to this place, believing it was time for Naruto to leave Konoha behind. Hablo handed a paper to Naruto, which was from Konoha, stating that Naruto Uzumaki was deceased. Naruto was taken aback, feeling disbelief wash over him. Madara explained that the village had already given up on him, not even bothering to search for him. He emphasized that a shinobi's body should never be abandoned, and now that Naruto was considered dead, the village's true nature was revealed, one that masked its darkness behind a facade of heroes who fought for peace. This made Naruto clench his fists in frustration. He had always believed he was in the best village, the village of heroes, but now doubt crept in. Madara continued, drawing parallels between them. Both had endured great suffering. He had experienced the pain of war while Naruto had faced the scorn and hatred from those who should have cared for him. They both desired peace, not just for a village but for the entire world. Madara extended his hand, asking Naruto to help him build a dream world. Naruto looked down, closing his eyes, as memories flooded his mind. Happy moments with Iruka, Jiraiya, and Team 7. But those memories felt like they were being consumed by flames, turning to ash. Instead, he recalled the times he was beaten, treated as a monster, denied food, and wished harm upon. The once joyful faces of those he thought cared for him now appeared serious and judgmental. Darkness enveloped his mind, and red eyes emerged, filled with a desire to destroy. Naruto's hand began to move toward Madara's, a part of him still hoping that someone cared. Yet, it was the hatred and resentment he had carried for years that compelled him. Perhaps it wasn't even Naruto who reached out, but the version of him consumed by pain. Eventually, his hand grasped Madara's, prompting a smile from Madara and lifting Naruto's gaze to meet his. Naruto expressed his desire to change the world and inquired about what was needed. Madara spoke of the tailed beasts, revealing that Naruto contained one within him. To revive the Ten Tails, he would need to gather all 9 beasts and become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, using its power to project the Rinne Sharingan onto the moon and create a perfect world. Naruto questioned how he would capture the tailed beasts. Madara mentioned the Rinnegan, awakening Naruto's curiosity. He explained that it was a powerful dojutsu, capable of incredible feats, including reviving the dead and summoning a statue that could absorb the Bijus. To succeed, Naruto would need to collect the beasts in order, from the 1 tail to the 9 tails. Naruto wondered where he could find someone with such a dojutsu. Madara revealed that someone in Akatsuki possessed his eyes, which he had implanted in that individual, allowing Naruto to proceed with the plan. However, he warned Naruto that extracting a Biju would result in the Jinchuriki's death, and since Naruto was currently a Jinchuriki, he couldn't continue with the plan. Naruto asked what they would do next. Madara suggested taking a significant risk, hinting at an alternative method. He explained that while remaining a Jinchuriki during the plan was dangerous, there was a chance of survival if Naruto chose to stop being one now, albeit a sling one. As Naruto slowly opened his eyes, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and a throbbing headache. Sitting up, he noticed Zetsu White in front of him, having separated from Zetsu Black. He realized he was shirtless, his chest and abdomen wrapped in bandages. Zetsu White greeted him with a smile, asking how he felt. Naruto admitted to feeling strange and somewhat weak, touching his abdomen. Zetsu White informed him that he was no longer a Jinchuriki. Naruto acknowledged the absence of the familiar presence he had felt while being a Jinchuriki. He stood up, and Zetsu White remarked that Madara would be pleased to see him awake sooner than expected. Curious, Naruto asked how long he had been unconscious. Zetsu White replied that it had been 3 days and teased him about the noises he made in his sleep, mentioning phrases like, "I'll crush them," and "they will pay for what they've done." Naruto chuckled at this as he made his way to where Madara sat, observing him approach with a sigh. Madara noted that he had expected Naruto to wake up in at least a week, but Naruto's unpredictability was a constant surprise. Naruto suggested that perhaps his eagerness to start the plan contributed to his early awakening. Madara commented on the changes in Naruto, noting that he appeared thinner and that his whisker marks had vanished, which surprised Naruto. Naruto acknowledged his weakness, realizing that he had indeed changed. As he touched his stomach, Madara explained that a clone of Zetsu was bringing food, water, and clothing. He handed Naruto a scroll, telling him it contained everything he needed to know about the Sharingan and its evolutions. Madara suggested that Naruto read it while waiting for Zetsu to arrive. Once Naruto had eaten and regained his energy, they would begin training. Zetsu emerged from the ground, his voice dark and gravelly as he remarked on the increasingly strange happenings in Konoha. Madara inquired about the news, and Zetsu informed him that Sasuke Uchiha had returned to the village, having been found in the Valley of the End. Naruto felt a surge of hope at the thought of Sasuke's return. Madara then asked about Naruto's situation. Zetsu noted that Naruto didn't seem to be affected much by the events in Konoha, despite being a Jinchuriki. Madara acknowledged that it was expected, as the village had regained its Kekkei Genkai and no longer needed Zetsu, but he emphasized that he needed Naruto. Eager to start training, Naruto expressed his anticipation. Madara encouraged him to begin by releasing his chakra. As Naruto distanced himself slightly, he focused on expelling his chakra. He questioned the purpose of this exercise, and Madara explained that it was to unlock the potential of his Uzumaki chakra, which was vast and powerful. As Naruto continued to release his chakra, he began to feel fatigue. It was clear he was in a weak physical and emotional state, burdened by lingering doubts and memories. He struggled to concentrate, determined to change the world. Madara's plan seemed like the perfect solution, but Naruto wrestled with uncertainty. Taking a deep breath, Naruto cleared his mind. He recognized the corruption surrounding him, from the villages to the Hokages. Pain coursed through his body as he pushed himself to release his chakra, feeling as if his bones were breaking under the strain. Despite the unimaginable discomfort, he resolved to persevere, knowing he could not afford to retreat. This was the first and perhaps most crucial step, and he was committed to pushing his limits. Zetsu watched Madara, asking if he thought Naruto could succeed. Madara confidently affirmed that he could. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure enveloped the area, and a powerful wind surged around Naruto. His body became enveloped in blue chakra, growing stronger and more intense. It was evident from his expression that he was struggling, but he was making progress. The chakra that had been trapped within him was now being released. As Naruto felt his body nearing collapse, he suddenly stopped, falling to his knees, breathing heavily, sweat dripping down his face. Madara observed that Naruto possessed more chakra than an average Uzumaki, which was unexpected. Naruto, panting, asked if he could truly release his chakra. Madara confirmed that it was essential for him to learn to control it now that he had unlocked his Uzumaki chakra, indicating they could begin training in earnest. Naruto realized this was just the beginning and that he wouldn't have much time to rest or venture into the outside world. Madara reminded him that it all depended on his efforts and noted that he had yet to awaken the Sharingan, though it was only a matter of time. Zetsu then emerged from the ground with a large bag filled with food, mostly fruits and vegetables, along with several bottles of water and 3 ninja outfits. Madara encouraged Naruto to start eating, suggesting he begin with the fruit. Naruto, frustrated, asked about his ramen, but Zetsu explained that Madara had prioritized healthier options. Madara advised that a balanced diet was crucial, as eating only ramen would weigh him down and make training more difficult. Naruto took an apple, sat down, and began to eat, reaching for a bottle of water before settling back into a normal position. Madara then revealed that someone else within Akatsuki was following his plan but had betrayed him years ago, using it for their own benefit. Naruto was curious about the identity of this person, but Madara instructed him to focus on his training first. Once Naruto had improved sufficiently, he would reveal who it was, emphasizing that the only way to deal with this individual was to eliminate them. Agreeing to the plan, Naruto decided to eat a bit more before starting his training. Shikamaru lay on the ground, hands behind his head, gazing at the sky. It was a typical sunny day in Konohagakure, where life continued as usual. However, for Shikamaru, it was anything but normal. His thoughts were consumed by one person he considered one of his best friends, Naruto. Shikamaru remembered Naruto as a boy who just wanted friends and acceptance, someone who longed to play but often found himself alone. He had witnessed the cruelty directed at Naruto and understood the struggles he faced. To Shikamaru, Naruto was not a monster, he was a loyal friend who would always stand by him. Memories of the troublesome Naruto flooded Shikamaru's mind, particularly the way he would boldly declare his dreams to the world. Doubts crept in as Shikamaru recalled their mission to bring Sasuke back. He feared he had made a mistake that led to Naruto's disappearance, and deep down, he believed Naruto was gone for good. Shikamaru's gaze shifted to Sasuke, who sat on a dock, tears falling into the water. It seemed Sasuke had learned of Naruto's fate. Shikamaru decided to remain where he was, watching the clouds, but soon found tears escaping his eyes, forcing him to wipe them away. In the Hokage Tower, Tsunade sat with Shizen while Kakashi stood before them. Tsunade explained that she had a 3-year mission for Kakashi, one that would see him training with Sasuke. Kakashi, lost in thought, acknowledged the mission, understanding the need for progress. Tsunade instructed him to prepare and to speak with Sasuke, while she would also reach out to him. As Kakashi left the office, he took one last look at Tsunade, who was staring out at the village. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, it was clear she was struggling. Shizune, concerned, asked Tsunade if everything was all right. Tsunade replied that things were fine in the village, but her demeanor suggested otherwise. She returned to her paperwork, determined to keep moving forward. Meanwhile, Naruto was engaged in a fierce battle against numerous white Zetsu clones. Despite his intelligence and use of clones, he struggled with speed and strength. Madara, observing from his seat, noted Naruto's lack of maturity in combat. Yet, he recognized Naruto's unwavering will and desire to improve. Madara's scythe clashed, causing Naruto to pause. The clones vanished, and Naruto approached Madara, questioning what came next. Madara reminded him that relying on clones would not lead to progress. Naruto expressed his discomfort, feeling pain in his chest and heaviness in his body. Madara advised him to focus on physical training first, explaining that the initial days were merely warm-ups. Frustrated, Naruto complained about his inability to concentrate without ramen, prompting Madara to urge him to focus. He then asked if Naruto had read the scroll he provided. Naruto admitted he found some parts difficult to understand, particularly the requirement to witness the death of a loved one to obtain the Mangekyō Sharingan. Madara explained the dark nature of such power and the unique abilities each Mangekyō user possesses, including the shared power of Susanoo, which intrigued Naruto. Naruto learned that Susanoo had multiple transformation stages, and while it could be a formidable defense, it came at a significant cost. Madara warned that the use of Mangekyō could lead to blindness, but there was a way to avoid that by achieving the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Naruto reflected on this, recognizing the corrupt nature of such power. Madara looked down, his expression serious. He remarked that it was no surprise, as the Uchiha clan had always been corrupt, and their methods of acquiring power reflected that. Naruto, curious, asked about Izanagi and whether it could truly defy death. Madara explained that Izanagi was a genjutsu capable of blurring the lines between reality and illusion, allowing one to control their own existence. He also mentioned Izanami, another genjutsu that affected the five senses, but warned that using it would cost one an eye, akin to losing a light, and that it defined destiny. Naruto pondered this, realizing that with Izanagi, one could change their fate, albeit temporarily and at the cost of an eye. He noted that Izanami could manipulate the actions of those caught in its grasp. Madara acknowledged Naruto's understanding, stating that the Sharingan could be considered the most powerful Dojutsu due to its various stages and jutsus. He cautioned, however, that the price for using and evolving the Sharingan was steep. Naruto, intrigued, expressed his desire to learn more about the Rinnegan, which Madara claimed was the most powerful Dojutsu. As Naruto picked up a kunai from the ground and threw it at a poster depicting him as deceased, he reflected on the challenges faced by a shinobi stripped of their jutsu. It was a harsh punishment, especially for those like Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin and a notorious criminal in the ninja world. In his lair, Orochimaru sat in a serpent-headed chair, observing his right-hand man, Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto informed Orochimaru that Sasuke had returned to Konoha, and that the Sound Five were all dead, including Kimimaro. Orochimaru expressed disbelief, having expected Sasuke to come to him in pursuit of power. Kabuto mentioned a rumor circulating in Konoha about Naruto, piquing Orochimaru's interest. He questioned whether Naruto's involvement was connected to Sasuke's return. Kabuto confirmed that Naruto, along with others, had gone on a mission to bring Sasuke back, but the rumors suggested that while Sasuke had returned, Naruto had not. Orochimaru's curiosity deepened as he asked if Naruto was dead. Kabuto explained that Naruto was missing, but it was widely believed he was dead. Orochimaru found this intriguing, noting that Konoha had lost its Jinchuriki. Kabuto suggested that this presented a great opportunity to strike at Konoha. Orochimaru acknowledged the potential but reminded Kabuto that Sasuke was still in Konoha, and with Tsunade as Hokage and Jiraiya nearby, it was too risky to act directly. Kabuto proposed using the information about Naruto to incite another village to attack Konoha, suggesting that Kumo would be eager to hear this news. Orochimaru agreed, stating that he would be the one to crush Konoha. He believed it was only a matter of time before the rumor of Konoha's lost Jinchuriki reached other villages. With Konoha in turmoil, it would be easier to reach Sasuke. Once he obtained that body and those remarkable eyes, no one would be able to stop him. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Konoha was recognized as the most powerful village militarily among the 5 great villages. However, it had recently lost a significant portion of that power after losing the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Although this information had not yet become public, rival villages like Kumogakure and Iwagakure would do anything to obtain it. Within Konoha, some were alarmed at the loss of someone like Naruto, who had been a valuable asset. Others mourned him not just as the Jinchuriki, but as a friend, a boy filled with dreams and aspirations that would now remain unfulfilled. Tsunade saw in Naruto the reflections of her deceased brother Nawaki and her late boyfriend Dan. They had all shared the same dream, and their fervor had made it seem almost real. Tsunade had hoped that Naruto would carry on the dreams of her brother and boyfriend, just as she had. The necklace that had taken 2 loved ones now seemed to have claimed another, leaving her to ponder the cruel nature of life. Sitting in her office, surrounded by paperwork and suffering from a headache, Tsunade sighed as the door opened. In walked Danzo Shimura, Kohyudatane, and Hamura Mitokado, members of the Konoha Council. Tsunade, with a serious expression, stated that she had not called for them. Hamura replied that they did not need permission to discuss the situation, while Koharu expressed their disappointment with her recent decisions. The old woman spoke in a tone that reflected her annoyance. Hamura noted that a decision had been made that affected the village both in the short and long term, and there was no excuse for it. Danzo remarked that sending 4 genin and a newly appointed chunin to rescue the Uchiha captured by Orochimaru's soldiers was a poor choice. He pointed out that while they lost the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, they managed to recover the Uchiha. He expressed his confusion over the decision to send him on a 3-year training journey with Kakashi Hatake, maintaining his typical impassive expression. Tsunade, with a serious face and a slightly raised voice, stated that she had made her decision and would take full responsibility for the loss of Naruto, whom she reminded them was his name. Koharu questioned what would happen if this information reached other villages, prompting Tsunade to rise from her chair. She declared that for now, Naruto was missing, and she had decided to keep that information confidential. If it leaked, it would be because someone from the council had informed others. Hamura asked what she was implying, to which Tsunade firmly reiterated that they had heard her and instructed them to leave her office so she could continue her work. Danzo suggested that the best decision would have been to hand the Uchiha over to him for training, ensuring he would become a soldier to protect the village. Tsunade clarified that Sasuke was on a 3-year training journey with Kakashi, supervised by Jiraiya, and that this was her decision, which they needed to accept. The old council members exited Tsunade's office, aware that while they were part of the council, the Hokage held the ultimate authority in the village. They could not dictate terms to someone like Tsunade, a fact Danzo understood well. He planned to remain in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to undermine Tsunade, aiming to become the next Hokage and transform Konoha into the most powerful village. Tsunade sighed and leaned back in her chair, realizing that the visit from the council had only added to her headaches. Deep down, she recognized that sending the 4 genin and a newly appointed chunin had been a mistake. She should have sent Kakashi or another jounin with them. Her desire to bring back her friend had led to a poor decision, and the consequences were severe. Feeling guilty, Tsunade believed she had failed as Hokage, but she knew there was no time for regret. The village needed to move forward, and she did not want to disappoint Kawaki, Dan, or Naruto. She had taken on this role knowing the challenges it would bring, especially given the village's current situation. Despite her turmoil, she resolved to continue fighting for her village, understanding that it was the responsibility of the Hokage. In an unknown location, for some shinobi, 5 months of training could be overwhelming, especially if they were starting from scratch. However, Naruto was determined to prove otherwise. While he was not a prodigy, he possessed significant talent, and he believed that hard work would yield great rewards. Sometimes, sheer determination could surpass even the most gifted individuals, and that was achieved through conviction and effort. In just 5 months, Naruto had made remarkable progress. He aimed to become strong and surpass what he thought were his limits, and he had succeeded. The unimaginable pain and exhausting training had pushed him to his limits, but he had emerged stronger. At that moment, he was engaged in a rigorous workout, performing numerous abdominal exercises. Dressed only in short shinobi pants and black shinobi boots, with weights strapped to his arms and legs, he was fully focused. As he completed his exercises, he took several deep breaths to recover before continuing. He then began to run, skillfully dodging shurikens thrown by Zetsu's clones. He sprinted with great speed, leaping and striking a wall, leaving cracks and an imprint of his fist. Landing on his feet, he quickly formed hand seals. He unleashed a fire technique, sending small fireballs the size of shurikens toward various targets, igniting them upon impact. As he commanded the fireballs to explode, they detonated dramatically. Afterward, Naruto sighed and turned to Zetsu, who understood his intent and tossed him a katana. Naruto caught it and began to execute advanced cuts, clearly enjoying the art of kenjutsu. He eventually dropped the katana and rapidly formed hand seals once more. He unleashed another fire technique, targeting 7 stationary Zetsu clones. The resulting explosion from the fireball obliterated the clones, leaving behind only dust. Zetsu, impressed, remarked on Naruto's speed and noted that he had done it without using the Sharingan. Naruto, however, believed he could improve even further. He handed the katana back to Zetsu, who took it and walked alongside him. Curious, Naruto asked where Zetsu's other half was. Zetsu replied that he was outside gathering information about what was happening with Konoha and Akatsuki. Naruto acknowledged this and inquired about the request he had made earlier. Zetsu admitted he had been searching but had not found a ramen restaurant. Naruto clicked his tongue in frustration. It seems unavoidable. Naruto and Zetsu walked until they reached where Madara was seated. Naruto approached Madara and picked up a water bottle from a large bag beside him. He opened it and began to drink while being observed by Madara. Madara noted Naruto's progress, acknowledging that he had improved significantly but still needed to enhance his physical condition and chakra control. Naruto admitted he was aware of his shortcomings and inquired about the sudden awakening of his Sharingan. Madara explained that while Naruto was a Jinchuriki, the seals restricting the 9 tails also limited his Uchiha blood. Once freed from those seals, his Uchiha power began to flow through him, making the awakening of his Sharingan a matter of time. Naruto expressed his understanding of the Sharingan's advantages, such as the ability to perceive movements at an incredible speed, allowing him to anticipate and even copy techniques. He mentioned that he wanted to avoid relying too much on the Sharingan, preferring to work on mastering it and aiming for the 3 tomo. He recognized the importance of knowledge and studied everything about the Sharingan. Madara agreed, emphasizing that knowledge is a powerful weapon and that sometimes battles can be won mentally. Naruto provocatively asked if someone like Madara could win that way, which brought a smile to Madara's face. Madara then called Naruto over and handed him a familiar necklace. Naruto recognized it immediately and learned that it belonged to the first Hokage, Hashirama. Madara revealed that he intended to gift Naruto the last present given to him by Naruto's grandmother, which surprised Naruto. He learned that Tsunade Senju, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the current Hokage of Konoha, had given him the necklace. Madara revealed a necklace he wore, adorned with 3 beautiful stones, each engraved with letters. He handed it to Naruto, who took a moment to admire it. Zetsu had merged with Naruto's body to help him exit the hideout. Once outside, Zetsu separated from him. Naruto basked in the sunlight, enjoying the refreshing breeze and the sounds of nature. After stretching, he began to walk, taking in the beauty of the world he hadn't seen in months, with Zetsu walking beside him. Zetsu asked where Naruto planned to practice his jutsu, to which Naruto replied that he needed to find a spacious area and mentioned he wanted to catch some fish for a meal. Zetsu inquired about Naruto's first action, and Naruto eagerly stated that he would train and urged Zetsu to hurry. As Naruto leaped from branch to branch, excitement filled his face. He wanted to test his jutsu and find an opponent, knowing that escaping would be futile since Madara could easily track him through Zetsu. He was also unaware of their exact location, but he knew they were far from Konoha. After a series of jumps, Naruto landed and was surprised to see a small village ahead. He frowned, realizing there were no shinobi there to challenge him. Zetsu appeared beside him, suggesting he could practice his jutsu in the village. Naruto dismissed the idea, stating there was no one to test his skills against, and decided to head towards the sound of a waterfall nearby, hoping to fish. As he walked away, Naruto suddenly recognized the sound of kunai clashing. He turned and jumped to a branch, following the sound. Zetsu, having heard it too, knew where Naruto was headed and sank into the ground. Naruto moved stealthily, not wanting to be discovered. As he got closer, he heard voices, about 4 of them. Upon reaching the source of the sounds, he spotted 3 shinobi, likely genin, training. 2 boys and a girl from Iwagakure were engaged in a friendly duel, with the girl clearly outmatching one of the boys in agility and skill. The girl taunted Arata for being slow, while he struggled to land a hit. In a swift move, she disarmed him, placing a kunai at his throat, declaring her victory before sitting beside the other boy. Arata, frustrated, questioned why the other boy, Hachiro, didn't step in to fight her. Naruto observed the scene with a smile, realizing he had found opponents to test his skills. However, a sense of concern washed over him as he recalled hearing 4 voices. He quickly understood the situation. He thought to himself that they were genin and wondered where the jounin was. In an instant, Naruto reacted, leaping forward and landing a few steps in front of the genin. A powerful gust of wind swept through the area, uprooting the tree where he had just been standing. He swiftly dodged a kunai thrown by Kyeko, but noticed that Arata was missing. As he turned, he was met with a kick that he managed to block, though it sent him several meters away. Looking back toward the trees, he saw a Fuma Shuriken coming his way. In a split second, Naruto jumped aside, narrowly avoiding it. He then noticed that Kyeko, Arata, and Hachiro had drawn multiple shurikens, and he prepared to evade them, only to find his feet stuck in a puddle of mud. A voice, belonging to an older man, commanded the others to act. Naruto recognized it as the jounin. Kyeko, Arata, and Hachiro launched their shurikens at Naruto, who initially looked surprised but quickly shifted to a confident smile as his Sharingan activated. Naruto swiftly drew a kunai and deflected each shuriken one by one, astonishing everyone present. Zetsu emerged from the ground, surprising the genin and prompting them to wonder what was happening. Zetsu merged with Naruto, who then sank into the earth. Hachiro remarked that Naruto had disappeared, while Arata, frustrated, insisted that they had him trapped and questioned how everything had changed so quickly. The jounin urged Arata to stay calm and alert, as the enemy was nearby. Kyeko warned Ichiro-sensei, and as he turned, he saw Naruto appearing behind him with a kunai in hand. Ichiro blocked Naruto's attack with his own kunai and attempted to seize Naruto's hand, but Naruto stepped back and threw 2 shurikens that struck Ichiro, only for him to vanish in a puff of smoke, revealing a log in his place. Naruto felt a presence behind him as Ichiro reappeared, aiming to strike him. However, Naruto once again sank into the ground. Ichiro clicked his tongue in frustration and urged his students to stay alert. He noticed that one of his students was missing, and upon asking what had happened, Arata explained that Kyeko had been taken. Naruto and Kyeko were now perched on a high branch, with Naruto holding a kunai to Kyeko's neck. He expressed his delight at finding someone to test his abilities. Ichiro, recognizing Naruto's Sharingan, was filled with dread, realizing that this boy was an Uchiha, a clan thought to be extinct except for Itachi Uchiha. Naruto teased that they had known he was coming and almost caught him by surprise. Arata, desperate to save Kyeko, prepared to attack, but Ichiro stepped in front of him, urging him to remain calm and assuring him he had a plan. Hachiro asked what they would do, and Naruto challenged them to attack him all at once. Kyeko questioned Naruto's intentions, wondering if he planned to harm them. Naruto reassured her that he had no intention of killing her, he merely wanted to test his skills against her teacher. Kyeko was skeptical, and Arata worried about the possibility of hitting her with a shuriken. Ichiro instructed them to proceed but to secure Kyeko well. As Arata and Hachiro began throwing shurikens, Naruto leaped to another branch, still holding Kyeko. He dodged the shurikens with ease, but Ichiro, now on a nearby branch with a kunai and a scroll, leaped toward Naruto. In a quick maneuver, Naruto pushed Kyeko toward Ichiro, who caught her, but Naruto then appeared behind Ichiro and struck him with a kunai, causing him to explode in a cloud of smoke. Naruto realized it was a clone and quickly scanned for the real Ichiro, spotting him a few meters away, smiling. Ichiro commanded Arata and Hachiro to pull the strings attached to the shurikens embedded in the trees, ensnaring Naruto and Kyeko against the trunk with Naruto positioned behind her. Naruto, undeterred, declared that this was still nothing. Ichiro instructed Kyeko to hold Naruto, and she complied. Ichiro smiled at their progress and then produced a long spear from a scroll, preparing to launch it at Naruto and Kyeko, who were both taken aback. Kyeko questioned Ichiro's intentions, while Arata and Hachiro expressed their concerns about Kyeko's safety. Ichiro coldly stated that it didn't matter if a life was lost if he could obtain the Sharingan, believing that Sasuke would be pleased with the outcome. He then hurled the spear toward them. Just as the spear was about to strike Kyeko and Naruto, Zetsu emerged from the branch, intercepting the spear. However, the force of the throw caused the spear to pierce Kyeko and graze Naruto. Arata, horrified, shouted in anger, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ichiro watched as Arata lunged at him with a kunai. He swiftly dodged the attack, grabbing the boy's arm and squeezing it tightly until the kunai fell from his grip. Ichiro then delivered a powerful kick to Arata's stomach, sending him sprawling several meters away, where Hachiro caught him to prevent a collision with a rock. Ichiro looked down at Arata with a smirk, reminding him that he was still just a child who had yet to prove himself. He emphasized the importance of the recent events, stating that Kyeko's sacrifice had granted them the Sharingan, a vital asset for Iwagakure. Arata, still reeling from the blow, expressed his disbelief, saying that Kyeko hadn't wanted to sacrifice herself and had believed they would save her. Hachiro supported Arata's claim, pointing out that they had followed Ichiro's plan in hopes of rescuing Kyeko. Ichiro dismissed their concerns, insisting that they should focus on the village, as Kyeko's life was not worth the emotional turmoil they were experiencing. Meanwhile, Zetsu approached Naruto with his usual smile, asking if he was all right. Naruto, feeling pain from the spear's blade, requested Zetsu to untie him. Another Zetsu appeared and cut the threads binding Naruto, surprising Ichiro and the others. The Zetsu that had been pierced by the spear moved away, sinking into the ground. As Kyeko began to fall from a branch, Naruto caught her arm, preventing her from hitting the ground. He cradled her and jumped down, but upon looking at her, he realized she was already gone. Naruto remembered her last word, "Mother," and felt a surge of anger as he broke the spear and removed it from her body, placing it on the ground. Ichiro stood a few steps away, observing Naruto's reaction. He noted that the white creature had saved Naruto's life, but the spear had still inflicted damage. Naruto, with his eyes closed, reminded Ichiro that Kyeko had believed in him to save her. Ichiro, unfazed, questioned the value of her life, stating that what mattered was Naruto's newly acquired Sharingan, something that Sasuke would surely want. Naruto opened his eyes, revealing a 3-tomo Sharingan, which shocked Ichiro. Realizing the change in Naruto's abilities, Ichiro prepared himself as Naruto launched 2 kunai at him. Ichiro deflected one but was taken aback when Naruto appeared in front of him at incredible speed. Ichiro attempted to strike with his kunai, but Naruto evaded and kicked him, causing Ichiro to stumble. As he regained his footing, he noticed Naruto had vanished. Ichiro quickly turned, only to find a kunai dangerously close to his right eye. He managed to step back just in time, but the blade still left a deep cut from his forehead to the lower right side of his face. Ichiro, now bleeding, realized the severity of his injury. Meanwhile, Naruto performed hand seals and leaped onto a branch, continuing to evade Ichiro. Ichiro pondered why Naruto was fleeing, but soon Naruto landed directly in front of him. With determination, Naruto whispered the name of his technique, preparing to unleash a powerful fire jutsu. Naruto expelled a massive wave of flames that engulfed everything in its path, advancing rapidly toward Ichiro. The Jounin, surprised, quickly formed hand seals to counter the attack. A large wall of earth rose before him, and Ichiro smiled, believing it would protect him from the flames. However, as the fire met the wall, it consumed everything, including Ichiro, who was unable to react in time. As the flames subsided, Naruto sighed, surveying the destruction caused by his jutsu. He recognized it as an A-rank technique and deactivated his Sharingan. Zetsu appeared beside him, commenting on the power of the jutsu Naruto had just demonstrated. Naruto acknowledged the observation with a stoic expression. Amidst the devastation, Naruto walked through the remnants of his fire jutsu, reflecting on the immense damage it had caused. Madara had taught him that the key to mastering any jutsu was perfect control over one's chakra. Although Naruto struggled with his abundant chakra, he was gradually improving. Madara had also emphasized the importance of maintaining a cold and decisive demeanor when using jutsu, stating that hesitation could lead to weakness. Naruto had been resolute, but he had distanced himself to ensure the safety of the genins, not wanting to bear the weight of another innocent life lost. Naruto continued walking when he suddenly stopped, noticing a kunai that had narrowly missed his forehead. He moved aside and saw Ichiro, a man who was now unrecognizable. His face and hair were burned, and his upper clothing was charred as well. His arms were severely injured, barely able to move, and he sat propped against a small rock. Ichiro spoke, his voice weak and trembling, expressing his intention to take Naruto to the Tsuchikichi. Despite his condition, he still clung to his ambitions. Naruto turned to Ichiro, expressing his disappointment that someone in such a dire state would still be driven by greed. He had expected Ichiro to be more concerned about his recovery or wishing for an end to his suffering. Naruto approached the tree where the kunai had lodged and pulled it free, turning back to Ichiro. He lamented how he never wanted things to end this way, especially not with the death of a girl who had a family waiting for her. He accused Ichiro of being responsible for her death, believing that his desire for power and military strength had led to the suffering of innocent people. He felt no pity for Ichiro, who represented the corruption of the world. Ichiro, in tears, pleaded for his life, mentioning his wife and daughter. Naruto, however, remained resolute, stating that they would be better off without someone like him. He reflected on the coldness that had led to such tragedy and, with a heavy heart, he threw the kunai with great force. It struck Ichiro, who fell to the ground, lifeless. Naruto stood for a moment, looking at Ichiro's body before walking towards where the genins were. Zetsu appeared beside him, smiling as usual, and remarked on Naruto's victory over a Jounin. Naruto, however, felt no pride in defeating Ichiro, he only wanted to test his skills. He admitted to Zetsu that he felt a sense of accomplishment in ending Ichiro's life, which surprised Zetsu, who recalled Naruto's previous aversion to killing. Naruto justified his actions by stating that Ichiro was no longer a person but a monster who had tainted the world. He acknowledged the need for change in the villages, realizing that the corruption stemmed from the teachings of individuals like Ichiro. As they approached Arata and Hachiro, Naruto saw them mourning the loss of Kyeko, wrapping her in bandages to take her away. He chose to remain hidden, watching as they departed without waiting for their sensei. They no longer trusted him, having lost a dear friend. Zetsu, standing beside Naruto, suggested they return to their hideout, but Naruto expressed a desire to practice more jutsus and mentioned they still needed to go fishing. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the news of Naruto's death weighed heavily on many, including Sakura, who walked with a downcast expression, seemingly without a destination. She spotted Hinata, Niji, and Tenten consoling her friend. Sakura approached them, greeting them with a somber tone. Hinata responded shyly, while Tenten remarked on their struggles. Sakura shared her own feelings of difficulty, reflecting on how Naruto had always been there to encourage them, often speaking of his dream to become Hokage. As Hinata's tears fell, Sakura smiled at the memories of Naruto and his antics, despite the sadness surrounding them. Niji pondered whether destiny could be changed, recalling how Naruto had inspired him to believe in the possibility, now questioning that belief in the wake of Naruto's passing. Niji could not finish because he heard a voice that everyone recognized immediately. It was Rock Lee, who was dressed in his full outfit except for the Konoha headband. The war only brings pain and suffering, but why do the villages insist on living in conflict if it only leads to bad outcomes? This was a question that Naruto pondered often, arriving at the same conclusion each time. The desire for power and the need to prove one's strength over another village fueled the greed of their leaders, who did not hesitate to harm innocent children simply because they belonged to a different village. Some sought peace, yet did little to achieve it. What is peace? This was another question that troubled Naruto, and he found it difficult to arrive at a concrete answer. Each time he contemplated peace, his thoughts led him to the concept of superiority. For Naruto, superiority brought confidence and security. Being above others made one unreachable for those who could not match their level. Perhaps this perspective was dark and discriminatory, but in a world as corrupt as the one they lived in, was it not better to give what one received? An innocent child whose family only wished to live in peace and harmony was killed by shinobi from other villages. If that child survived, what remained of them? Certainly not. Instead, it would be hatred. You might say it was a desire for revenge, but as a child, all one truly wants is to be with their parents, to be with their family. If that family is gone, something else is born within that child, something known as loneliness. The cruel and painful loneliness that can alter one's perspective. Living in solitude offers two paths, the path of hatred or the path of hope. Choosing the path of hatred leads to a desire for revenge. You would be surprised to learn that at 17 years of age, this was the philosophy Naruto held. No one possesses absolute truth, and Naruto understood that. He could even accept that he was wrong, but what did it matter? He simply expressed his viewpoint, and after contemplating it for so long, he believed there were few errors in his perspective, or at least, that was what he thought. Naruto jumped down from the branch where he had been sitting, using Zetsu's body to shield his head before plunging into the ground. In seconds, he appeared in the hideout. Zetsu emerged from Naruto's body, revealing Naruto's face, which bore a much more mature expression, maintaining an impassive demeanor. His eyes were a dark blue, and his hair had grown long, reaching the middle of his back, with strands falling across his face, one particularly long covering half of his right eye. His sideburns were quite long, and he had tied his hair back with a ponytail. He wore a large hood and high shinobi boots. Naruto walked until he reached his sensei, mentor, and grandfather, Madara Uchiha, who was observing him. Madara remarked that he thought Naruto would be outside a bit longer. Naruto replied that he wanted to continue his training, having only stepped out for some fresh air, as the air in the hideout was unpleasant. Zetsu, in his typical cheerful tone, noted that it was because he had never bathed. The black half of Zetsu pointed out that he was just being sarcastic, as the white half did not understand Naruto's reference. Naruto removed his hood, revealing that he wore black shinobi pants and a red shirt. He stretched vigorously before preparing to do push-ups. Madara called Naruto over in a soft tone. Without hesitation, Naruto approached and sat in front of his grandfather. Madara reflected on how nearly 3 years had passed since Zetsu brought Naruto to him. He expressed joy at having gotten to know his grandson and mentioned that Akane would be very happy to hear this. He noted that Naruto had grown strong and surpassed all his limits. However, Madara had little time left, only a week, and he would rely on Naruto to help execute the Moon Eye plan. Naruto understood and expressed gratitude for the lessons he had learned from Madara, promising not to fail him as his student and grandson. Madara responded positively, stating that together they would create a new world, one free of hatred and war, where empathy would reign. Naruto observed his grandfather, noting Madara's obsession with completing the Moon Eye plan. Unlike Naruto, who still had uncertainties, Madara believed that placing everyone in a perfect genjutsu would solve the issues of war and hatred. Naruto was not so sure. After all, it was a genjutsu. It did not bring peace but rather forced it. Naruto shrugged off his doubts, trying to clear his mind. Despite his uncertainties, he resolved to fulfill his promise to his grandfather. If Madara believed in this plan, then Naruto would see it through. Perhaps he simply did not want to believe that his grandfather could be wrong. Who could truly know what was going on in Naruto's mind? After all, he was 17 and had always had his own judgments. Who would have thought how much Naruto's life would change? The decisions he made led him to destruction and a desire to change the world. Happiness was not part of Naruto's life, or perhaps it was. If this is a play on words, there is a truth in them. Naruto would become the world's destroyer for some and the savior for others. Konohagakure no Sato, the hidden leaf village, had been restored once again. A sense of tranquility filled the village that had lost its Jinchuriki and nearly lost its only Uchiha. Tsunade, the Hokage, had managed to guide the village back on track, and everything seemed well. However, the weight and pain of losing Naruto still lingered for those who held him dear. Some had accepted Naruto's fate and suffered less, but for others, moving forward remained a challenge, especially for those who shared a deeper bond with him. Very few had that connection, but their affection for him was immense. Jiraiya was one of them, as was Tsunade, who sat in her office with Jiraiya before her. Tsunade expressed her exhaustion, noting that Jiraiya had not uncovered any information regarding Naruto's whereabouts. Jiraiya explained that his network had not detected any signs of Akatsuki having Naruto, but that did not mean they hadn't at some point. He understood that Akatsuki's primary goal was to capture the Biju. Tsunade reminded him that extracting the Biju from a Jinchuriki would lead to the Jinchuriki's swift demise, lowering her gaze in sorrow. Jiraiya acknowledged this realization, capturing Tsunade's attention. He admitted that accepting Naruto's absence was difficult, but he managed to smile despite the pain. Tsunade questioned the meaning behind his words, prompting Jiraiya to reflect on his belief in the prophecy. He lamented that every time he felt Naruto was the one, he faced loss, causing Tsunade to rise from her chair in surprise. Tsunade asked if he no longer believed in the prophecy, to which Jiraiya clarified that he would always believe, but each time he felt hope, it ended in tragedy. Tsunade stood before him for a moment, making Jiraiya slightly nervous and blush. When he inquired about her thoughts, she dismissed it, suggesting he forget what she was considering as she returned to her desk. Jiraiya playfully pressed her for an answer, teasingly suggesting she might be falling for him. Tsunade shot back with a smile, asserting that it was merely a dream. She then shifted the conversation to Sasuke and Kakashi. Jiraiya remarked that Sasuke had made progress, though he still harbored his desire for vengeance and maintained his arrogant demeanor. Kakashi had grown stronger, but Jiraiya noted that Sasuke's blind hatred kept him restless. Tsunade hoped Sasuke would at least fulfill his mission assignments, shrugging off the weight of her concerns. Jiraiya believed Sasuke could manage his tasks but warned that neglecting him would be unwise. He mentioned that it had been 3 months since he last saw them, and they would be away for a while longer. Tsunade expressed her hope that Kakashi could influence Sasuke positively, emphasizing that while he was important to Konoha, he would not receive special treatment. Jiraiya encouraged her, stating that if anyone could handle Sasuke, it was her. Tsunade hoped to have enough patience for the task. Jiraiya then suggested they share a drink, which elicited an annoyed reaction from Tsunade. She reminded him of her responsibilities as Hokage and questioned his timing, leading to a moment of tension. Jiraiya advised her to believe in her own words and announced he would wait for her at their usual spot at 10, confident she would be free by then. As he left her office, Tsunade watched him go inside. She rose from her chair and approached the window, gazing at the village. She thought she had seen a tear in Jiraiya's eye but chose not to mention it, understanding the difficulty of his situation, as it was for her as well. Crossing her arms beneath her chest, Tsunade observed the peaceful village. It was essential for her to ensure the safety, progress, and tranquility of Konoha, even above her own life. A Hokage lives and fights for their village and future generations, embodying the will of fire. The village had made significant progress, and Tsunade felt proud. Yet, there were days when she wished to escape, to shut herself away with a bottle of sake and remember those who were no longer with her. But she knew she was Hokage now, carrying the dreams of Dan, Nawaki, and Naruto, which fueled her determination to keep fighting. In an unknown location, greed never leads to a good end. Ambition has 2 sides, but when it turns into a desire to acquire something at all costs, it rarely ends well. Orochimaru was a clear example of this. He had lost his arms and what he desired most, his jutsus. For someone who sought to know everything and master all jutsu, losing his arms was a fitting consequence for his actions. Orochimaru had committed atrocious acts, including experimenting on children, revealing his lost humanity and transforming him into a dark, serpentine figure. Lying in bed, racked with pain, Orochimaru was attended by his right-hand man, Kabuto, who held a cup of strange medicine. Orochimaru cursed, lamenting that if only Sasuke had come to him, he would be more at ease. Each time he changed bodies, the damage returned swiftly, and he cursed the old man who had caused him this suffering. Kabuto recalled the third Hokage and cursed his name. He noted that nearly 3 years had passed, and surely Sasuke had become much stronger, especially with Kakashi Hatake also training hard. He approached Orochimaru and offered him a drink of the treatment. Orochimaru reflected on the situation, lamenting that a certain troublesome boy had gotten in his way, but he saw a silver lining. He mentioned that while Sasuke had grown stronger, he was certain that the boy had not forgotten his desire for revenge. When Sasuke realized that despite his training he would still be far from defeating Itachi, he would have to resort to the cursed mark, which would ultimately lead Orochimaru to him. A smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he considered this. Kabuto agreed, then shifted the conversation, mentioning that a rumor had spread in Iwagakure. Orochimaru inquired about the nature of these rumors. Kabuto explained that he had infiltrated Iwagakure to gather information about the loss of the Jinchuriki from Konoha and had heard about the appearance of a boy with the Sharingan 2 years prior. This revelation surprised Orochimaru. Kabuto continued, stating that this boy had managed to defeat a Jounin and was around 14 or 15 years old, with striking yellow hair. He pointed out that the Uchiha clan typically had black hair, and since Itachi had eliminated most of the Uchiha, the only survivors were Sasuke and the one Orochimaru referred to as the false Madara. Orochimaru pondered the significance of the yellow hair. Kabuto added that the boy was accompanied by a peculiar white figure, which caused Orochimaru to react swiftly, recognizing it as Zetsu. Kabuto explained that Zetsu was the companion of the false Madara, but the identity of the boy with yellow hair remained a mystery. Orochimaru, piecing together the information, speculated that Zetsu could heal wounds and move underground, making him capable of taking someone without leaving a trace. Kabuto remarked on the coincidence of these events, and Orochimaru mused that it seemed destiny was on his side, finding it hard to believe that Naruto was dead. In an unknown location, 8 shadowy figures gathered in a dark room, their eyes glimmering in the dim light. These were members of the criminal organization known as Akatsuki. One of them, with only one visible blue eye, expressed surprise at their early meeting, mentioning he had been practicing his art. Another figure, small with a rough voice, told him to be quiet. Deidara teased Sasori about being jealous of his superior art, while Sasori dismissed Deidara's explosions as not being true art. Another member, with small eyes and a 3-bladed Sharingan, commented on the typical nature of their arguments. A man with purple eyes mentioned he was about to begin his ritual for Jashin-sama, only to be interrupted by a green-eyed figure who dismissed the ritual as unimportant. Haiden, the first speaker, threatened Kazu, who simply laughed it off. The purpose of the meeting was revealed. They were to begin the hunt for the Jinchuriki. The figure with the Rinnegan outlined the plan, assigning pairs to capture different Jinchuriki. Deidara and Sasori would go for the one-tailed beast, Haiden and Kazu for the 2-tailed beast, and Itachi and Kisame for the 4-tailed beast. They were instructed to remain vigilant and that failure was not an option. As the figures began to disperse, the leader with the Rinnegan and another figure with brown eyes remained. A third figure, visible only by his Sharingan, asked if the orders had been given. The leader confirmed that the hunts would begin in 2 months. A feminine voice inquired about who would handle the 9-tailed beast. Madara, the one addressed, stated that Pain would take care of it, noting the unusual lack of information about the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, suggesting that Konoha was hiding him. Pain wondered if something had happened, to which Madara responded that he would investigate and bring back information, reminding them that the 9-tailed beast was last on their list. A week later, Naruto landed on his feet and began to walk, followed by several clones of Zetsu. He approached Madara, who was seated and appeared weak, his eyes closed and breathing slow. Naruto placed a hand on Madara's shoulder, prompting him to open his eye and look at Naruto. Madara spoke in a faint voice, acknowledging his condition and instructing Naruto to rely on Zetsu for assistance. He reminded Naruto that after the death of a Biju, it would revive 3 years later, meaning he would need to wait a few more months to capture the Kyuubi. Naruto assured him that he understood. Zetsu stood beside Naruto, cloaked and in his plant mode. Madara expressed his trust in Naruto, confident that he would not fail him. "When you bring me back to life, we will create that dream world together," he said, taking Naruto's hand. Madara looked at Naruto for a moment and then smiled. Without a doubt, aside from the color of his hair, Naruto resembled him greatly at the same age. Madara glanced at Zetsu, who understood perfectly and walked behind Madara's chair. Zetsu, the white one, commented that he had some final words for Naruto. Naruto simply looked at Zetsu and then back at Madara. He embraced Madara, surprising him, as he had not expected such a gesture, especially considering that Naruto had become somewhat cold and distant. Naruto expressed his gratitude, referring to Madara as his grandfather. After those words, Zetsu disconnected the machine providing chakra to Madara, who slowly closed his eye and passed away, or perhaps entered a limbo, waiting for Naruto to revive him. Naruto held the embrace for a few more seconds before releasing it. His eyes were closed and tears streamed down his face. When he opened his eyes, his 3-tomo Sharingan was activated. The Sharingan began to spin rapidly, and then it transformed. Naruto had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan after witnessing his grandfather's death. Despite his distance, Naruto had a deep affection for his grandfather. After all, he had never had family, and no one had ever spoken to him about them. Madara had come not only to save his life but also to tell him about his grandmother and mother. Naruto was not entirely on board with Madara's plan, but he felt he owed much to his grandfather. He had spent nearly 3 years with him, learning to see him not just as the great Uchiha Madara but as the grandfather Naruto wanted. Wiping away his tears, Naruto felt a great warmth in his eyes. He looked at Zetsu, who was smiling, at least the white Zetsu, as it was hard to tell if the black Zetsu was expressing any emotion. Zetsu, the black one, noted that Naruto had obtained his Mangekyō Sharingan, surprising Naruto a bit. Naruto acknowledged that it had awakened and considered it a good thing. As his Mangekyō spun and returned to the 3 tomos, he looked at Zetsu. Zetsu, the white one, asked what would happen next. Naruto replied that for now he would wrap his grandfather's body and seal it. As he moved away, Zetsu followed him, asking if he was going out. Naruto stated that he would not be going out just yet. He intended to train his Mangekyō until he became accustomed to it and discovered his new powers. He estimated that 3 months would be more than enough time. Becoming strong is something that, as one lives longer, one realizes the importance of. Life teaches you to be strong and even forces you to be so. In life, there is one clear truth. You either learn or you learn. It is that simple, yet difficult to endure. Sasuke Uchiha desired to become strong. He longed for it and was willing to do anything to gain power. This mindset led him to make an absurd decision, to pursue Orochimaru solely for the sake of acquiring power. Perhaps Sasuke did not think of the consequences and only focused on the power he could gain. In the end, he was stopped by Naruto and returned to the village. However, Naruto did not, which was why Sasuke decided not to pursue Orochimaru again. One thing Sasuke hated and wanted to avoid was acquiring power in the same way Itachi had. He had not killed Naruto, that was what he repeated to himself, trying to believe it. No one judged him or accused him of having killed Naruto, but Sasuke felt a heavy burden. Perhaps that weight, or the realization of his poor decision, was what led Sasuke to stay in the village. The Hokage had told him he would have a 3-year training journey with Kakashi. Almost 3 years had passed, and Sasuke had made significant progress, calming the thirst for power that had once blinded him. Yet, despite his progress in strength and mindset, Sasuke still yearned for revenge. He could not forget it, and day by day, the memories of that massacre tormented him, making him question whether he was on the path that would lead him to complete his revenge. Sitting atop one of the buildings in Sunagakure, Sasuke sighed as he gazed at the sky. Kakashi appeared behind him and walked over to sit beside him. Kakashi mentioned that he thought Sasuke would want to train. Sasuke remarked that Kakashi always arrived late, which was why he had decided to do the same. Kakashi acknowledged that sometimes he got lost in the path of life and suggested they start training. Sasuke asked Kakashi to evaluate his power level. Kakashi considered it and concluded that Sasuke was at the level of an experienced jounin, noting how quickly he had adapted to the training. Sasuke felt that was not enough. Kakashi observed Sasuke, who had turned his face back to the sky. He knew that Sasuke still thought a lot about revenge, and he also wanted to gather information from Jiraiya about Akatsuki to find out where Itachi was. Kakashi admitted that Sasuke had changed. He was no longer as arrogant, which was a small but significant change. Sasuke stood up, confirming they would train in the same place. Kakashi agreed, stating that this time they would increase the hours of training. Naruto began to walk, followed closely by Sasuke. Unknown location. According to Naruto, 3 months was more than enough time to adapt to his new eyes, discover their powers, and make significant progress. He felt stronger than ever. After all, his master was Madara, who knew exactly how to push Naruto beyond his limits and bring out the best in him. It was as if Madara had known Naruto for a long time. There was also the possibility that Madara had trained Naruto with a specific goal in mind, which explained why Naruto often ended his training utterly exhausted, longing for weeks of rest. Despite this, Naruto saw it as a challenge he had to overcome. He understood that this rigorous training would yield great results, and indeed it had. He had made remarkable progress and learned many jutsus, especially about the Sharingan. Naruto absorbed a wealth of knowledge and recognized the importance of understanding. Madara had told him that a battle could be won with the mind alone. Initially, Naruto found this idea silly, but as he learned more about jutsus, the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan, and their history, he found himself captivated. While he didn't know everything, he was no longer ignorant, having undergone mental and physical training that produced substantial results. In the hideout, Naruto stood shirtless, wearing black shinobi pants, blue low-cut shinobi boots, and black gloves with metal tops. His Mangekyō was activated. Zetsu observed from a distance. It had been 2 weeks since Madara's passing and since Naruto began training with his Mangekyō, during which he had learned a few things. Naruto closed his eyes briefly and formed hand seals. He unleashed a burst of fire that took the shape of a chain. As the flames spread across the ground, he performed the tiger seal, causing the fire to grow stronger and taller. Quickly he formed more hand seals. He unleashed a wave of water that extinguished the flames. Naruto then pulled out a scroll, approached the water, and made hand seals, causing all the water to vanish. Spinning his Mangekyō, a silver ribcage formed around him. He turned to Zetsu and nodded, signaling him to throw a kunai with an explosive tag attached. The kunai detonated in front of Naruto, sending a cloud of smoke into the air. As it cleared, a skeletal arm emerged, encasing Naruto alongside the ribcage. Naruto reflected on the experience, realizing that this was Susanoo. The more he controlled it, the closer he would get to its full evolution. Zetsu approached him, noting that Naruto had managed to summon a limb. Zetsu remarked that Naruto had made significant progress, and the study of the Mangekyō had greatly benefited him. Naruto agreed, expressing surprise at how well he had adapted to his new eyes. He felt that 3 months of training might not be necessary after all. Zetsu asked if that meant Naruto didn't need 3 more months of training. Naruto replied that while he didn't need that much time, he would train for another 2 weeks. He raised his arms, and a large mechanical body formed around him, lacking legs but possessing 2 silver arms and a human skull with yellow eyes and large fangs. Zetsu acknowledged the evolution. Naruto explained that the Sharingan evolves through hatred and training, assuring Zetsu that an Uchiha filled with hatred becomes incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, in Mangekyō, Sasuke deflected several shurikens with his sword. He charged forward and clashed with Kakashi, who had his Sharingan activated and a kunai in hand. They exchanged attacks, with Sasuke parrying with his sword and Kakashi countering with his kunai. Sasuke crouched low and attempted a spinning kick at Kakashi's feet, but Kakashi leaped to avoid it, only to be caught off guard by a kick to his stomach from Sasuke. Kakashi seized Sasuke's foot and spun him around, sending him tumbling in the air. Sasuke landed on his feet, forming the tiger seal. Sasuke unleashed a massive fireball towards Kakashi, who quickly formed hand seals and created a large wall of earth. The fireball collided with the wall, creating a thick cloud of smoke. Sasuke, with his three-bladed Sharingan activated, focused on the smoke, anticipating Kakashi's next move. Kakashi dashed towards him with kunai drawn. As Kakashi closed in, Sasuke, moving with blinding speed, moved his sword into Kakashi's abdomen, but it exploded into a cloud of smoke. Sasuke realized too late that it was a clone. He looked down to find himself standing in a puddle of mud. Kakashi appeared behind him, pressing the tip of his kunai against Sasuke's neck, catching him off guard. Kakashi noted that it seemed to be over. Sasuke acknowledged this, vanishing as if he had never been there. Kakashi realized he had fallen into a genjutsu. He turned just in time to block Sasuke's sword attack with his kunai, and they both pushed away from each other. Kakashi remarked on how close he had come to being surprised. Sasuke, distancing himself, caught Kakashi's eye. Kakashi sighed, pondering how to help Sasuke move beyond his obsession with revenge. Kakashi pondered the changes in Sasuke. He was someone who had transformed, yet whenever memories of the massacre surfaced, Sasuke became a different person, dark and consumed by a desire to find and confront Itachi. This inner turmoil had created a struggle within him, making it difficult for Kakashi to guide him toward a better path. As Kakashi looked up at the sky, he sighed, longing to return to Konoha to visit Rin and Obito, and to pay his respects at the memorial stone for Naruto. Meanwhile, Sasuke walked through the streets of Mangekyō, his expression serious as he focused ahead. The haunting memories of the massacre tormented him, preventing him from training effectively, which led him to leave. Nothing seemed to be going as Sasuke had hoped. The memories of his family and Itachi's words echoed in his mind, and today, he was also plagued by thoughts of Naruto. From the moment he woke up, Naruto's name filled his thoughts, along with all their shared memories. He knew that the day would only worsen, and he repeatedly reminded himself that he hadn't killed Naruto, but those memories contradicted him. After all, it was often said that one's greatest enemy is oneself. Sasuke snapped out of his thoughts when he spotted Temari in a small shop. He walked past her, but she noticed and followed him. Temari called out to him, prompting him to stop. She mentioned that she had just come from the Kazekage's office but had decided to go out for some shopping. Sasuke, avoiding eye contact, replied that he had finished his training. Temari expressed surprise at how quickly he had completed it, noting that most people trained until late in the evening. Sasuke insisted that it was enough for now, his frown deepening. Temari commented on how both he and Kakashi had become quite strong, adding that she had also improved. Sasuke merely scoffed, and when Temari asked if something was bothering him, he snapped that all women were bothersome before walking away, leaving her stunned. Kakashi arrived at the hotel where he and Sasuke were staying. It was late, and he assumed Sasuke was already asleep. However, he noticed Sasuke's door was open and approached the room, finding it empty. With a sigh, he headed up to the terrace, where he found Sasuke sitting on the railing, staring into the distance. Kakashi approached him, surprised to see him awake. He remarked that he thought Sasuke would be asleep, but Sasuke coldly told him to leave him alone. Kakashi urged him to stop dwelling on revenge, explaining that it only distracted him. Sasuke interrupted, frustrated with Kakashi's advice. Kakashi reminded him that he had chosen to accompany him on this journey and that he trained him not just for revenge, but to help him find a new purpose in life. He shared his own losses, emphasizing that choosing revenge would not bring back those they had lost. He left Sasuke alone with his thoughts. Sasuke looked up at the sky, contemplating what that new purpose could be. It was something only he could discover, but despite his efforts, he found no motivation beyond revenge. Since the massacre, his mind had been consumed with hatred and the desire for vengeance. 2 weeks later, Naruto was deeply committed to his training, spending hours pushing himself to his limits. For him, 2 weeks was ample time to prepare and improve, a routine he had grown accustomed to after enduring Madara's rigorous training. After finishing another training session, Naruto felt invigorated. He was shirtless, wearing black shinobi pants and matching sandals, when he noticed Zetsu emerging from the ground. Zetsu cheerfully reminded him that the 2 weeks had passed. Naruto acknowledged how quickly time had flown, letting his hair down from its tie. Zetsu asked if Naruto was planning to go out, to which Naruto affirmed, mentioning that he could have done so last week but chose to train a bit longer. He grabbed an apple from his bag, prompting Zetsu to comment on his newfound obsession with the fruit. Naruto replied that it was natural since apples were the only fruit Zetsu had brought him over the past 2 years. Curious, Zetsu inquired about Naruto's plans. Naruto explained that he couldn't enter Akatsuki just yet. He wanted to remain in the shadows for a while. He had a strategy in mind. Obito and Akatsuki were hunting the Bijus, and once only the Kyuubi and Hachibi remained, he would take action. He intended to let Obito handle most of the work, ready to step in if necessary, and when only 2 Bijus were left, he would pursue Obito directly. Zetsu Black noted that Obito could use pain against Naruto. Naruto acknowledged this possibility, explaining that he couldn't eliminate Nagato since he needed him for his plan. However, staying in the shadows provided him an advantage, allowing him to approach Nagato more easily. He tossed the remnants of an apple aside as he contemplated his strategy. Zetsu White, with a smile, expressed interest in how Naruto would execute his plan. Naruto elaborated that if he infiltrated Akatsuki, Obito would be able to monitor him. When the time came for him to implement his plan, Obito would be ready to send Nagato and his pats against him, or perhaps even more Akatsuki members. While he wasn't worried about fighting, he reiterated that he couldn't kill Nagato. Despite his changed appearance, Obito would still recognize him, which could jeopardize the plan. Zetsu White understood and listened intently. Naruto continued, explaining that remaining in the shadows would make him unrecognizable to Nagato, which was preferable. He considered the implications of someone who was previously unknown now possessing extensive knowledge about Akatsuki's plans, Madara, and even the paths of pain. He also had Zetsu's assistance. While he focused on ensuring the Bijus were captured, Zetsu would investigate the location of Nagato's true body. He intended to speak with Nagato, who would be more likely to believe him than Pain. Zetsu Black remarked that Naruto had everything planned out, prompting a smile from Zetsu White. Naruto reaffirmed his commitment, stating that he always kept his promises. Zetsu White then mentioned that Madara had left something for Naruto to use, his tone filled with excitement. When Naruto inquired about it, Zetsu pointed to a large box behind a chair. Naruto rose and walked around the chair, discovering a large box and beside it, the scythe that Madara once wielded. Opening the box, Naruto was surprised to find Madara's shinobi attire, reminiscent of a samurai's, which he believed would suit him perfectly. He changed out of his current clothes and began to don Madara's attire, wrapping bandages around his legs and putting on black shinobi sandals and gloves. As he admired the outfit, he noted that it was similar to what Hashirama and Tobirama had worn. Zetsu Black pointed out that while the armor was indeed Madara's, the clothing itself was not. Naruto acknowledged that despite being Madara's armor, it was in pristine condition and comfortable as he flexed his arms. Zetsu White agreed that he looked ready. Naruto then activated his Sharingan, which transformed into his Mangekyō, summoning a large humanoid figure around him, his Susanoo. With a powerful punch, the Susanoo struck the wall, causing it to crumble. After dismissing his Susanoo, Naruto stepped through the opening created by the impact, finally emerging into the outside world after nearly 3 years. He took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air. He observed that they were in Uzushiogakure and noted that they were closer to Kirigakure. Zetsu White asked what their next move would be, and Naruto replied that they needed to find a hideout to establish themselves. He suggested heading to Kiri, reasoning that the aftermath of the Civil War meant they wouldn't face significant military strength, allowing them to avoid unnecessary battles. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure, the Tsuchikage, Anoki, was in his office, burdened by paperwork and a sore back. His granddaughter Kuratsuchi entered with Akatsuchi by her side. Kuratsuchi asked if he had decided to retire and pass the Tsuchikage position to her, wearing a small smile. Anoki firmly stated that he would not retire and that she was not yet ready. Akatsuchi commented on the touching scene, and Kuratsuchi then revealed she had something that would surely improve Inoki's back pain. She produced a piece of paper, which piqued Inoki's interest. As he took the paper, Kuratsuchi explained it contained a significant opportunity to eliminate their enemies. Upon opening the paper, Inoki read the 4 words, Jinchuriki of Konoha dead. He narrowed his eyes at Kuratsuchi, demanding to know how she obtained this information. Kuratsuchi explained that a man named Kabuto had given it to her, mentioning it was a detail from Orochimaru. Akatsuchi noted Orochimaru's status as one of the legendary Sannin. Inoki reflected on Orochimaru's current status as a Konoha deserter and a notorious criminal, recalling his attempts to destroy Konoha and his role in the death of the 3rd Hokage. Kuratsuchi narrowed her eyes as she listened to her grandfather. Inoki explained that if the information was true, then Konoha's military power was diminished. However, he reassured her that despite losing their Jinchuriki, Konoha still had formidable shinobi like Hatake Kakashi, 2 of the legendary Sannin, the Hyuga clan, the last Uchiha, and many strong jounin. While Konoha had lost some of its military strength, it was far from vulnerable. Kuratsuchi asked if that meant their plans were over, but Inoki insisted that they would use the information they had to act against Konoha. The first step would be to convince Kumogakure to ally with them. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, Naruto was navigating the borders, planning to take a boat to the village. He believed Kirigakure would be a good hideout due to its remoteness from other villages, allowing him to remain in the shadows. He thought he could find a house in the midst of reconstruction to use as a hideout, confident that no one would recognize him there. To blend in, he decided to use his transformation jutsu, turning into a beautiful woman with long blonde hair and a striking figure, inexplicably dressed in a swimsuit. As he approached Kirigakure, he completed the transformation and began rowing until he reached the shore. Upon disembarking, he encountered 2 men in Kirigakure uniforms who appeared to be jounin. It would be quite a challenge to deceive 2 jounin with such a jutsu. One of the jounin, slightly blushing, asked who she was. Naruto, adopting a frightened tone, claimed to be seeking help, collapsing to the ground. The 2 jounin rushed to her side, concerned for her well-being. She explained that she had been rowing for hours and had been trapped by a very bad man who had treated her poorly, prompting her to shed tears. The first jounin, nervously assuring her that everything would be all right, offered her a place to stay. The second jounin echoed his sentiment, both of them eager to assist her. Naruto, with a bright smile, expressed her gratitude, making the jounin blush even more. One of them offered her his jacket to keep warm, directing her to some shops where she could buy clothes. As she entered the village, the jounin admired her beauty, captivated by her presence. Naruto wandered through the streets of Kirigakure, which were still under reconstruction, searching for a place to stay. She received compliments from various men, smiling politely but growing weary of the attention. Spotting a house that was being rebuilt and appeared to be unoccupied, she approached the 2 men working there with a friendly smile. She proposed to help them with the reconstruction in exchange for a place to stay. The men, taken aback by her charm, eagerly agreed, insisting that they would handle the heavy work to spare her delicate hands. Naruto found their chivalry endearing and promised a reward once the house was finished. The men, motivated by her words, worked diligently to complete the task. After a short while, they had finished the reconstruction, furnishing the house and making it livable. As they entered the house, one of the men inquired about a scroll she was reading. Naruto explained that it contained a recipe for a delicious meal, which left the men slightly disappointed, hoping for something more personal. However, she hinted that the real reward awaited them inside the house. Once inside, the atmosphere shifted as Naruto removed her jacket, catching the men off guard. Just then, Zetsu emerged from the shadows, startling the 2 men, who instinctively felt the need to protect her. The man picked up a broom. Naruto sighed and then formed a hand sign, canceling the CC jutsu, which surprised the 2 men. One man remarked on the jutsu, while the other expressed frustration at being tricked. Naruto thanked them for giving him the house, promising to repay them. He activated his Sharingan, causing the 2 men to fall to the ground, their faces reflecting a strange satisfaction. Zetsu Black observed the scene, questioning why the men wore such expressions. Naruto explained that he felt the need to repay them, suggesting they were now surrounded by women and would likely consider themselves in paradise. Zetsu White smiled and asked what they should do with the men. Naruto instructed Zetsu to take care of them, noting that at least they would die happy. He then began to explore the house. Zetsu White agreed, smiling as he separated from Zetsu Black and created 2 clones to take the men underground. Zetsu Black turned to Naruto, noting that he had chosen to stay. Naruto affirmed his decision, expressing no concern and mentioning that he could benefit from a village like Kirigakure. Naruto was a determined person. If he said he would achieve something, he fought until he did. During his time in Konoha, he often repeated a phrase, "I will not go back on my word, that is my ninja way." This phrase seemed to accompany him always, balancing the weight of his words with the weight of his actions. It was this balance that allowed Naruto to achieve the impossible and demonstrate how much one could accomplish with perseverance. It was as if destiny challenged Naruto to pursue anything. He had once aimed to become Hokage, and he was making significant progress, but everything collapsed in a single day. Now, he found himself on a different path, a dark one, or perhaps a path where he could find peace. It was uncertain whether life was trying to teach him something or if Naruto was destined to decide the fate of the world. No one knew, but one thing was certain: Naruto was a crucial part of this world. Whether it led to destruction or salvation, only a higher power could know. Naruto was reviewing some scrolls, a pastime he enjoyed when he wasn't training. He often studied history or learned new jutsus. He looked up as Zetsu emerged from the ground and approached him. Zetsu Black noted that Akatsuki had not yet begun their hunt. Naruto speculated that they would wait a bit longer and inquired about what Zetsu had discovered. Zetsu White reported that Kirigakure did not have a Jinchuriki, identifying a deserting Jinchuriki named Utakata, who was the host of the Six Tails. He continued, explaining that Iwagakure had lost 2 Jinchurikis, both captured by Akatsuki, while Kumo still had theirs, and the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails had not been captured. Naruto calculated that Akatsuki had 2 Jinchurikis captured, mentioning that the previous Mizukage, Yagura, was dead, but the 3 tails had likely not been captured yet. Zetsu White remarked that capturing a Biju must be even more challenging. Naruto agreed, noting that all Akatsuki members were S-rank criminals. He then asked about the female Jinchuriki. Zetsu Black informed him that she was a kunoichi from Takigakure named Fu. Naruto expressed confidence that capturing her would not be a problem, recalling that Takigakure had once been home to many great shinobi, particularly Jonin, though its military strength had diminished significantly. He mentioned a famous kenjutsu called Jiangu that had been stolen by an Akatsuki member, as he walked toward the kitchen with Zetsu. Zetsu White eagerly asked what Naruto planned to do. Naruto decided to remain in the shadows, stating that he could not act until Akatsuki began their Biju hunt. He instructed Zetsu to find Nagato's location, expressing a desire to speak with him before the hunt began. He then sat at the table and opened his ramen. Zetsu Black bid farewell, and Zetsu White promised to return quickly before sinking into the ground and disappearing. Naruto watched Zetsu vanish and began to enjoy his ramen, savoring the moment since it had been a long time since he had won. In Sunagakure, Gaara, who had only recently become Kazekage, was beginning to feel the weight of his responsibilities. The people of Suna did not admire or respect him, they only feared him, just as they had in his childhood. Nevertheless, Gaara pressed on with determination, having made a promise he was unwilling to break. After Naruto's death, he vowed to become strong enough to protect all his loved ones, not wanting to lose anyone again. This promise kept Gaara standing firm in his role as Kazekage. He loved his home and would give his life to protect it. It was the place where he had seen his mother, where his siblings lived, and where the people needed a leader after losing the 4th Kazekage, Raza, due to Orochimaru's deception during the invasion of Konoha. It was Gaara's duty to help the village recover. Now, standing atop the Kazekage Tower and looking over the village, Gaara was approached by Kankuro. Kankuro informed him that Sasuke and Kakashi were about to leave. Gaara quietly reflected on Naruto Uzumaki, his voice barely above a whisper, revealing his sadness. Kankuro called out to him, concerned. Gaara decided to go and say goodbye to Kakashi and Sasuke, acknowledging the weight of his responsibilities as Kazekage. He was aware that the people still feared him, but he was resolved to fight for the village, no matter what it cost him. Kankuro looked at Gaara and expressed his commitment to stand by him in the fight for their village, just like Temari. Gaara acknowledged this with gratitude, offering a small smile that surprised Kankuro. Kankuro, feeling a bit confused, responded with a simple acknowledgement. Gaara then suggested they say goodbye to Kakashi and Sasuke. As they walked to the main gate of Sunagakure, they found Kakashi and Sasuke waiting, along with Baki and Temari. Gaara noted that Kakashi and Sasuke were set to depart that day. Kakashi mentioned that although they still had 2 months of training left, they had made significant progress and decided to return early, with Sasuke eager to test his new skills on real missions. Gaara hoped that Sasuke had found some peace, to which Sasuke responded that there was only one way to find it, and everyone understood the weight of his words. Kankuro wished them well on their journey, and Temari encouraged them to take care, looking forward to seeing them again. Baki expressed his pleasure in having them around. Kakashi bid farewell and began to walk away, while Sasuke lingered, looking at Gaara. He mentioned that he hadn't been the one to end Naruto's life, revealing the depth of his feelings. Gaara reassured Sasuke that he understood and shared in the loss, which brought a smile to Sasuke's face before he joined Kakashi. Kakashi reflected on how much Naruto had impacted Sasuke, acknowledging that Naruto's influence would never be erased. Sasuke agreed, sighing as they continued on their way. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, Naruto sat at a table, waiting for Zetsu. Hours passed, and he remained expressionless while reading a scroll. Zetsu eventually appeared and informed Naruto that their target was in Mangekyō, at the tallest tower. Naruto realized the challenge ahead, knowing that pain was guarding it, and he preferred to avoid confrontation. Zetsu, curious about Naruto's plan, asked how he intended to approach the situation. Naruto inquired if anyone besides Obito knew about their target, to which Zetsu replied that Konan, Pain's ally, was also aware. Naruto recognized that getting close to her would be difficult since she was likely always with Pain. He decided to step out for food, planning to leave in the afternoon to reach Mangekyō by morning. As he walked through the streets of Kiri, Naruto changed out of his shinobi attire to blend in as a civilian. He knew that being recognized could lead to trouble, but he aimed to make a quick trip to the store. Entering the first shop he sought out his favorite food, ramen. He grabbed around 20 cups and approached the cashier, who looked at him curiously for carrying so many. The shopkeeper commented on Naruto's love for ramen, to which Naruto simply smiled and agreed. Just then, a striking woman entered the store, accompanied by a man with blue hair and a serious demeanor. The shopkeeper greeted her respectfully as Mizukichi, and Naruto took notice of her as she examined facial treatments. The woman, Mei, engaged in conversation with her companion, Chujiro, who seemed a bit flustered. Naruto approached, but Chujiro stepped in front of Mei, asking who he was. Naruto calmly explained he was just picking up a facial cream. Mei, surprised, remarked on the rarity of a man caring about his appearance, to which Naruto replied that he liked to take care of himself, causing Mei to blush slightly. Curious about Naruto's travels, Mei asked if he was a shinobi. He replied that he was a merchant, traveling from village to village selling various products, including women's undergarments, which made Mei smile. Chujiro, still present, reminded them he was there, prompting Mei to ask him to wait for her fruits. As Chujiro stepped away, Mei turned back to Naruto, expressing interest in seeing his merchandise and asking for his help in choosing what suited her best. Naruto spoke with a hint of curiosity, mentioning that he had heard the shopkeeper refer to Mei as Mizukichi-sama. Mei, with a welcoming demeanor, introduced herself as Mei Terumi, the Mizukichi of Kirigakure, extending her hand to Naruto. He introduced himself as Hikaru Hayura, shaking her hand in return. Mei found his name intriguing and expressed interest in learning more about his business. Naruto responded affirmatively, addressing her as Mizukichi. As Mei, the Mizukichi of Kirigakure, crossed paths with Naruto, he found the situation fascinating. Many would envy his chance to be near her, but Naruto viewed it differently. He sensed that this encounter could play a significant role in his future, though only he understood the full implications of it. One thing was certain: Meiterumi was destined to become a part of Naruto's intricate and dark plans. Naruto donned his armor and gloves, turning to see Zetsu observing him intently. Zetsu, with an excited tone, urged Naruto to begin moving. Naruto explained his intention to head to Mangekyō to approach a woman named Konan, whom he believed held the key to getting closer to Nagato. Zetsu confirmed they would wait for him in Mangekyō at dawn. Naruto assured him he would hurry, then made his way to the door. Zetsu noted Naruto's battle-ready appearance, suggesting he was preparing for a fight. Naruto acknowledged that he needed to find a way to draw Konan closer, anticipating she might attack him, so he was prepared. Zetsu warned him to avoid drawing too much attention before sinking into the ground. Naruto created a clone and instructed it to stay behind before leaving his home. As night fell, he moved swiftly across the rooftops, reaching Mangekyō and climbing the wall. He noticed several Anbu and Jonin at the entrance, about 12 in total. Jumping down from the wall, he landed just in front of them. The shinobi rushed toward him, so focused on defeating him that they neglected to send someone to report to the Mizukichi. Naruto activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, summoning a protective barrier that shielded him from their attacks. The Anbu leaped back, unable to counter his defense. As the barrier faded, Naruto's Sharingan was visible, and within moments, all 12 shinobi lay unconscious on the ground. Zetsu appeared beside Naruto, with Zetsu White smiling at the scene while Zetsu Black's expression remained unreadable. Zetsu Black remarked on the unconscious bodies, and Naruto instructed him to take care of them before he began running across the water. Zetsu White commented on how Naruto could have eliminated them all as he watched Naruto speed away. Mangekyō, located in the land of rain and surrounded by the land of fire, wind, and earth, was a highly industrialized village often isolated from the outside world. It was perpetually rainy, as its name suggested, and had been a battlefield for the great nations, resulting in destruction and loss of innocent lives. The village had suffered greatly due to the wars among the larger countries. Currently, the village seemed stable. In the past, it had been led by Hanzo of the Salamander, who had since been killed. Now, the villagers referred to their leader as God. Atop the tallest tower stood a man with orange hair and piercings, seemingly unfazed by the rain. He possessed the Rinnegan and wore the Akatsuki cloak. This was Pain, the leader of Akatsuki and the god of Mangekyō. Behind him stood his loyal companion, Konan, known as the Angel of Mangekyō. Pain reflected on the upcoming hunt for the Jinchuriki, feeling they were close to achieving peace. Konan called his attention, indicating that someone had arrived. A dark voice echoed, hinting at the imminent arrival of peace, accompanied by the glow of a Sharingan in the shadows. Pain confirmed that each member had their assigned Jinchuriki to capture. Konan inquired about the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, addressing the figure now recognized as Madara. Madara noted something unusual about Naruto Uzumaki, stepping into the light to reveal his orange spiral mask and Sharingan. He explained that it seemed Konoha had hidden Naruto, but he had a plan to approach him once the hunt for the Jinchuriki began. Konan acknowledged this, maintaining her calm demeanor, while Madara reminded Pain that he would be the one to pursue the Nine Tails before vanishing into a swirling vortex. Pain affirmed his understanding. Pain observed with an indifferent expression as Madara vanished from sight. In the land of fire, Naruto was running toward Mangekyō. To reach his destination more quickly, he decided to enter the land of fire, aiming to avoid Konoha and the memories that lingered there. After about 2 hours, Naruto spotted land, confirming he was now in the land of fire. He reached the shore, knowing that entering the land of fire undetected would be challenging, but there was no time to dwell on that. He was already in it. Zetsu emerged from the ground and stood beside Naruto. The white Zetsu remarked that Naruto would need to pass over the land of fire. Naruto acknowledged this and activated his Mangekyō, closing his left eye. The black Zetsu pointed out that Naruto's chakra was very low, akin to someone with minimal chakra. Naruto explained that he intended to remain unnoticed. Only someone with exceptional sensory abilities might detect his presence. He then began walking, followed by Zetsu. The white Zetsu added that at this hour, it was less likely anyone would detect him, and then sank back into the ground. Naruto watched Zetsu disappear before leaping onto a branch and moving northeast. Despite his reluctance, he would pass near Konoha. Deep down, he felt a sense of nostalgia about returning to what had once been his home, but he had a promise to fulfill. He had vowed to his grandfather to complete the infinite Tsukuyomi plan and eliminate Obito. He couldn't break that promise. Minutes passed as Naruto sped through the trees. The seal he had placed concealed his chakra, making it difficult to sense his presence due to the low chakra levels. This was all due to the seal that masked his true chakra, acting as a suppression seal that even an expert sensor would struggle to detect. Naruto could maintain this seal for an entire day without expending chakra, but it prevented him from using his Mangekyō, as doing so would break the seal. Naruto jumped to the top of a tall tree and saw Konoha directly in front of him. Memories flooded his mind, prompting him to shake his head to dispel them. He didn't want those memories to lead him into Konoha. It was a challenge to resist the pull of those recollections, but he recalled how Konoha had abandoned him, how they hadn't even searched for his body and had presumed him dead. He was certain the villagers were relieved he was gone. Those memories were replaced by thoughts of his childhood and the suffering he endured. With a heavy sigh, Naruto began leaping from branch to branch, skirting around Konoha to avoid entering it. He managed to leave Konoha behind and continued onward, not looking back as he neared the land of rain. As Naruto advanced, he paused on a branch upon sensing two presences nearby. He concealed himself among the branches and listened closely. The silence made it easy to hear the voices, and he quickly recognized them. Kakashi Hatake and Sasuke Uchiha were heading toward Konoha. Kakashi appeared unchanged, while Sasuke had transformed, now wearing a Chunin uniform and the Konoha headband. Naruto watched them, unable to shake the thought that here was his former friend and rival, someone he had once brought back to Konoha, while now he was outside, presumed dead by everyone in the village. As Kakashi and Sasuke moved further away, Naruto turned and decided to keep going. They paused and looked back, sensing an odd feeling as if they were being watched. Kakashi questioned what that sensation was, glancing toward the trees, while Sasuke admitted he didn't know but sensed it was gone. Kakashi shrugged it off, noting that Konoha's gate was just ahead, and resumed walking, with Sasuke following. Naruto continued moving swiftly, determined to reach Mangekyō as quickly as possible. He wanted to meet Pain, but more importantly, he sought to confront someone with a Rinnegan. He knew he had to be cautious. Acting recklessly would make convincing Nagato more difficult. Naruto was well informed about the Rinnegan from the scrolls and what Madara had told him. He understood that someone with a Rinnegan could be a formidable sensor, meaning even the seal would not prevent Pain from detecting him. However, Naruto had a risky idea. After all, if Pain called himself a god, it meant he would only fight someone worthy. In Mangekyō, Naruto could finally see the village. It took him an hour to reach Mangekyō after entering the Land of Fire, and as he approached his destination, a smile spread across his face. He dashed across the water, finally reaching solid ground in Mangekyō. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the falling rain. Naruto pulled out a scroll, performed a hand seal, and produced a hooded cloak. He removed his armor, leaving only his regular clothes underneath, stored the armor in the scroll, and tucked the scroll into his kunai pouch. He donned the hood and began walking deeper into Mangekyō. Meanwhile, Pain stood atop the tallest tower, surveying the village. He was surprised to sense an unusual chakra lingering around the area. Although it was faint, Pain recognized it did not belong to any villager from Mangekyō. It could be one of those ninjas from another village seeking refuge or perhaps trouble. He turned to Konan, who was watching him intently. Konan asked if something was wrong, and Pain replied that someone had interfered with his reign. It was a low chakra level, indicating he must be a low-level shinobi. Konan decided she would handle it herself, transforming into many small paper butterflies as she moved away. Pain cautioned her to be careful as he watched her go. Naruto continued walking through the streets of Mangekyō, unaware that Zetsu was following him underground. He stopped, turned right, and entered an alley. Suddenly, several paper butterflies fluttered past him and began to gather in front, causing him to halt. The butterflies formed into Konan, who observed him intently. She asked who he was and what he wanted there, her expression serious as she tried to decipher his identity. Naruto removed his hood, revealing his face, but Konan remained impassive. He stated that he would be the one asking questions. Just then, Zetsu Black emerged from the ground, seizing control of Konan's body, rendering her unable to move as Naruto approached her. Confused, Konan questioned what was happening. Naruto addressed her directly, stating that they would help each other. Though surprised, Konan maintained her serious demeanor, trying to understand who this man was. She had never seen him before and didn't recall him from the bingo book. Naruto pressed her for cooperation, but she insisted she didn't know him and questioned how she could assist him. This made Naruto smile, as he pointed out that it was crucial for her to help him. He then revealed a scroll, which piqued her interest. Konan warned him that no matter what he did, someone would find him and make him pay. Naruto inquired if she meant Pain or Nagato, which startled her. She asked how he knew that name, and he replied that he knew many things, including Akatsuki, the Bijus, and Madara Uchiha, activating his Sharingan. Konan was taken aback and asked who he was. Before he could answer, Zetsu interrupted, warning Naruto that danger was behind him. Reacting quickly, Naruto turned to see several paper shurikens flying toward him. He narrowed his eyes and skillfully dodged them, catching each one before turning back to Konan with a smirk, realizing she had set a trap. Konan confirmed it, and the shurikens exploded, creating a large cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, a crater marked the spot of the explosion. Konan knew that if Naruto had survived he would be severely injured, yet he didn't seem weak enough to be defeated so easily. Naruto, now perched on a rooftop with his Sharingan active, reminded her that with an Uchiha leader and a companion, looking them in the eyes was a grave mistake. Zetsu, still controlling Konan, turned her to face Naruto, who remained calm and composed. Konan acknowledged her lack of control over her body, maintaining her composure despite the situation. Naruto remarked that her coldness could be annoying, but he found it appealing. Suddenly, Konan cried out in pain, causing concern to flash across Naruto's face. He urged Zetsu not to harm her, prompting Konan to look at him. Zetsu insisted he hadn't done anything to her, while Konan noted that Naruto's actions in Mangekyō were surprisingly kind. He clarified that he wasn't there to fight anyone, pulling out another scroll. She asked what it contained, and he urged her to let it go. As he spoke, Zetsu released his hold on Konan, sinking back into the ground. Konan unfurled her paper wings and ascended, creating numerous paper shurikens. Naruto watched as he tossed the scroll to her, which she caught with a paper arm she had formed. He reassured her that the scroll contained no harm, and she would likely be interested in the information it held. He explained that it contained directions to meet him, where they could talk. Konan questioned what would happen if she chose not to go, to which Naruto replied that the decision was hers. He urged her to consider whether she wanted to follow the false Madara or learn the truth, reminding her that pain would not make the right choice. She needed to take it, just as Yahiko would have. Naruto observed her for a moment before beginning to fade away like ash in the wind. Konan, puzzled, asked who he truly was. He declared himself the one chosen to bring true peace to the world, Naruto Uzumaki. With that, he vanished into the ground as if he had never been there. Konan descended, her wings disappearing as she looked at the scroll, noticing the Uchiha symbol on it. She recalled Naruto's presence and sighed, realizing she had heard that name before. Memories of a conversation with Madara about the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails flooded her mind. She pondered the implications of Naruto being someone who not only was outside Konoha but also possessed the Sharingan and an abundance of knowledge. The thought of connecting the dots stirred her curiosity. Although she was loyal to her friends and especially to Nagato, she questioned how much Naruto truly knew. The savior of the world? Yahiko, Nagato, and even the mention of the false Madara lingered in her thoughts. It was possible he knew the true location of Nagato's body. She contemplated the decision Yahiko would have made. With determination, she transformed into many paper butterflies, which flew toward the tallest tower where Pain stood, gazing over the village. The butterflies gathered behind him, revealing Konan. Pain sensed her chakra disappearing and assumed she had dealt with the situation. Konan confirmed it. Konan recalled Naruto's words about the false Madara, Nagato, and Yahiko, as well as his claim of being the true savior of the world. Pain interrupted her thoughts, asking if something was wrong. Konan replied with her usual impassive expression that everything was fine. Kumogakure, the hidden village of the Land of Lightning, was one of the 5 great villages and had a leader known as the Reikage. The village was renowned for its use of lightning techniques and kenjutsu. Nestled among high mountains, it was aptly named, Hidden Among the Clouds. This village was also known for housing the 8 Tails. During the creation of the perfect Jinchuriki, many shinobi from Kumogakure lost their lives, leading the 3rd Reikage to seal the 8 Tails in a special pot. For 30 years, this situation persisted until the village chose Killer Bee as the host for the 8 Tails, which finally brought an end to the attacks and resulted in the perfect Jinchuriki. Kumogakure was also infamous for the actions of the Gold and Silver brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who had staged a coup that severely injured the 2nd Hokage. This event shattered the peace treaty negotiations between the 2nd Hokage and the 2nd Reikage, turning the brothers into the most notorious criminals in Kumogakure's history. Since then, the village had been embroiled in conflicts and wars against Konoha. The current Reikage was in his office with little paperwork to attend to. His personal assistant, Mabui, stood before him holding a brochure. In his usual irritated tone, asked what it was. Mabui explained that it had been sent by Iwagakure, surprising the Reikage slightly. Took the brochure and opened it, discovering information about Konoha. Initially, it contained mundane inquiries from Inoki about the village, but A's interest peaked when he read that Konoha had lost its Jinchuriki. He remarked to Mabui that Konoha was now without its Jinchuriki. Mabui noted that despite this loss, Konoha still had formidable shinobi like Hatake Kakashi. Acknowledged that 2 of the legendary Sannin were there, one of whom was the Hokage, along with numerous powerful clans and elite jounin like the Green Beast. He decided to send a message to the Tsuchikage, instructing Mabui to inform Inoki to prepare his best shinobi, as he would need significant strength to confront Konoha. Meanwhile, Konoha was experiencing another of its peaceful days, a common occurrence in the village. Sasuke Uchiha walked through the streets, his usual serious expression in place, heading toward the Hokage's tower. Dressed in a Chunin outfit, he spotted 3 familiar faces ahead: Team Ino Shikacho. Ino greeted him with a smile, mentioning they had heard he arrived early that morning. Sasuke responded indifferently, glancing at Shikamaru, who was also watching him. Shikamaru remarked that it was good Sasuke had decided to stay in Konoha, suggesting he should have made that choice over 2 years ago. This comment caused Sasuke to frown. He asked Shikamaru if he had something to say, but Shikamaru dismissed the conversation, stating it was becoming problematic and began to walk away. Choji called out to Shikamaru, saying goodbye to Sasuke as he followed his teammate. Sasuke sighed in frustration as he watched them leave. Ino gave Sasuke a brief hug, which only added to his annoyance before she too departed. Sasuke took a deep breath and continued on his way to the Hokage's tower. Upon entering, he found Tsunade and Shizen present, along with Kakashi and Sakura, who turned to acknowledge him. Sasuke inquired about the purpose of the meeting, maintaining his serious demeanor. Tsunade explained that the reason for the gathering was to finally complete Team 7. Sasuke expressed surprise at the mention of a new member, prompting everyone to look at him. Tsunade clarified that teams consisted of 3 Genin or Chunin and 1 Jounin, and since they were only 2 Chunin, they needed another. Kakashi asked who the new member would be, and Tsunade instructed the newcomer to step forward. A flash of light revealed a boy around 16 or 17 years old, with short black hair and pale skin. He wore a small backpack, a short black jacket with 1 long sleeve, black shinobi pants, black sandals, and black gloves with exposed fingers. The boy knelt before Tsunade, who introduced him as their new companion. The boy introduced himself as Sai, smiling at the group. Sakura responded warmly, while Sai expressed hope for their teamwork. Kakashi sighed, hoping for the best. Sasuke, however, was incredulous, questioning why he should accept working with Sai. Sai remarked that Sasuke seemed agitated and suggested that he didn't know Naruto, who had been perceived as a failure. Sasuke interrupted, insisting that Sai had no right to speak about Naruto, as he had never known him. Sakura observed Sasuke's reaction, concerned about the tension. Sai then provocatively questioned Sasuke's loyalty, reminding him of his departure from the village and implying that Naruto's fate was tied to his choices. That is not friendship, Sasuke, that is hypocrisy. As those words left Sai's mouth, Sasuke, in a flash of speed, attempted to strike Sai with his sword. However, Sai managed to move just in time, and Sasuke's blade missed him. Kakashi grabbed Sasuke's arm, and Sasuke's gaze, filled with intense hatred, surprised him. Kakashi urged Sasuke to calm down. Sasuke, frustrated, demanded Kakashi to let him go. A loud crash drew the attention of everyone present as Tsunade smashed her table with a single blow, leaving Shizune startled. Tsunade expressed her frustration, stating that what happened to Naruto was nobody's fault and that they needed to move on. She declared that Sai was the new member of Team 7 because she had decided so, and they needed to accept that and follow orders. Her forehead was marked with a vein, and she glared at the members of Team 7. Sasuke clicked his tongue in annoyance, deactivated his Sharingan, and left Tsunade's office, much to the concern of Sakura and Shizune. Sai noted that Sasuke had become agitated but was relieved that he managed to dodge the attack. Kakashi remarked that Sasuke, being an expert swordsman with the Sharingan, was not someone to take lightly, surprising Sai with his insight. Tsunade sighed, telling everyone they could leave as she sank into her chair. As they exited, Shizune commented on the situation. Tsunade lamented the destruction of her table, noting that this was the third time it had happened and that the young ones were a headache. Sasuke sat on a tree branch, lost in thought, memories swirling in his mind that he did not wish to recall his brother's words, the events of that fateful night, and how everything had crumbled in his life. For a time, he believed he was trapped in an illusion, a terrible nightmare, but that was the harsh reality he faced. Sasuke sighed as he sensed a presence beside him, someone he already knew. Kakashi asked if Sasuke was feeling calmer. Sasuke, still angry, told Kakashi to leave him alone. Kakashi reassured him that he was not there to coddle or scold him but had a question to ask. Sasuke, confused, inquired about the question. Kakashi asked why he wouldn't accept Sai. Sasuke admitted he didn't even know why. Kakashi pressed on, reminding Sasuke that he hadn't killed Naruto and questioned why it affected him so deeply. He suggested that Sasuke might feel he was becoming like Itachi, someone who harmed his loved ones. At that, Sasuke stood up and drew his sword, prompting Kakashi to raise his hand in a gesture for him to stop. Kakashi pointed out that he was not the only one with problems and asked if he thought he was special. He reminded Sasuke that others had experienced similar pain, including Sakura, who had not received a word from him since arriving and was also grieving for Naruto. Sasuke sheathed his sword, looking down and clenching his fists. Kakashi continued, stating that many had lost as much as Sasuke and continued to strive forward. He emphasized that even if their precious ones were gone, they should cherish their memories and carry on with life, just as they would have wanted. He offered a small smile beneath his mask. Sasuke pondered the concept of bonds. Kakashi observed Sasuke for a moment before disappearing in a puff of smoke, leaving Sasuke alone once more. The words of Kakashi made him realize the path he was on. It was time to make a decision, to stay in Konoha and fight for it as Naruto would have wanted, or to pursue revenge, a path he knew would lead to sorrow and darkness. The right choice depended on his mindset, and in Sasuke's mind, vengeance overshadowed his desire to fight for Konoha. Sasuke stood and gazed at the sky, two images flashing in his mind, that of his parents and then Itachi. He sighed, climbed down from the tree, and began walking through the streets of Konoha. In Kusagakure, Orochimaru sat on his bed, a smile creeping across his face as he contemplated his ambitions for immortality, even at the cost of using children for experiments. Orochimaru mused about Naruto Uzumaki, the son of Kushina Uzumaki and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Kabuto entered Orochimaru's room, carrying some papers. He informed Orochimaru that he had made an unexpected discovery. As he read from the papers, he revealed that Naruto Uzumaki was deceased, and despite searching through Konoha's documents, he found nothing linking him to the Uchiha clan. However, he adjusted his glasses and smiled, suggesting he had found something significant. Orochimaru, intrigued, encouraged Kabuto to share his findings. Kabuto explained that during his battle with Naruto and Tsunade, he had obtained a blood sample from Naruto, which he had saved for a future experiment. Now, with rumors of a new Uchiha, he decided to test the blood. He discovered that Naruto's blood was connected to the Uchihas, and even more intriguingly, it had a stronger link to a specific Uchiha. He presented a paper to Orochimaru, showing a photo and the name of Madara Uchiha. Upon seeing Madara's image, Orochimaru's smile transformed into one of surprise and fear, causing him to sweat. He remarked on the strong connection between Naruto and Madara Uchiha, expressing his satisfaction with the revelation. Kabuto inquired about their next steps. Orochimaru observed the situation with a sinister smile, expressing that they would continue to watch over Sasuke until Naruto decided to emerge from his hiding place. In Kirigakure, Naruto was at home, enjoying a delicious bowl of ramen with a calm and content expression, savoring his favorite dish. Zetsu emerged from the ground beside him, sharing unsettling news about the village. Zetsu explained that there was talk of the assassination of 12 Jonin and Umbu who guarded the gates of Kirigakure, causing widespread alarm and fear among the villagers. Naruto, still focused on his meal, inquired about Mei's whereabouts. Zetsu informed him that she had already taken action, deploying over 30 Umbu and Jonin to the entrance of the village while sending another group to patrol the streets, particularly at night. Naruto recalled that earlier that morning, a group of Umbu had visited his home and taken his clone to the Mizukage Tower, where Mei had asked numerous questions. After finishing his meal, he stood up to wash his bowl, with Zetsu following him into the kitchen. Zetsu asked what their next steps would be, and Naruto explained that they would wait for Konan's response. If she made the right choice, they would meet in 3 days to gather Nagato, the Jinchuriki, and then Obito. Zetsu nodded and disappeared into the ground, leaving Naruto to sigh and head out to take a walk through the streets of Kirigakure. Meanwhile, Mangekyō, Konan stood atop a tower, surveying the village. With Nagato needing rest, Pain was absent. It was unusual for her not to be with Nagato when Pain was away, but she had decided to keep watch over the village a little longer. Holding a scroll given to her by Naruto, she reflected on his words about bringing true peace to the world. Concern filled her as she considered what Naruto might know, especially regarding Nagato's location. As the evening approached, Konan opened the scroll, revealing hand seals and a message inviting her to meet that night. After contemplating her decision, she resolved to see Naruto. Hours later, after Pain had left, she approached him, and he instructed her to rest. Konan complied, descending several floors until she reached her room. She removed her Akatsuki cloak, revealing her figure, and took a moment to collect her thoughts. After a few minutes, she donned her cloak again, created a shadow clone, and transformed into a flurry of paper butterflies that flew out of the building. The butterflies soared until they exited Mangekyō, converging into Konan, who stood on the water. Following the instructions from the scroll, she performed the hand seals, and steps formed on the water, guiding her forward. Konan followed the path until she arrived at a mountain not far from Mangekyō, taking about an hour to reach it. As she approached, an entrance appeared, and she cautiously entered, descending a staircase illuminated by torches. Uncertain of what awaited her, she remained vigilant. Eventually, she reached a spacious area and spotted Naruto, who greeted her with a smile. Naruto acknowledged her decision, but Konan, with determination, declared her intent to eliminate him. She summoned her paper wings and launched a flurry of paper shurikens at him. Naruto evaded the attack, activating his Sharingan as he charged toward her. Konan ascended into the air, unleashing a wave of paper, which Naruto leaped over, throwing a kunai that had no effect on her. As he landed, he realized the ground was covered in paper, which Konan manipulated to ensnare him, leaving only his face exposed. In that moment, Naruto activated his Mangekyō Sharingan and pleaded with her, expressing that she was making a mistake. Konan remained resolute, determined to protect Nagato at all costs. Konan covered Naruto's face with paper. After a few moments, she detonated the papers surrounding him. She glanced at the spot where Naruto had been, perhaps curious about how he knew so much, but her priority was protecting Nagato, which led her to make that decision. Naruto appeared behind Konan like a ghost, expressing concern about her choice. As she tried to move away, she was unexpectedly struck by a sword in her stomach. Blood spilled from her mouth as she attempted to fight back, only to be pierced in the chest by another Naruto who had appeared before her. Suddenly, she found herself surrounded by 5 Narutos, each having struck her in different places. In an instant, Konan collapsed to the ground, and all the Naruto clones vanished along with the swords, the wounds, and the blood. Everything returned to normal, and only Naruto stood before her with his Sharingan activated. He approached Konan and lifted her into his arms, looking down at her with a hint of concern. He reflected on his actions, realizing he might have gone too far. As Konan slowly opened her eyes, she tried to sit up but found herself unable to move. A severe headache plagued her, and her body felt weak. She noticed her hands were bound by black chains and that she lay on a small bed. Confused about her inability to use chakra, she searched for her Akatsuki cloak but heard footsteps approaching. Emerging from the shadows, Naruto appeared, holding a glass. He acknowledged her awakening and asked if she was all right as she struggled against the chains. Konan, in a low voice filled with pain, questioned why she couldn't break free. Naruto explained that the chains prevented her from using chakra and that he had placed a seal on her, which would only last for 2 hours. 1 hour had already passed. He offered her the glass, urging her to drink. Konan hesitated, turning her face away to indicate she wouldn't consume whatever was in the glass. Naruto insisted, expressing concern for her headache and weakness. Konan realized it had been a genjutsu and shot him a glare filled with resentment. Naruto admitted his skill with genjutsu and took a seat beside her. She demanded to know what he wanted. Naruto reassured her that he meant no harm and only wished for her to listen. For some reason, Konan sensed that he genuinely did not want to hurt her. She noticed the deep blue of his eyes, which still held a hint of sky color. Konan pointed out the damage his genjutsu had caused her. Apologizing, Naruto urged her to drink, assuring her that it contained no poison. He stood up as she reluctantly took the glass, her taste buds revolting against the liquid, but she managed to swallow it. Naruto revealed that he knew the truth about Akatsuki's plans, surprising Konan. He explained that they hunted Jinchuriki and were likely aware of the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, following Madara Uchiha's scheme. Konan questioned how he knew this, and Naruto expressed his belief that once they gathered the Jinchuriki, the false Madara would absorb their power. Konan refused to believe him, convinced he had ulterior motives. However, Naruto activated his Sharingan, compelling her to open her eyes. As she did, the surroundings darkened, and the candles flickered out. She turned to see a younger Naruto, around 14 years old, sitting with a sorrowful expression, facing an elderly man accompanied by Zetsu, whom she recognized. Madara spoke about the ninja world, explaining how villages like Konoha, Kiri, Iwagakure, Suna, and Kumo were all the same. He lamented the suffering of innocent children caused by the desire for power, emphasizing that they would kill even a child from another village, regardless of whether they were a shinobi or wished to be one. Naruto's expression grew darker as he listened. Zetsu interjected, cheerfully stating that Madara had a plan to end this suffering. Naruto, intrigued, asked about the plan. Madara explained his desire to eliminate wars, deaths, and bloodshed, proposing that such a world was possible. When Naruto inquired how it could be achieved, Madara introduced the concept of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Confused, Naruto sought clarification on what that entailed. Madara described it as a perfect genjutsu, reflected in the moon, capable of trapping all living beings in a world free of conflict and differences, though achieving it required powerful beasts. Naruto looked at Konan, questioning her about beasts. Suddenly, everything faded away, revealing a man with an orange mask, someone Konan recognized well: Madara Uchiha. He began to speak about his plan to capture the Jinchuriki to create a world filled with love and peace. Konan recalled the voice of the old man who had spoken to Naruto, and the words he had said were identical to those the masked man had shared with her and Nagato. Then, everything turned black, and two blue eyes like the sky appeared, gradually shifting to black and then transforming into a three-tomo Sharingan. Konan blinked, and Naruto stood right in front of her. Naruto had shown her his memories, revealing that the old man she had seen was indeed Madara Uchiha. The man behind the mask was someone who also knew about the plan but intended to use it for his own benefit. This revelation surprised Konan, causing her to lower her gaze. She admitted that she had suspected something, which astonished Naruto. She had always thought that the man was not the true Madara Uchiha, but she had believed that his plan was genuine. As she lifted her gaze, her expression returned to its usual impassiveness. Naruto requested her help, and as he looked at her, he was taken aback by the vast amount of paper behind her. He noted that she had regained her chakra. Konan clarified that she had broken the seal, forming a multitude of paper shurikens. She used them to cut the chains binding her and then jumped back, pointing her hands at Naruto, who remained calm and motionless. Naruto acknowledged her paper jutsu's strength, assuming she had used the time he mentioned to break the seal. Konan explained that she had thought it would be easier to break it with less time remaining. Despite the threatening shurikens aimed at him, Naruto remained composed, which irritated Konan. She understood that he was someone who still concealed many things, making it natural for him not to feel threatened. Naruto asked if she didn't want to listen to him. Konan questioned why she should trust someone like him. Naruto expressed his desire for peace, just as Nagato and she did, and of course, Yahiko. This mention of Yahiko visibly annoyed Konan, prompting her to challenge Naruto about his knowledge of him. Naruto admitted he didn't know much, only that Akatsuki's goal was to end wars and find peace. As he spoke, Konan made the shurikens disappear. She stated that she couldn't trust someone who didn't. Naruto interrupted, revealing his name and lineage. He explained that he was considered dead to his village and intended to use the knowledge his grandfather had given him to prevent the masked man's plan from coming to fruition. Once that was accomplished, they could find the right way to bring true peace to the world. In Konoha, a calm night unfolded as the village gates stood open. A man recognizable to all entered Jiraiya, one of the most respected shinobi in the ninja world. He walked with a serene expression, passing by Izumo and Kotetsu, who were about to close the gates. Kotetsu noted Jiraiya's return, while Izumo expressed happiness at seeing him again. Kotetsu wondered about the reason for Jiraiya's visit, thinking he would be away for a long time. Izumo agreed that it was great news to have him back. Jiraiya strolled through the streets of Konoha, a smile on his face. He knew he had told Tsunade he would be away for a while, but he had three important reasons for returning: to show Kakashi his new book, to see Tsunade, and to find a new student. Upon reaching the Hokage Tower, Jiraiya entered the office to find Tsunade asleep at her desk, surrounded by a mountain of papers that had already been sealed and reviewed. Jiraiya smiled at the sight. He alarmed Tsunade by claiming they were under attack, causing her to quickly lift her head. Tsunade ordered the immediate closure of the gates and instructed a group of Anbu and Jonin to protect the villagers. However, she paused when she noticed Jiraiya trying not to laugh. Jiraiya teased her about her expression, which only made Tsunade more frustrated. She admitted her exhaustion, unable to muster the energy to hit him. Jiraiya suggested they celebrate her completion of paperwork with some sake, and Tsunade reluctantly agreed to join him. As they walked through the empty streets of Konoha, Tsunade asked why he had returned. Jiraiya playfully responded that he couldn't come to see her. She accused him of spying on women, warning him that she would personally throw him out of the village if he did. Jiraiya reassured her that he was there for something important, but first he found a suitable spot to sit. He gestured for Tsunade to join him on a bench, where he produced a bottle of sake and 2 cups, offering one to her. Tsunade suggested they find a place that served sake instead. Jiraiya filled his cup with sake while observing Tsunade. He expressed concern about her drinking too much, suggesting that as Hokage, she should maintain a good reputation. He raised his glass in a toast to her. Tsunade remarked that he could have found a better reason to celebrate. They clinked their cups together and drank, continuing to refill their glasses as time passed. Curious about Jiraiya's early return, Tsunade asked why he was back so soon. Jiraiya explained that during his time in Konoha after Naruto's death, he had seen a boy training alone, pushing himself to the limit. The boy's hands were covered in scars, and his clothes were always torn. He took another sip of sake as he spoke. Tsunade inquired about the boy's identity, and Jiraiya revealed that it was Konohamaru Sarutobi, the grandson of their master. Tsunade was taken aback by this revelation. She questioned what that had to do with Jiraiya, suspecting he was considering training the boy. Jiraiya confirmed her suspicion, admitting he had been thinking that Konohamaru might be the one. Tsunade interrupted, asking if he was sure the boy was the one from the prophecy. Jiraiya took another drink and shared the last drop of alcohol with her, which she accepted while looking at him. He expressed that he wouldn't know until he saw what the boy could do, but he noted that the kid had determination and seemed like the type who wouldn't give up easily. Tsunade acknowledged that Konohamaru wanted to be Hokage as well, to which Jiraiya responded with surprise about the coincidences. He then laughed heartily. Tsunade mentioned that Jiraiya would go on a training journey with the boy, but he clarified that he would observe what Konohamaru could do and help him improve, planning to stay in Konoha for at least a month. As Jiraiya leaned back on the bench, Tsunade smiled at him, thanking him for always being there for her. Jiraiya playfully suggested that she was expressing love for him, which caught her off guard as she looked down, slightly blushing. He reassured her that she should go home and rest since it was late. Jiraiya stood up, prompting Tsunade to do the same. She acknowledged his point and said he could continue drinking if he wanted, bidding him farewell as she began to walk away. Jiraiya asked if she wanted him to accompany her, his tone teasing. Tsunade firmly declined, continuing on her way. Jiraiya watched her leave with a smile before deciding to embark on a possibly futile search for a beautiful woman to spend the night with. In an unknown location, Konan watched Naruto, feeling overwhelmed by the rapid events unfolding. Naruto aimed to prevent the Tsukuyomi plan from being executed, but that would mean betraying Madara, his grandfather. Trusting Naruto was difficult, especially since he had been declared dead before reappearing. Konan expressed her commitment to follow Pain, citing her promise. Naruto countered that he wasn't asking her to do otherwise, but she was willing to support a plan that endangered Nagato. He insisted that Pain's plan was a deception that would lead only to destruction, not peace. Reacting quickly, Naruto dodged an attack from Konan, who glared at him with nothing but hatred in her eyes. She insisted that Pain would bring peace, as Nagato had promised. Naruto challenged her, questioning whether Yahiko would have supported Nagato's decision. He warned her that following this path would result in losing Nagato and the dreams of Akatsuki. Naruto declared that he would face Pain and all of Akatsuki alone if necessary, determined not to back down. Konan questioned why she should believe him, forming a large wave of paper directed at him. Naruto responded that, like her, he had something to lose, causing her to lower her arms and let the paper fall to the ground. As Naruto reflected on his memories, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He recalled his bonds with Iruka, Team 7, Hinata, Konohamaru, and his training with Jiraiya and Tsunade. These were the people he cherished and would fight to protect, even if it meant betraying his grandfather, who had saved him and shared his family history. Konan observed Naruto, who stood with his back to her, and suddenly saw Yahiko in her mind. She softly called his name, but when her vision cleared, it was Naruto before her. He turned to face her and stepped closer, offering his hand. Konan hesitated, sensing that accepting Naruto's hand could lead to significant change. However, she ultimately lowered her hand, leaving Naruto confused. He asked her if she would help him, and she agreed but insisted that she would not go against Nagato, hoping he understood that Nagato would need to be on their side. Konan maintained her impassive expression as she listened to Naruto. He reassured her that Nagato and Pain would also be on their side, offering a small smile in the process. As Konan observed Naruto, she studied his face closely before turning her gaze away. The angel of Mangekyō felt a connection with Naruto from the very beginning. After all, they both fought to protect their loved ones. Although their lives were destined to intertwine, neither could foresee what fate had in store for them. Konan was the angel who never stopped flying, while Naruto was the man who brought destruction for some and salvation for others. In Mangekyō, Konan sat in her room, lost in thought on her bed. Her mind was occupied with Naruto and everything he had said. Despite her acceptance of following him, doubts lingered regarding his connection to Zetsu and Madara. Konan understood that Naruto's words about saving his loved ones were sincere. She didn't possess any special ability to discern truth from lies, but she felt in her heart that he was genuine. After all, Naruto had removed the mask he wore when they first met, a moment when Zetsu had been present, explaining his initial behavior. While Konan had agreed to follow Naruto, her loyalty to Nagato remained strong. If he chose not to support Naruto, she wouldn't either. They had arranged to meet in 3 days. In a flashback, Konan asked about the meeting with Zetsu. Naruto explained that he had informed Zetsu about their gathering through a scroll, emphasizing the need for secrecy since Zetsu was aligned with Madara. Konan questioned why Naruto didn't simply deal with Zetsu himself. He replied that he needed Zetsu for information gathering, acknowledging the danger Zetsu posed despite his apparent weakness. When Konan inquired if Naruto would confront Madara, he affirmed that he was the only one who could eliminate Obito Uchiha, his expression serious. Konan recognized the depth of his motivation, sensing that Obito had caused him significant pain in the past. Naruto recalled the memory of Madara revealing that Obito had summoned the Nine Tails in Konoha, leading to the death of his parents. This was a sufficient reason for Naruto to seek Obito's defeat. He had also promised his grandfather to eliminate Obito for his betrayal, vowing to fulfill at least one of his promises. As they concluded their conversation, Naruto reminded Konan to be ready for their meeting in 3 days, as Zetsu would accompany him. Konan watched him leave the cave, feeling a mix of determination and uncertainty. With a sigh, she lay back on her bed, knowing it would be difficult to rest with these thoughts swirling in her mind. Still, she allowed herself a few moments of quiet before heading to meet Pain. The next day in Kirigakure, Naruto walked through the streets dressed in ordinary clothing, blending in with the villagers. He sought to clear his mind, believing that a walk would help him relax. Despite only Konan knowing his true plans, he felt the weight of pressure and concern. Zetsu was not someone to be underestimated, and Naruto needed to remain cautious and act naturally. Memories of Konoha flooded his mind, making it hard for him to think of anything else. He had grown up there, but he understood he could not return. After nearly 3 years of training, he had matured significantly. A strong wind blew through his hair, prompting him to adjust it as he caught his reflection in a nearby shop window. Noticing how long his hair had grown, he decided it was time for a haircut before heading home. As he searched for a barber, somewhere unknown, Orochimaru cursed the name of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had taken away his arms and with them, his beloved jutsus. Kabuto, standing beside him, observed Orochimaru's pained expressions. Orochimaru expressed his frustration, contemplating the need to find a new body. Kabuto pointed out the difficulty of finding a suitable vessel, emphasizing the need for strength and resilience. Orochimaru's thoughts turned to Sasuke Uchiha, whom he deemed the perfect vessel, laughing at the idea. Kabuto reminded Orochimaru that they had planned to wait for Naruto to emerge. Orochimaru acknowledged the challenge of locating him but insisted they stick to their original plan. Kabuto looked at Orochimaru, pondering their next move. Orochimaru, with one of his characteristic smiles, suggested that sometimes it was good to receive a bit of help. Kabuto inquired if they were referring to Danzo, to which Orochimaru confirmed, noting that Danzo had a strong desire to eliminate Tsunade and become Hokage. Kabuto nodded, understanding the implications. Orochimaru explained that they would provide Danzo with information about a potential war between Kumo and Iwa against Konoha in exchange for Sasuke. He intended to initiate the conflict, as it was inevitable. 2 days later, in Kumogakure, the Raikage sat calmly in his office, a rare sight given his usual temperament. Mabui and his right-hand man, Darui, were present, along with 3 others, 2 girls and a boy. Mabui introduced the team led by Samui. The Raikage assigned Samui and her team an important mission. They were to send 2 messengers to Konoha regarding the participation of some genin in the Chunin exams. The previous night, Two shinobi had arrived with an invitation from Hokage Tsunade Senju. Their mission included monitoring the messengers and conducting a brief inspection of Konoha to assess its current state. Samui accepted the mission, while a girl with red hair expressed her disdain for following the messengers, though she found the inspection of Konoha intriguing. A boy with white hair reminded her that this was serious business. The girl, Karui, playfully teased him, calling him an idiot. Darui clarified that the mission's purpose was security, to determine Konoha's true intentions. The Reikage instructed them to gather as much information as possible, particularly about the Jinchuriki and the Uchiha, before departing in 2 days. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Sasuke walked through the streets, having had no missions since his return. He continued to train diligently. He spotted Sakura waiting for him at a corner and approached her. She nervously asked if he was free, wanting to know if he would like to go out for ramen. Sasuke, maintaining his impassive demeanor, agreed and began walking, leaving Sakura surprised. As they walked together, Kakashi observed from a rooftop, smiling beneath his mask as he decided to continue his reading for the time being. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade reclined in her chair, having completed her paperwork efficiently. Jiraiya sat by the window, gazing out at the village. Tsunade asked if he had spoken to Naruto yet, to which Jiraiya replied that he had been busy, perhaps spying on women, earning him a playful reprimand from Tsunade. Jiraiya then expressed a sense of foreboding, which Tsunade echoed, feeling that something significant was about to happen. They speculated about potential threats, including Akatsuki, Orochimaru, or IW. In an unknown location, Orochimaru stood atop a mountain, having regained some mobility. He smiled as Kabuto approached, reporting that Danzo had sent the invitation to Kumo, which had been accepted. Orochimaru revealed that they had provided the War Hawk with information and that the rest was up to him. Kabuto anticipated receiving Sasuke in return. Orochimaru expressed his eagerness to get closer to Sasuke, declaring that the war would begin soon and the destruction of Konoha was imminent. Kabuto acknowledged his lord's words, adjusting his glasses, while Orochimaru contemplated the unfolding events, knowing they would also draw Naruto into the fray. In an unknown location, 3 individuals were gathered in the hideout where Naruto and Konan had met. The trio consisted of Zetsu, Naruto, and Konan. Zetsu stood beside Naruto, while Konan faced them, both Naruto and Konan maintaining impassive expressions. Naruto inquired if Konan would help him get closer to Nagato. He explained that he meant no harm to either her or Nagato, as their shared dream was to achieve peace, the same goal as Akatsuki. Konan questioned why he didn't simply join Akatsuki, to which Naruto replied that the timing wasn't right. He intended to work from the shadows, assisting in capturing Jinchuriki, but wanted to speak with Nagato first. Konan expressed her distrust, stating it was impossible to trust him while he remained so mysterious. Naruto insisted that their interests aligned, warning her that the masked figure intended to betray them and exploit the Jubi for his own gain. He urged her to consider that if they were to bring peace, it had to be done correctly. After a moment of contemplation, Konan realized Naruto was trying to convey something important through his gaze. She asked if the masked figure was Madara, to which Naruto replied that he was not, and that Zetsu knew the truth. He was there to eliminate that individual and continue the plan to capture the Jinchuriki for true peace. Konan agreed to help him, as long as he didn't interfere with Akatsuki's plans for peace. Zetsu reassured her that Naruto and Akatsuki shared the same goal, alleviating her concerns. Konan accepted the situation, and Naruto assured her that he would visit weekly, with Zetsu delivering messages. He instructed her to follow the directions on the scroll he had given her and began to vanish like ash, while Zetsu sank into the ground. In Konoha, the atmosphere was calm and comforting, but not for everyone. One man, who had long coveted the title of Hokage, had done everything to undermine Hiruzen Sarutobi to claim the position. Despite Hiruzen's passing, Danzo Shimura found himself once again denied the Hokage title, as it slipped from his grasp. In his secret headquarters, Danzo sat before his root squad, recalling the words of Kabuto, who had visited him 3 days prior. It was unusual for Danzo to entertain a conversation with Kabuto. Knowing he was Orochimaru's right-hand man, However, Danzo had previously allied with Orochimaru to eliminate Hiruzen, and now his goal was to remove Tsunade and finally seize the Hokage title to reshape the village. Danzo was resolute that his actions were for the greater good of the village, even if it meant sacrificing lives to achieve his ambitions. He contemplated Kabuto's words, planning his first move. In a flashback, Kabuto and Danzo stood facing each other. Kabuto, cloaked to conceal his appearance, began to speak. Danzo expressed his disdain for Kabuto's presence, questioning what Orochimaru wanted with him. Kabuto offered Danzo a proposition that could help him attain what he had long been denied. Danzo dismissed the idea of making deals with Orochimaru and turned to leave. Kabuto then revealed that Iwa and Kumo were planning to attack Konoha, prompting Danzo to pause. Kabuto explained that rumors of Konoha losing its Jinchuriki had reached the ears of the old Inoki, who had shared this information with the Reikage. He warned that war was inevitable, and Konoha's perceived weakness made it a target. Danzo realized that Orochimaru must have shared this information, and he signaled for his root Umbu to surround Kabuto, vowing to eliminate him first and then Orochimaru. Kabuto argued that Danzo should consider the opportunity Orochimaru offered, suggesting that Konoha had already suffered significant losses and that if Iwa and Kumo joined forces, Konoha would stand no chance. Danzo questioned Kabuto's point, and Kabuto explained that Orochimaru could help him navigate the impending war and become Konoha's hero, ultimately achieving his dream of becoming Hokage. The only thing Lord Orochimaru asks in return is for Sasuke. Danzo recalled Itachi's words and the threat he posed if Danzo dared to harm Sasuke. It was unusual for the great hawk of the war to feel incapable of achieving his goal due to fear of an Uchiha. However, the hawk's greed was even greater than his fear. Danzo accepted the terms. Kabuto acknowledged Danzo's decision, deeming it worthy of the great hawk of the war. He handed Danzo a scroll with instructions to initiate the plan. After a moment of inspection, one of the root members passed the scroll to Danzo. Danzo ordered them to leave and began to walk away. The root members surrounding Kabuto dispersed, and Kabuto watched as Danzo departed before leaving himself. Danzo held the scroll Kabuto had given him. He had made the first move, which would bring Kumo closer to Konoha. After much thought, he recalled the Chunin exams and used that to attract Kumo. Danzo skillfully crafted an invitation scroll in Tsunade's handwriting, even managing to replicate her signature and affix the official Konoha seal. If everything proceeded smoothly, he anticipated a response from Kumo within a week. A root shinobi knelt before Danzo, reporting that they had been tracking Sasuke and found an opportunity to capture him while he was alone. Danzo instructed them to wait for his command to proceed with the capture. He thought to himself that he would be cautious. First, he would ensure Tsunade and Jiraiya were dealt with. Once he emerged unscathed from the war, he would become Hokage and handle Orochimaru. The next day, Naruto stood before the statue of his grandfather, Madara Uchiha, with Hashirama Senju's statue facing him. He wore a black hood that concealed his body. Just a day earlier he had encountered Konan and sensed her lingering distrust. Despite his efforts to clarify his intentions, he understood that she remained loyal to Nagato and would not betray him. Naruto sighed and looked up at the sky, aware that his recent movements could attract unwanted attention, especially from Obito, Orochimaru, or Jiraiya. Memories of Jiraiya flooded back to him. Jiraiya had been his mentor and one of the few who never viewed him as a monster or a failure. Their bond had grown strong in the short time they spent together, and even now, Naruto found it hard to let go of those memories. He struggled daily with the emotional weight of his past, battling against his former self. Zetsu emerged from the ground and observed Naruto for a moment. Naruto, not looking at Zetsu, asked what was happening. Zetsu inquired if Naruto would not return to Kiri, smiling in response. Naruto explained that this place brought back memories, to which Zetsu replied that it was where an Uchiha had almost defeated him. Naruto, irritated, questioned if Zetsu truly believed he had lost. Zetsu acknowledged the battle's intensity, and Naruto reflected on Sasuke, his old friend and teammate. In Konoha, Sasuke trained alone in training field number 7, having spent hours honing his skills without wearing his Konoha headband for the second consecutive day. Exhausted, he fell to his knees after a final swing of his sword. He thought to himself that he only needed a little more time before he would pursue Itachi. In Mangekyō, Pain stood in the tallest building alongside Konan, both maintaining serious expressions. Before them stood Madara, the man with the orange mask. Pain questioned Madara's presence, expecting him to wait until the Biju hunt began. Madara revealed that their plans had been hindered by a significant obstacle. Konan mentally reacted, picturing Naruto. Madara grimly announced that Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was dead. A heavy silence followed Madara's statement. Konan struggled to shake the image of Naruto from her mind, feeling threatened by Madara's presence. Pain expressed disbelief, while Madara confirmed that rumors from Mangekyō had reached him, though he had yet to verify the information. He planned to travel to Konoha to confirm Naruto's fate, but all signs pointed to his demise. Pain acknowledged that this setback affected their plans. Madara insisted that their objectives remained unchanged. Each pair must capture their Jinchuriki, and they could not afford to pause now. He began to vanish into a swirling vortex, promising to return in a few days with more information. As Madara disappeared, Pain contemplated their plans and the pursuit of peace. Pain looked at Konan, who hesitated for a moment before deciding whether to tell him about Naruto. She remembered that Naruto had said he would speak to Nagato when the time was right, not Pain. Under a dark sky filled with animosity, a man moved through the forest, burdened by the weight of having eliminated his entire clan. Itachi Uchiha, a former Konoha ninja and an S-rank criminal, walked with an impassive expression, a stark contrast to Kisame's usual demeanor. Itachi was on his way to meet Kisame. He paused, gazing up at the sky, and let out a small sigh. He wondered what was happening. Behind him stood a man cloaked in Akatsuki attire, wearing an orange mask. Madara Uchiha, as he called himself. Obito was observing the Akatsuki members before the capture of the Jinchuriki began. Itachi continued walking, acknowledging Obito's presence. Obito mentioned that Itachi might not have heard the rumors spreading gradually. Itachi remained stoic, not turning to face Obito. The rumor was about a shinobi with the Sharingan, which surprised Itachi slightly, though he did not show it. Obito explained that the rumor originated from Iwagakure. A witness described a boy around 15 years old possessing the Sharingan, although little was known about his abilities. What caught Obito's attention was that this boy had yellow hair. Itachi, maintaining his calm demeanor, expressed skepticism, stating that there shouldn't be anyone with the Sharingan outside the Uchiha clan, aside from Kakashi Hatake. Obito continued, noting that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was dead, which prompted Itachi to reflect on Naruto's fate. He thought to himself that if Naruto was indeed dead, it raised questions about the boy with the Sharingan. Obito suggested that it could be a coincidence, but the timing was peculiar. As Obito vanished into a swirling vortex, Itachi pondered the implications of Naruto's supposed death and the existence of another Sharingan user. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, Naruto lay in bed, his expression tranquil yet distant. He had been reflecting on his recent actions and the genins from Iwagakure he faced alongside a jonin. Memories of Hachiro, Arata, and Kyeko surfaced, and he struggled to recall their names after 2 years. The loss of Kyeko, a girl with dreams of becoming a ninja, weighed heavily on him, taken too soon by greed. Naruto was concerned that Hachiro or Arata might have revealed information about him, potentially spreading rumors. He had refrained from using genjutsu on them, feeling it was wrong after their loss. Despite his worries, he hadn't encountered anyone mentioning the rumors, not even Zetsu. In 2 days, he would reunite with Konan, hoping to gain her trust to approach Nagato's body. He thought about the passing time and how it favored Obito, making it harder to convince Nagato and defeat Obito. Suddenly, a knock on his door interrupted his thoughts. He stood up, hesitating as anxiety crept in. He asked who it was, and the cheerful voice of Mei Terumi, the Mizukichi, responded. Hearing her tone brought him a sense of calm. He opened the door to find Mei smiling, her eyes closed in delight. Naruto greeted her, curious about her visit. Mei playfully chided him for not letting her in, claiming it was rude to leave her at the door after coming from the Mizukage Tower just to see him. She then noticed his shorter hair and expressed surprise, saying he looked better with long hair. Naruto downplayed it, explaining that he had cut it because he felt hot. Mei reassured him that he still looked good and asked if she could come in. He welcomed her inside and she admired his home. Mei observed every part of Naruto's house. Naruto, aware that Zetsu could sense Mei's presence and would not appear until she left, felt confused as he asked if she had come to see him and his home. Mei explained that it wasn't exactly that, as he never seemed to have time to visit her, despite not appearing to do much in the village. She had taken the time to come and share some important news that would surely make him happy. She then sat on the sofa in the living room, and Naruto approached to sit beside her. Naruto apologized, mentioning he had been decorating some areas of the house, and asked what the news was. Mei smiled for a moment before placing her hand on Naruto's face, causing him to blush slightly. She revealed that he was now an official resident of Kirigakure. Last night, she had taken the time to complete and sign the documentation that made him an official member of the village, and she hugged him tightly. Naruto was momentarily still but then returned the embrace. He couldn't say he was overjoyed, but it wasn't bad news either. Now he could leave the village without having to deal with the guards at the gates and could get closer to the political matters of Kiri, gaining information about other villages. This realization brought a smile to his face as he recognized the advantages it would bring. Naruto acknowledged that it was indeed good news and complimented Mei on her ability to surprise him. Mei released him from the hug and stood up, turning to look at him for a moment. She reminded him to call her Mei, her tone playful yet slightly annoyed, which made Naruto's expression shift to one of concern. Noticing the change in her demeanor, he asked if something was wrong. Mei admitted she was worried about the village. Naruto questioned her concern, noting that the village was supposed to be in the process of reconstruction and everything was going well. Mei agreed but expressed her worry about Kiri losing all its allies, especially with potential enemies lurking. Naruto recalled hearing that Kiri had been allied with Konoha, but during the Civil War, Konoha had refused to send military support to the rebels, leading to a breakdown of trust between the two villages. He suggested that if she was so worried, she should find a way to rebuild the alliance for the sake of the village, as it seemed like the right choice. Mei countered that they were not in a position to fight and doubted Konoha would want an ally that couldn't defend itself. Naruto observed the pain in her eyes, recognizing the sorrow of someone who had experienced a civil war and lost many people, someone who didn't want to relive that trauma. He offered to help her, looking away as he did so. Mei asked how he would do that. He explained that he wasn't a merchant or anything similar. He was a shinobi abandoned by his village, now traveling from place to place. His serious tone surprised Mei, causing her to step back slightly. She asked who he was, and he introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki, an ex-shinobi of Konoha. He hadn't mentioned it before because he hadn't planned to stay long in the village, but now, due to what she had done for him, he felt it was his turn to repay her. Mei recognized him as someone who looked like a shinobi and expressed her understanding of his situation. Naruto admitted he had trouble trusting people but asked for a second chance. Mei requested that he not lie to her this time and took his hand, sealing their promise. Naruto smiled and Mei returned the smile, commenting on how nice his name was and inquiring why his village had abandoned him. He recounted a series of events that led to him being unconscious and floating in water, revealing that he had never received help. He explained that a shinobi's body is their greatest treasure, yet he had been abandoned and treated like a monster. Mei expressed her anger at how Konoha had treated him, and Naruto explained that he was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Mei was taken aback by this revelation, and Naruto turned his gaze away. She expressed sympathy for what he had endured, placing a comforting hand on his back. Naruto reassured her that it no longer mattered. Life, fate, or perhaps the divine had given him a second chance. Witnessing the selfishness of the villages and the aftermath of war had instilled in him a profound appreciation for peace. He resolved to use this second chance to seek it out. Mei reflected on how she hadn't realized he carried such a heavy burden, recognizing that it was this very feeling that motivated him to help her. She embraced him once more, and he reciprocated. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Tranquility had become a common occurrence. Many villagers went about their daily routines, but away from the village, in a training area, Konohamaru Sarutobi struggled. His hands were battered, and his clothes were torn. Exhaustion was evident on his face, and his legs trembled as he tried to stand. He drew a kunai and sprinted toward a tree but fell face-first to the ground, unable to support himself any longer. Frustrated, he lamented his weak legs, feeling defeated and useless. Konohamaru struck the ground in frustration. A voice interrupted his thoughts, reminding him that no matter how strong he appeared on the outside, he would never achieve anything if he was filled with fears and insecurities. He looked up to see Jiraiya leaning against a tree in front of him. Konohamaru recognized him and remarked on his reputation, which elicited a disappointed expression from Jiraiya. Jiraiya corrected him, declaring himself the legendary sage and one of the famed Sannin, the great Jiraiya, while striking a pose for emphasis. He hoped Konohamaru would be impressed by his introduction, but the boy seemed to be half asleep. With a sigh, Jiraiya approached and lifted Konohamaru onto his shoulders, thinking about how the boy shared Naruto's determination, which made him smile. Later, in Konoha, Konohamaru slowly opened his eyes and immediately sat up, realizing he had fallen asleep in the training field. He rubbed his head and turned to see Jiraiya approaching with 2 ice pops in his right hand. Jiraiya noted that Konohamaru had finally woken up and offered him one of the treats, which Konohamaru eagerly accepted. Konohamaru asked if Jiraiya had brought him there, to which Jiraiya explained that he had found Konohamaru unconscious under the sun and decided to move him to the shade of a tree. Grateful, Konohamaru expressed his thanks and prepared to leave. Jiraiya inquired if he wouldn't continue his training, but Konohamaru replied that he had a mission with his team and was already late. Jiraiya assured him he would be at the same spot the next day if he needed help with his training. Konohamaru smiled, acknowledging Jiraiya's legendary status as Naruto's former teacher, and ran off to his mission. Meanwhile, Sasuke was in training at field number 5, pushing himself to his limits. He activated his Sharingan and threw a kunai at the trees, narrowing his eyes as he sensed someone watching him. He thought about the presence that had vanished, knowing he was being observed. As he deactivated his Sharingan, he recognized the familiar presence of his friends, Lee, Tenten, Ino, Sakura, Choji, Kiba, and Shino. He noted the absence of Hinata, Niji, and Shikamaru. Ino greeted Sasuke with a smile, but Sakura quickly admonished her to be quieter. Kiba expressed his boredom at having to gather everyone just to invite Sasuke, while Shino reminded him that Sasuke was part of their group. Kiba grumbled about wishing he had stayed training like Hinata and Niji, and questioned why Shikamaru wasn't with them. Ino explained that Shikamaru was likely in a meeting with Asuma-sensei and would join them later. Choji imagined missing out on all the food, while Tenten noted that Niji was also training with Hinata. Lee, eager to spend time with friends, suggested they could take a break from training. Sasuke, however, questioned why they were there. Ino, blushing slightly, invited him to join them for some meat. Lee encouraged Sasuke, assuring him he could return to training afterward, while Tenten added that the food was delicious. Sasuke, uninterested, began to walk away from the group. Kiba, frustrated, complained that they shouldn't have come since Sasuke was too arrogant. Sakura urged Sasuke to take a break and do something different for a change, but he dismissed her, saying they were being bothersome. Kiba, fed up, decided to confront Sasuke directly. He charged at Sasuke, who sidestepped him effortlessly. Kiba attempted a kick, but Sasuke dodged again, grabbing Kiba's arm and tossing him toward a tree. Kiba crashed into it but quickly got back up, rubbing his head. Sasuke taunted Kiba, telling him to stop wasting his time since he couldn't even touch him. Ino and Sakura called for Kiba to stop, but Tenten remarked that it was pointless as Kiba charged at Sasuke once more. Before Kiba could reach him, Lee stepped in front, urging Kiba to calm down and reminding him that Sasuke had already declined the invitation. Shino supported Lee's stance, advising Kiba to be more reasonable. Sasuke, turning his back on the increasingly frustrated Kiba, commented that he should be put on a leash. Kiba, now even more irritated, let out a frustrated cry, feeling overwhelmed. Getsuga! Kiba's sudden attack forced Lee to step aside. Sasuke turned to see the incoming assault, activating his Sharingan just in time. In an instant, Kiba's attack struck, creating a large crater and a cloud of dust. After a few moments, the dust settled, revealing Kiba emerging from the hole his technique had created. Ino expressed her concern about Sasuke, while Sakura reassured her that he likely avoided the hit. Lee acknowledged Sasuke's speed as Kiba climbed out of the crater. In a flash, Sasuke positioned himself right in front of Kiba and landed a kick to his stomach, causing Kiba to double over. Sasuke raised his foot, preparing to deliver another blow, but Kiba closed his eyes, surprising everyone. When Kiba opened his eyes moments later, he found Sasuke stepping back. Shino approached Kiba and helped him to his feet. Kiba remarked that he was ready for the kick, while Shino confirmed that everyone expected it. Meanwhile, in an unknown location 2 days later, Naruto stood before Konan in the same spot as before. Konan maintained her usual impassive expression, while Naruto appeared serious yet not entirely emotionless. He expressed his urgent need to approach Nagato as soon as possible. Konan reminded him of his earlier decision to wait and stay in the shadows. Naruto insisted that with each passing moment, the likelihood of Madara's plan being executed increased, and they needed to act now. Konan questioned why he was bringing this up only now if he had known it from the start, sounding annoyed. Naruto admitted he had made a mistake, revealing that there was information about him in Iwagakure that could reach Obito. This revelation surprised Konan, who began to doubt Naruto's intentions, wondering what he was really doing when he wasn't with her. Naruto recounted an encounter from 2 years prior with 3 genin and a jonin from Iwagakure. He had wanted to test his abilities and faced them, but the jonin was obsessed with obtaining his Sharingan and showed no hesitation in endangering his students. This had filled Naruto with a rage he had never felt before, making it hard for him to restrain himself from wanting to eliminate the threat. After the fight, he chose to leave to spare the students from witnessing the aftermath of their companion's loss. He speculated that they might have informed their leaders about him, potentially alerting them to the existence of someone with a Sharingan. Konan pointed out that there were 4 known individuals with Sharingan, and the likelihood of it being one of them was higher for Itachi, a renegade from Konoha and a member of Akatsuki. Naruto countered that his physical description was entirely different from Itachi's, prompting a look of understanding from Konan. She then asked what their next steps would be. Naruto replied that they needed to find a way to approach Nagato quickly. He acknowledged her lack of trust and the difficulty of bringing him to Nagato, but he assured her that his priority was to save his friends and loved ones, and he was also willing to save her and Nagato. However, he emphasized the need for mutual trust. Konan agreed to speak with Nagato and find a way for Naruto to communicate with him to continue with Akatsuki's plan. Naruto confirmed they would meet again in 2 days, reminding her that he would come with Zetsu, who might even seek her out. As they left the cave, Naruto donned a hood and bid farewell to Konan, disappearing into the trees and rocks. Konan watched him go before heading in the opposite direction. As Naruto leaped through the branches, the strong wind and darkness of early morning surrounded him. After his meeting with Konan, he hoped she would trust him enough to facilitate his approach to Nagato. Although he already knew the location of Nagato's original body thanks to Zetsu's information, he understood that approaching directly would likely lead to rejection. Using Konan as a means to get closer was a more effective strategy. As he jumped to another branch, he noticed a swirling vortex forming ahead. He landed on the branch just as his greatest opponent appeared behind him, someone he hadn't expected to encounter so soon. Turning slightly, he recognized the Akatsuki cloak and the orange mask. Quickly, he leaped to another branch and turned to face Obito, who was also watching him. They locked eyes for a moment, and Naruto felt the weight of the obstacle that stood in his way. Sweat trickled down his forehead as Obito had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Obito informed him that Mangekyō was just a few kilometers away. Obito looked back and then saw Naruto. Naruto could only stare at Obito, unable to find the words, perhaps due to the surprise of seeing him appear out of nowhere. Was it fear? It didn't seem like it. After all, Naruto knew he would encounter him at some point. The tension was palpable, making it hard for Naruto to move. He was aware that the man before him had commanded Akatsuki from the shadows and was also the one he needed to eliminate. That was undoubtedly a source of tension. Obito remarked that it was hard to believe, as nothing seemed to fit no matter how much he thought about it, but their Naruto was not a ghost, and certainly not someone else, but Naruto Uzumaki. Or should he say Naruto Uchiha? His voice was dark, and his Sharingan glowed in the darkness. Naruto, trying to regain his composure, declared that even though he had Uchiha blood, his surname would always be Uzumaki. Obito acknowledged that Zetsu was still alive and could guess what Naruto was doing. Naruto smiled, stating that it was a grave mistake not to see Zetsu as a threat. Obito chuckled, admitting that eliminating someone like Zetsu was difficult. He had thought he had done it, only to discover it was just a clone, and by the time he realized it, it was too late to find him. Naruto responded that now it was even later. In a flash of speed, he lunged at Obito with a kunai, aiming for his neck. However, the kunai passed right through Obito, leaving Naruto stunned as he fell onto a branch behind him. He turned to see Obito was no longer there. Reacting quickly, Naruto spun around to find Obito standing right behind him with a kunai in hand. Naruto jumped to evade the strike, landing on another branch, where a small cut formed on his right cheek, drawing blood. He thought to himself that Obito was fast, but it couldn't just be speed, it had to be some kind of jutsu. Obito taunted him, noting that he seemed scared. Naruto frowned, realizing that it must be a space-time jutsu. Obito then offered Naruto a proposition, urging him to join Akatsuki, help capture the Jinchurikis, and together bring peace to the world through the infinite Tsukuyomi, extending his arms as he spoke. Naruto firmly stated that Obito was the one he needed to eliminate, and he would ensure that happened. Obito dismissed him as pathetic, questioning what Naruto would do if pain got in his way, knowing that he needed him and was trying to persuade Konan to bring him closer. This revelation surprised Naruto, who lowered his gaze and asked how Obito knew. Obito expressed disbelief that Konan would betray Akatsuki and suggested he should eliminate her. At those words, Naruto looked up, angered, with his Sharingan activated. He declared that he wouldn't allow it. Obito mused about what Naruto could do to get close to Nagato, knowing that he was already aware of Naruto's existence. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan, his face reflecting disappointment. Obito warned him that now he understood what he was up against and should make the right decision to step aside. Their eyes met in a challenging stare. Despite having been defeated, Naruto was determined not to let it end there. He realized he was facing not only a strong opponent but also a very intelligent one. He was clear about his goal, to save his friends and fulfill the promise he made to his grandfather. Naruto vowed to be the one left standing in the end, a promise he made to himself in that moment. 2 days later, Team Samui was nearing Konoha, accompanied by 2 messengers who didn't appear to be shinobi or possess any combat skills. That was precisely why Team Samui was escorting them. Samui led the way, flanked by the 2 messengers, with Karui and Omoi following behind. As they approached the gates of Konoha, Samui heard Karui and Omoi bickering, as was their custom. She stopped and quickly signaled for the others to halt. The messengers complied, and Karui and Omoi did the same. Karui asked what was happening, raising her voice. Samui sensed the tension in the air and thought to herself that they might be surrounded. In a swift motion, Samui dodged a kunai and rushed to the side of the messengers, with Karui and Omoi following closely. Karui questioned what was going on, while Omoi suggested that perhaps this was how Konoha welcomed visitors, earning him an annoyed look from Karui. Samui warned them to stay alert, as an attack could come at any moment. Samui began to scan the trees and bushes around her. Omoi and Karui drew their swords as they noticed movement in a nearby bush, capturing the attention of everyone present. Suddenly, 7 kunai flew from the bush toward the shinobi of Kumogakure. Karui and Omoi swiftly deflected all the kunai. An umbu emerged from a bush in front of Samui, who dodged the attack. Another umbu appeared behind her and managed to strike her with a sword, but it exploded in a puff of smoke, revealing only a simple log. Karui and Omoi dashed forward, engaging in a fierce sword duel with the 2 umbu. Samui perched on a branch, ready to assist her teammates, when another umbu appeared behind her. She quickly drew a kunai to defend against the Umbu's sword. The Umbu spun around and delivered a kick, which Samui managed to block. Seizing the opportunity, she grabbed the Umbu's foot and threw him into the air. The Umbu performed hand seals, unleashing a gust of wind towards Samui, who leaped from the branch to evade the attack. The Umbu followed her, jumping onto the branch where she had been. Samui questioned the Umbu about their actions, but the Umbu replied that they were following orders from the Hokage to eliminate them all. With determination, Samui drew her tanto and engaged in a sword duel with the Umbu, while Karui and Omoi continued their battle with the other Umbu. 2 more Umbu appeared and captured the messengers. Karui expressed frustration at their capture while defending against her opponent. Omoi clashed swords with the Umbu, pushing each other back. He created 6 clones that surrounded the Umbu, attacking him with their swords. The Umbu defended himself but began to sustain minor cuts. He leaped upward to escape the clones, but Omoi appeared above him, executing a swift move that incapacitated the Umbu. The clones dispersed, and Omoi rushed toward the direction where the Umbu had taken the messengers. Samui called out to Omoi to wait, but the Umbu attacked her. She defended herself with her tanto, continuing the duel. Karui managed to push her opponent back and performed hand seals, concluding with the tiger seal. The Umbu leaped to avoid her jutsu, but Karui moved with great speed and struck him down. Seeing Karui moving away, Samui noticed 6 Umbu pursuing her. She realized it was a trap and shouted a warning, but Karui was too far to hear. Samui crouched to dodge an attack from the Umbu, then spun around and kicked him in the ribs, sending him crashing into a tree. As she leaped to another branch in pursuit of her teammates, a shuriken thrown by the Umbu grazed her eye, causing her to fall to her knees, clutching her right eye to stem the bleeding. The Umbu leaped onto the branch and confronted her. Omoi continued to chase the Umbu who had captured the messengers. As he jumped to another branch, he heard a rope snap and narrowly avoided a falling log. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke appeared, revealing 3 Umbu, 2 wearing cat masks and 1 with a bird mask holding the messengers captive. Karui arrived and stood beside Omoi, checking on him. They realized they were surrounded by 10 Umbu, all poised to attack. One of the cat-masked Umbu delivered a message from the Hokage before the messengers were tragically killed. Samui faced her Umbu opponent, blood streaming from her injured eye. She had lost her right eye and, in a moment of desperation, tore the sleeve from her right arm to wrap around her head, covering the wound. Samui asserted their identity as shinobi from Kumogakure, warning the Umbu of the consequences of their actions. The Umbu, calm and collected, reiterated their orders from the Hokage, assuring her that she would be the only one left alive, but she would witness something traumatic. Samui charged at the Umbu, who evaded her strike and inflicted a wound on her leg. As she attempted to cut the Umbu's neck, he blocked her attack and pushed her back. It was clear that Samui was at a disadvantage. The pain from her injury clouded her thoughts and movements. An Umbu with a dog mask joined the one facing Samui, instructing her to follow them, promising to show her something. They began leaping from branch to branch, and Samui, despite her pain, pursued them, sensing an ominous fate awaited her. The Umbu jumped to a higher branch, where 10 more Umbu awaited. Samui reached a lower branch and witnessed a scene that shattered her resolve. Tears streamed from her left eye as she beheld the lifeless bodies of the messengers, along with Karui and Omoi, both covered in shuriken and with Omoi having suffered a fatal wound to his neck. Overwhelmed with grief, Samui gripped her tanto tightly and leaped toward the Umbu. One of the Umbu stopped Samui's attack, while another appeared behind her and struck her shoulder with a kunai. The Umbu, who seemed to be the leader, wearing a monkey mask, approached Samui. He conveyed a clear and strong message. An Umbu with a cat mask jumped to where the bodies lay, retrieved a scroll, performed hand seals, and the bodies vanished in a puff of smoke. He leaped back to stand beside the monkey-masked Umbu and handed him the scroll. The monkey-masked Umbu instructed Samui to take the scroll, which she received while immobilized, partly due to her injuries and partly from the loss of her comrades. He warned her to leave, or they would have to end her life. With that, all the Umbu disappeared. Samui remained frozen, her gaze fixed on the scroll. Her body trembled as tears streamed from her left eye. She lifted her gaze toward Konoha, vowing to avenge her fallen friends, Karui and Omoi. Her tone was filled with fury as she promised that Kumogakure would crush Konoha, and all would fall. In Konoha, Danzo sat in his hideout, his expression as calm as ever. An umbu with a monkey mask knelt before him, reporting that the task was complete. Danzo acknowledged that the first step had been taken, opening his only visible eye. Shikamaru had changed significantly. He was no longer a chunin but had risen to the rank of jonin. Although he didn't particularly enjoy being a teacher, he embraced the role, often muttering his signature phrase, "What a drag." The laziness that once defined him had faded, and he was now fully dedicated to the village. Many were surprised by his transformation, though he still retained a hint of his laid-back attitude, which seemed impossible to shake completely. Shikamaru walked toward the Hokage Tower, having been summoned by Tsunade for a mission. Upon arriving, he entered her office after receiving permission. Inside, he saw Temari standing by Tsunade's desk. He approached and stood beside her. He inquired if he had been called, looking at Tsunade and ignoring Temari for the moment. Tsunade introduced Temari as Sabaku no Temari, the sister of the Kazekage and a jonin from Suna, who was there to supervise the chunin exams. Shikamaru questioned what his involvement would be. Tsunade explained that since he was also a jonin, she wanted him to give Temari a tour of the village. Additionally, he would be supervising the chunin exams, so it would be beneficial for them to get to know each other. Shikamaru agreed to start the tour and asked when they should begin. Temari playfully remarked that it would be best to start when he wasn't so lazy. Shikamaru responded affirmatively and led the way, opening the door for her to exit first. Temari blushed slightly, bowed to Tsunade in farewell, and left the office alongside Shikamaru. As they walked through the streets of Konoha, both maintained calm expressions. Shikamaru began to explain that he would show her the village and then the training fields. Temari agreed, glancing at him before quickly looking ahead. Shikamaru then mentioned that he wanted to visit someone first, assuring her it would be quick. Temari asked who he intended to visit, but Shikamaru seemed not to hear her question. He stated he would buy flowers first and then continued walking with his hands behind his head. They arrived at the Yamanaka flower shop. Temari was surprised, as she had not seen this place during her previous visit to Konoha, although she had heard of the Yamanaka name. Upon entering, Ino, who was seated at the register, looked up as the doorbell rang and recognized Shikamaru and Temari. Shikamaru greeted Ino and requested flowers, maintaining his relaxed posture. Ino handed him a small bouquet and suggested he might want to get some for Temari as well, whispering in his ear, which caused him to appear bored. He declined the offer, explaining that he was showing Temari around since she would be supervising the chunin exams. Temari admired the flower shop, noting its beauty. Ino mentioned that it was her family's shop and that she often took care of it in the afternoons since Shikamaru was busy as a jonin and they couldn't go on missions as a team. Temari expressed surprise at Shikamaru's promotion, recalling how he always found things problematic and seemed like a slacker. Shikamaru interrupted, reminding them that he was present and that their conversation was indeed problematic, prompting him to leave. He walked toward the door with Temari following. They continued their walk and soon entered the training fields, arriving at a spot with 3 logs and a stone inscribed with many names. Temari paused as Shikamaru placed the bouquet in front of the stone. He stood there for a couple of minutes, occasionally smiling as if he were recounting memories or conversing silently. Temari focused on the stone and noticed numerous names, some familiar and others unknown, until her gaze settled on one name, Naruto Uzumaki. Shikamaru stepped away from the stone and walked to stand beside Temari, ready to show her the training fields. Shikamaru relaxed, placing his hands behind his head. Temari suggested that he accompany her to the flower shop, expressing her desire to leave flowers from Gaara, herself, and Kankuro. This surprised Shikamaru slightly as he looked at the stone. He agreed with a smile, indicating that she should follow him. In an unknown location, Naruto was in the hideout where he had trained for 2.5 years. His master during that time had been his grandfather, Madara Uchiha, but now he was training alone. He wore black shinobi pants and matching boots, with a sleeveless white shirt and gloves. After hours of training, sweat dripped down his body, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. Naruto had endured intense training under Madara, and perhaps it was the result of that experience, along with the memory of Obito, that fueled his determination. Though he hadn't fought Obito directly, he sensed a significant difference in their power. With weight strapped to his arms, legs, and waist, he ran through the hideout, dodging kunai, shurikens, and traps he had set up himself. His Sharingan was activated, and he occasionally switched to his Mangekyō. Naruto was determined to push beyond his limits, believing he could perfect his eyes and gain immense power. Zetsu observed Naruto from a distance, aware of the encounter between Naruto and Obito. He had known since Naruto rushed back to the hideout to train, as Naruto had shared the details with him. Zetsu White commented on Naruto's intense demeanor, questioning whether he was furious or simply motivated. Zetsu Black remarked that despite Naruto's rigorous training, he still had a long way to go if he wanted to surpass Obito. Zetsu White noted that Naruto might also have to face pain, but he found it encouraging that with Hashirama's cells within him, Naruto could soon awaken the Rinnegan. Zetsu Black explained that Madara had awakened his Rinnegan later in life due to Hashirama's cells, but Naruto, being in Uzumaki with those cells at a young age, might awaken it much sooner. After a long training session, Naruto approached Zetsu, who was waiting nearby. There was a brief silence before Naruto inquired about Obito's technique. Zetsu White cheerfully explained that it was a space-time jutsu called Kamui. Naruto processed this information, realizing that Obito could move between dimensions. He recalled his attempt to attack Obito, convinced he had landed a hit, yet it had no effect. Zetsu White teased that Naruto had answered his own question, while Zetsu Black elaborated on Kamui, describing it as a unique jutsu that allowed Obito to teleport objects and himself to another dimension where he was in control. This explained why Naruto was unable to harm him despite making contact. Naruto reflected on the implications of Obito's ability to move instantaneously, understanding how it allowed Obito to appear before him so suddenly. Zetsu White asked what Naruto planned to do next. Naruto revealed that he intended to persuade Konan to help them approach Nagato while continuing his training. He was determined to learn more about Obito's jutsu, convinced that it must have a weakness, and when he found it, he would end the masked man's threat. Zetsu Black noted that Naruto seemed calmer than earlier, having trained with intense anger. Naruto acknowledged that while he hadn't achieved complete clarity, he felt something new during his training with his Mangekyō. Zetsu White speculated whether this indicated a new power. Naruto decided to continue training a bit longer, activating his Mangekyō once more. Meanwhile, Kakashi was on his way to training ground number 5, having heard that Sasuke had been training relentlessly. Tsunade had informed him that Sasuke hadn't reported to the office for days and had been dismissing her calls through ANBU, claiming he had no time. Kakashi suspected that Sasuke was training for revenge. He had refrained from discussing the topic with Sasuke, believing it was better for him to realize on his own that revenge was a destructive path. However, he had misjudged the situation. Sasuke had never let go of his desire for vengeance, and his constant training was aimed at confronting Itachi. Kakashi hoped it wasn't too late to steer Sasuke away from this path and to keep his team together. After losing Naruto, he was determined to maintain the bond between Sakura and Sasuke, believing it was what Naruto would have wanted. He knew Naruto saw Sasuke as both a rival and a friend. Upon arriving at the training ground, Kakashi spotted Sasuke, who was indeed training without his Konoha headband. As he approached, he noticed Sasuke was practicing Kenjutsu with his Sharingan activated. Kakashi remarked on Sasuke's evident passion for that style. Kakashi observed Sasuke, who continued his training without acknowledging him. Kakashi threw a kunai towards Sasuke, who deflected it with his sword, then resumed his training. Kakashi decided to let Sasuke continue but reminded him to check in at the Hokage's office, as he might be called for a mission. Sasuke responded with indifference, stating that he had no interest in becoming a jonin or in missions. Kakashi questioned why Sasuke trained every day if he felt that way, suggesting that his obsession with revenge might still be driving him. Sasuke declared himself an avenger, stating that the only reason he was still alive was to eliminate Itachi and avenge his clan. Kakashi urged Sasuke to reconsider his perspective, pointing out that even if he achieved his revenge, he would be left with nothing afterward. Sasuke dismissed this, revealing that he was well aware of the darkness ahead and the pain of remembering that fateful night. He expressed that nothing mattered to him anymore, not even if he was consumed by that darkness. Kakashi noted that Sasuke had not forgotten his quest for revenge, and Sasuke admitted that the only reason he remained in the village was due to the bonds he had, even if most of them were gone. Kakashi felt a pang of guilt, realizing he might have arrived too late to prevent Sasuke from choosing this path. He turned and spotted a bush, calling out to Sakura, who emerged and approached him. Sakura expressed her fear about Sasuke's state of mind, trembling as she spoke. Kakashi reassured her that Sasuke would be fine, trying to calm her worries. Sakura, however, lamented the disintegration of Team 7 and how much she missed Naruto's antics. She felt helpless as Sasuke pursued revenge, questioning what would happen to them both. As she cried, Kakashi recognized the weight of her suffering, which had been building since Naruto's death. He felt responsible for leaving her alone and now feared that Sasuke's distance would push her further into despair. Kakashi promised Sakura that he would not let the team fall apart, reminding her that Sasuke was still with them and that Sai was a new member. Sakura proposed a promise that neither of them would allow Team 7 to disappear, vowing to fight to bring each other back if one strayed from their path. Kakashi agreed, appreciating her determination. Sakura resolved to become stronger, no longer wanting to be someone others had to save. She trained daily with Tsunade, making a promise to Naruto as well. Kakashi encouraged her, confident that she could surpass Tsunade, and then vanished in a puff of smoke. Sakura smiled, filled with a newfound enthusiasm and determination to never again be the insecure girl she once was. In an unknown location, Naruto found himself back in the hideout where he had met Konan. He had moved quickly from the place where Madara had trained, arriving at this hideout near Mangekyō. It was early morning, and he awaited Konan's arrival. When he heard footsteps descending the stairs, he smiled upon seeing her, her usual impassive expression in place. Konan approached him, with Zetsu standing beside Naruto. Naruto expressed his relief at her return, and Konan shifted the conversation to the important matters at hand. She planned to speak with Nagato about Naruto, hoping to convey that he did not wish to interfere, but only to offer support. Naruto then revealed that he had encountered the masked man face to face, surprising Konan. She asked what had happened. Konan asked with a hint of concern. Zetsu, with a smile, informed her that Naruto had lost. Konan was taken aback, questioning what that meant. Naruto calmly explained that it was more like a declaration of war. Konan narrowed her eyes, asking what would happen next. Naruto reassured her that Obito was aware of their contact and might approach her, but she shouldn't worry about her safety. He emphasized that their main focus was to get closer to Nagato, and he would handle Obito. He extended his hand toward Konan. Curious, Konan asked how much Obito really knew. As she took Naruto's hand, she felt a piece of paper slip into her palm. She glanced at Naruto, who nodded, and she closed her hand around the note. Naruto explained that Obito knew some things but urged her to stay alert and act normally. He mentioned that if Obito were to eliminate someone, it would likely be him, which is why he wanted to approach Nagato first. While Nagato might know about him, he was unaware of Konan's involvement. Konan expressed her concern, stating that he couldn't speak with Nagato. Zetsu interjected, pointing out that if Obito had already spoken with Nagato about Naruto, and she mentioned Naruto to Nagato, Obito might suspect a genjutsu. For someone with the Sharingan, manipulating actions or words was quite simple. Naruto acknowledged this but remained determined to confront Nagato. He requested permission to enter where Nagato's original body was located, assuring her he would handle the rest. Konan agreed but warned that if Nagato refused to cooperate, Naruto would become their enemy. Naruto understood the stakes and mirrored her tone, narrowing his eyes at her. Zetsu, in a low voice that only Zetsu Black could hear, remarked that it looked like fun. Naruto confirmed their plan to meet the following week, when Konan would take him to Nagato, and then he vanished in a puff of smoke. Zetsu watched Konan for a moment before stating that Naruto would not lose to Obito, and it would be entertaining to see what unfolded. He then buried himself in the ground and disappeared. Konan was left surprised by Zetsu's words. The idea of Naruto defeating Obito seemed unlikely, yet she was unaware of the true power Naruto concealed. After all, he had managed to evade 2 lethal attacks from her simply by activating his Sharingan. Konan recognized Naruto's strength, but the question lingered: how strong was he? She had never seen him fight, nor had she witnessed Obito in battle. Zetsu's confidence in Naruto's victory was intriguing, but the truth would only reveal itself when they faced each other. Konan suspected that confrontation might come sooner than expected. Opening her hand, she examined the note Naruto had given her. It read, "What Obito said is true. Be careful of him. We will meet tomorrow night." Looking up, Konan sighed, sensing that something significant was approaching, something that would undoubtedly change the ninja world. Naruto was in the training hideout once again, engaged in an exhausting training session. Zetsu was present, as he always was during Naruto's training. The events unfolding were quite entertaining for Zetsu. The encounter between Naruto and Obito had been unexpected, but it was a good thing. Zetsu knew that doubts still lingered in Naruto's mind. After all, he was just a kid struggling to think clearly, especially when asked to sever his bonds and forget everything he had achieved, all for the sake of executing the Tsukuyomi plan. That uncertainty was what fascinated Zetsu. He wanted to see how far Naruto could go. Madara had already planted the idea in Naruto's mind that a world of peace and harmony was possible. Bonds and attachments only led Naruto to consider sacrificing himself, going against the ninja world to bring about peace, something Obito had done, something Madara had done, and undoubtedly, something Naruto would do. Each had different motives and ideologies, but there was one thing that connected the Uchihas, and none could escape it: the curse of hatred. Zetsu White remarked that the hunt for the Jinchuriki would soon begin and wondered what Naruto would do. Zetsu Black stated that no matter what happened, Naruto would fulfill the infinite Tsukuyomi. That was his destiny. Zetsu White countered that Naruto was not one to believe that his destiny was already written. Zetsu Black insisted that from the moment Naruto encountered Madara, his fate had been sealed. Naruto dodged several kunai in the air and landed on his feet. He looked up, revealing his Mangekyō Sharingan, a smile of arrogance on his face. In Konoha, Sasuke walked through the streets wearing a short-sleeved black shirt with a high collar, the Uchiha clan symbol on his back, black shinobi pants, and matching sandals. His right arm was completely bandaged, and as usual he was not wearing the Konoha headband. As he walked, he noticed Iruka approaching. Sasuke considered passing by without acknowledgement, but Iruka smiled and waved. Iruka greeted Sasuke, noting that it had been a while. Sasuke acknowledged the time that had passed but did not refer to Iruka as sensei, which surprised Iruka, though he chose to overlook it. Iruka asked if Sasuke was off duty, noticing his attire. Sasuke replied that he simply felt uncomfortable in the vest. Iruka reminisced about how he had felt happy wearing his vest, regardless of how it fit or if it was uncomfortable, laughing as he scratched the back of his head. Sasuke responded nonchalantly, and Iruka, noticing the absence of Sasuke's headband, expressed concern for him. Sasuke reassured Iruka that he was fine and continued on his way through the village. Iruka watched Sasuke leave, worried about him. Sasuke's cold demeanor and disinterest in discussing the Chunin vest or headband indicated that he was not okay. Iruka understood that Sasuke felt guilty about Naruto's death but would never blame him. Sasuke had made a poor decision in wanting to leave the village but ultimately chose to stay, feeling it was the right thing to do, as Naruto would have wanted. This showed Iruka that Sasuke was a good person, empathetic and caring for his comrades. Sasuke headed home, deciding it was better to train at night to avoid anyone who might lecture or disturb him. However, tonight, he didn't seem inclined to train. He paused and glanced to the side, where he saw his friends Shikamaru, Choji, Niji, Hinata, Ino, Kiba, Shino, Lee, Tenten, Sai, and Sakura gathered around eating and laughing together. For a moment, he was transported back to when they were children during the Chunin exams, standing next to Sakura and Naruto, who was playfully arguing with him while the others laughed. That vision faded, and Sasuke resumed his path. In the land of water, Naruto stood at the exit of the hideout, Zetsu beside him. He wore clothing reminiscent of the times of Hashirama and Madara but had opted to remove the armor, believing it unnecessary unless going into battle. He donned the hood he typically wore while traveling. Naruto stated his intention to go to Kirigakure, mentioning that Mei would likely have something for him. He planned to accept being a shinobi of Kirigakure, but only until the hunt for the Jinchuriki began. Zetsu Black inquired about something Naruto wanted to verify. Naruto explained that since Mei had made him a member of Kirigakure and granted him access as a shinobi, he had been able to access information about the Shinobigatana. Aside from Kisame and Chujiro, the others were deceased, but one was reported missing. Zetsu White teased that it meant the individual was lost in the world. Naruto identified the missing person as Suigetsu Hozuki, known as the reincarnation of the demon. He speculated that if Suigetsu was missing, he could either be wandering the world or, given his reputation as an assassin, he was likely dead or a lab rat. Naruto leaned toward the latter possibility, prompting a smile from Zetsu. Zetsu White asked if Naruto intended to see Orochimaru, which made Naruto smile in response. He clarified that it was a mission for infiltration and information gathering, noting that he would not be warmly welcomed at Orochimaru's hideout. As they began to walk, Zetsu White remarked that it would be fun. Zetsu vanished beneath the ground, leaving Naruto standing for a few moments, gazing up at the sky. Then he began to run at great speed. Meanwhile, Sasuke was already at home in Konoha, sitting on his bed with a cold expression, one that was rarely seen on him. It was clear that something was troubling him, and the reason lay in the village itself. Each day spent in Konoha was a torment, filled with memories of his family, his brother, and even Naruto. Sasuke felt he could no longer remain there. His support had been shattered. Though he still held affection for Konoha and his comrades, he knew that staying would not lead him to fulfill his quest for vengeance. He turned his gaze to the photo of Team 7 on his dresser. He picked it up, studied it for a few seconds, then placed it face down. The decision had been made. There was no time for regret. Even if he could, Sasuke would never regret this choice. He felt it was his path to take. The reason he was still alive was for this very purpose, and although the future promised only darkness and hatred, he would confront it head-on, all in the name of revenge. Rising, he grabbed a dark green backpack, filling it with essentials, a change of clothes, kunai, shurikens, and scrolls. He glanced at his Konoha headband lying on the bed for a brief moment before turning away. With the backpack slung over his shoulder, he exited his room. Sasuke leaped from rooftop to rooftop, heading toward the gates of Konoha. It was late, and the streets were deserted. He knew that since his last attempt to leave, Tsunade had reinforced the gates and all blind spots of the village. That was why he wore shinobi attire and carried his sword. He wanted to leave without a fight, without drawing attention. Perched atop a tree, he spotted the closed gates of Konoha and noticed a squad of 6 Umbu stationed on the wall. Not wanting to create a disturbance, he searched for a way to slip out undetected, especially without having to engage in combat. He noticed that a little distance from the gate, there were 2 Umbu watching the area, while 7 others monitored the surroundings and 6 guarded the gate. It would be smarter to approach the side with only 2 Umbu. Activating his Sharingan, he moved closer. The 2 Umbu were focused on the outside of the village, and everything seemed calm. Suddenly, they were startled by a kunai that had been thrown and embedded itself in the ground. They approached the kunai, scanning the area, but found nothing. When they turned around, Sasuke was right behind them. Upon seeing his Sharingan, the Umbu fell unconscious to the ground. Sasuke jumped down and landed outside the village, quickly hiding in the forest. He glanced back at Konoha one last time before turning away and leaping from branch to branch, distancing himself from the village. Sasuke's decision was final. He knew what awaited him. He understood that darkness might consume him. Yet, he felt that until he achieved his revenge, his mind and heart would never find peace. This was how Sasuke viewed his path, and it was how it had to be. In the Land of Fire, Naruto was nearing Konoha. However, this time he would not go there or even pass close by. He planned to completely circle the village to avoid seeing it, traveling through the forest to reach the outskirts of the land of fire that connected to Mangekyō. He knew he had to be quick. Zetsu was in the Sound Village, giving him some time to reach Mangekyō and begin his journey to Kirigakure by dawn. As Naruto leaped onto a branch, something made him stop. He didn't understand why, as he wasn't a sensor expert, but he could usually sense someone nearby. Yet he felt nothing. It was strange, as if his body had stopped on its own. He sighed and continued moving through the forest. Several meters to the right, Sasuke stood still, equally perplexed by the sudden halt. He glanced around but saw nothing. After a moment, he managed to move again and, casting one last look behind him, pressed forward with a single goal in mind: to find Itachi. Naruto had successfully bypassed Konoha and was determined to keep his distance. He was moving swiftly, knowing he needed to reach the hideout where he would meet Konan. He hoped Zetsu would bring information about Suigetsu. Naruto realized he might not achieve much alone. He needed allies. Zetsu was useful for information, but he wanted someone who could help him fight. He was aware that Obito could strike at any moment, potentially sending all of Akatsuki after him. Thus, he needed support. Naruto was well aware of his limits, yet he was not one to back down or surrender. Continuing to leap through the branches, he was close to the hideout. This might be the last time he met with Konan. The day he would speak with Nagato was approaching, and if Nagato chose not to cooperate, then Konan would likely follow suit. The chances of that happening were high, but even if there was only a 1 in a million possibility, it was up to Naruto to make it happen. It was undoubtedly a matter of life and death. Upon reaching the hideout, Naruto performed hand seals that turned the rock transparent, allowing him to pass through. He had used Fuinjutsu for this, and although he was not an expert, he had learned a few techniques from Madara himself. As he walked, it hadn't taken long for him to prepare this hideout. He utilized his Susanoo to move objects and even break apart obstructive rocks. Naruto arrived at the main area of the hideout, where Konan stood with her usual stoic expression. He approached her, curious about her presence. He wondered how long she had been there. Naruto looked at Konan. She asked him, with her serious tone, what he wanted to talk about. Naruto began to mention pain and Yahiko, but Konan interrupted him, stating that she wouldn't discuss Yahiko and would leave if that was the topic. Naruto turned and took her hand, causing her to stop. He assured her that he wouldn't force her to talk and that he didn't intend to use Yahiko's story to persuade Nagato. However, if she was willing to share, he wanted to know what Akatsuki was and what they sought, hoping to hear it from her. Konan remained silent, puzzled as to why Naruto wanted to know about Akatsuki and what it meant to him. He had previously claimed to know about Akatsuki and Yahiko. Understanding her reluctance, Naruto averted his gaze. He was about to release her hand when she tightened her grip, surprising him. Konan explained that Akatsuki was founded by Yahiko, who envisioned an organization that would fight for peace through dialogue. Initially, it seemed foolish in the ninja world, but over time, more members joined. Yahiko's ideology attracted others, and that was why Nagato, the Akatsuki members, and she followed him. He was their leader. Akatsuki always sought peace, which was the dream of the three of them, a world of harmony. Naruto remarked that such an organization must have been heard in various parts of the elemental nations. Konan agreed, noting that as the years passed, the organization grew stronger, but everything collapsed on that fateful day. She lowered her gaze, but was taken aback when Naruto released her hand and embraced her. He reassured her that what she had shared was what he wanted to know. For a moment, Konan stood still before wrapping her arms around Naruto's back. Though she didn't fully understand it, being with him brought her a sense of tranquility, lifting the heavy burden she carried. It was a feeling she had almost forgotten the sensation of safety. As Naruto released her from the embrace, he noticed that Konan was looking away, causing him to blush and step back quickly. He then mentioned wanting to discuss the masked man's plan, trying to regain his composure. Konan asked what was wrong, and Naruto explained that there was about a month left before the hunt for the Jinchuriki began. If Nagato decided to cooperate with him, the priority would be to prevent the hunt, as Pain was the leader of Akatsuki and would give the orders. Once the hunt stopped, he would go after Obito. Konan expressed that she still didn't understand how he planned to achieve peace, but she felt she could trust him, offering him a small smile that made him blush again. Grateful, Naruto thanked her, and when she asked why, he explained that it was for trusting him. He promised to make the dreams of Nagato, Yahiko, and her a reality, vowing to fight for peace so that she and Nagato could witness that world. As he turned to leave the hideout, Konan watched him go, surprised by his heartfelt words that touched her deeply, bringing a smile to her face. Naruto paused, turning back to compliment her smile, calling it beautiful before exiting. Konan blushed at his words, realizing how much she had forgotten about being praised. After speaking with Naruto, she recognized the feelings she had pushed aside were still there. She smiled and placed her hand over her heart, whispering that he was light. The next day in Konoha, Sakura was on her way to Sasuke's house. The Hokage had summoned the members of Team 7 for a mission at 6 in the morning, and with 10 minutes to spare, she decided to pick up Sasuke. Upon reaching his apartment, she knocked on the door. After waiting a few moments without a response, she knocked again, announcing herself. When there was still no answer, Sakura opened the door, feeling anxious. Inside, everything seemed normal except for Sasuke's absence. She noticed the Konoha headband on the bed and saw that the photo of Team 7 was turned face down. Picking it up, she turned to see that Sasuke's wardrobe had only a few clothes left. Overwhelmed, she leaned against the wall and sank to the floor, tears streaming down her face as she looked at the photo. Sakura whispered Sasuke's name, memories flooding back of Naruto's promise to bring him back. Wiping her tears, she stood up and ran toward the Hokage tower. She leaped from building to building, moving quickly, knowing she had to be fast. Sasuke might not be far, but she questioned what she would do if she brought him back. This was the second time he had left the village. What guaranteed there wouldn't be a third? Shaking her head, she tried to dismiss those doubts. In her thoughts, she called out to Naruto for strength to bring Sasuke back. Upon reaching the Hokage tower, she rushed into Tsunade's office, where Tsunade, Shizune, Kakashi, and Sai were present. Sakura exclaimed Tsunade's name in an agitated tone, prompting Tsunade to ask what was wrong. Sakura began to explain about Sasuke. He is gone. After Sakura's words, everyone was taken aback. They knew that Sasuke had no mission and had not even responded to Tsunade's calls. Tsunade instructed Kakashi and Sai to search the surroundings of Konoha quickly and report back. She planned to assemble a team to pursue Sasuke, which would be led by them. With a puff of smoke, Kakashi and Sai disappeared. Sakura felt a deep concern for Sasuke. Shizune, trying to calm her, reassured her that they would do their best to find him. Tsunade, looking at her student, echoed Shizune's sentiment. Sakura, determined, agreed to help. Tsunade summoned an Umbu, who knelt before her, ready for orders. She instructed him to find Shikamaru and bring him immediately. The Umbu vanished as quickly as he had appeared. Turning away from the window, Tsunade gazed out at the village, reflecting on Sasuke's choices. Just then, Jiraiya appeared, startling her and causing her to strike him lightly, sending him nearly to the village gates. Tsunade scolded him for his antics as Jiraiya regained his composure. After a brief moment, Jiraiya learned about Sasuke's departure. He noted that the young man had many issues to deal with. Shizune mentioned that Sasuke had been acting strangely for weeks, not wearing his Konoha headband or Chunin vest, and ignoring Tsunade's calls. Sakura added that he had stopped speaking to their teammates. Tsunade reflected on Sasuke's past behavior, recalling that he had once been responsible and had completed missions. She had hoped that his training would have changed him, but it seemed not to have done so. Jiraiya remarked that Sasuke had been holding on to his resentment, making it impossible for him to let go of his quest for revenge. He had been searching for something beyond vengeance, perhaps the bonds of friendship. Tsunade acknowledged that Sasuke felt guilty about Naruto's death, a truth he had never accepted. Naruto had been his only friend, and without him, Sasuke found no reason to stay. Jiraiya asked what Tsunade planned to do, and she declared that bringing Sasuke back was the right thing to do. She turned to Sakura, who was initially surprised but soon resolved to support the mission. Sakura expressed her determination to bring Sasuke back, and just then, Shikamaru entered the office with his usual calm demeanor. He acknowledged Tsunade's call and listened as she explained Sasuke's desertion. Tsunade tasked him with reaching the borders of the Land of Fire, instructing him to return immediately if he found nothing. Shikamaru frowned at the thought of Sasuke's actions. He expressed his frustration but assured Tsunade that he was ready for the mission. However, he made it clear that he would not take unnecessary risks this time, hoping Sakura would understand. Sakura nodded, affirming her commitment to try again and again until Sasuke returned. Shikamaru then left to prepare for the mission, stating that the team would remain the same, but this time Sakura would join them. Tsunade asked Sakura if she was ready, and she confidently affirmed her readiness. As she moved toward the door, Jiraiya called out to her, reminding her that Sasuke might not return and warning her about the path of vengeance. Sakura acknowledged the risks but remained steadfast in her resolve, stating that she would not go back on her word. Jiraiya noted her determination and turned to Tsunade, who decided to send Kakashi with the team as well. In the hidden grass village, Zetsu found himself in a dimly lit room, holding some papers and wearing his usual smile. Suddenly, a sword wielded by a tongue severed his hands, and he turned to see Orochimaru emerging from the shadows. Orochimaru, with a smile, questioned Zetsu's presence in his lair, suspecting that Akatsuki had sent him to eliminate him. Zetsu greeted Orochimaru, and, just then, a massive serpent appeared behind him, swallowing him whole in an instant. Orochimaru smiled at the spectacle and looked up to see Zetsu's black and white forms combined, with only half of Zetsu's body visible. Orochimaru acknowledged the clone's cleverness. Zetsu's black form informed Orochimaru that they had acquired the information they needed and had no further reason to stay. Orochimaru, curious, asked why they had come. Zetsu's white form cryptically promised that he would find out soon before disappearing completely. Orochimaru glanced at the papers that had fallen, noticing a photo and a name Sujetsu Hozuki. He wondered what it meant. Orochimaru wondered, a smile still on his lips. Shikamaru stood at the gates of Konoha, clearly frustrated by Sasuke's decision. He had anticipated that Sasuke would leave the village. Shikamaru rarely spoke with him, believing that Sasuke was not one to sit down and discuss his problems, expecting others to understand him. Sasuke was more action-oriented than talkative, making his choice evident. Shikamaru couldn't help but recall the mission he had undertaken with Naruto to bring Sasuke back. He pushed those memories aside as he noticed his teammates approaching the gate. Kiba, Neji, Lee, Choji, Sakura, and Sai were joining him. Kiba expressed his disbelief, frustrated with Sasuke's actions. Shino remarked that Sasuke had left the village again because he was focused on his revenge, suggesting they should let him pursue it since he seemed unconcerned about the village. Choji pointed out Shikamaru's presence, prompting everyone to ignore Shino's comment. Sai noted that this was the same team that had gone after Sasuke the first time, though they were now without Naruto, which dampened the spirits of the group. Lee, eager to protect Sakura, promised to shine brightly and bring Sasuke back, while Sakura expressed her trust in him. Shino inquired why Kiba's dog, Akamaru, was not with him. Kiba explained that he had asked Akamaru to stay behind to rest after their recent mission, as the dog had returned exhausted. Once they gathered around Shikamaru, he turned to lead them out of the village. They had just exited Konoha when they spotted Kakashi standing before them. Sakura, confused, called out to him. Kakashi urged them not to stop, announcing he would accompany them. He performed a series of hand signs and placed his hand on the ground, creating a small puff of smoke that revealed Pakin. Pakin asked about their objective, and Kakashi replied that it was Sasuke Uchiha, sounding weary as he presented Pakin with a piece of Sasuke's clothing. Pakin, annoyed, declared that Kakashi should put Sasuke in his place this time, vowing to bite him if necessary before leaping onto a branch and moving ahead. Kakashi instructed the group to follow Pakin. Sakura questioned Pakin, wondering why he didn't already know Sasuke's scent. Pakin explained that a person's body odor changes as they age, and since Sasuke had left the village as a child, he now had a different scent as a teenager. They leaped from branch to branch at great speed, aware that they might encounter Sasuke before he left the Land of Fire. Kiba speculated whether Sasuke would seek Orochimaru again, but Neji doubted that, stating that Sasuke understood Orochimaru's true intentions. Kakashi agreed, noting the high likelihood of Sasuke leaving the Land of Fire. Shikamaru raised a serious question about where Sasuke might be headed if he had already left. Pakken remarked that Sasuke's unstable mindset led him to make reckless decisions in pursuit of revenge. Kiba expressed his frustration with Sasuke's choices, while Sai coldly suggested that someone like him didn't deserve to return to the village and should face consequences for his betrayal. Neji observed that Sasuke was lost in darkness, and while his decisions might seem poor to them, they could be seen as correct from Sasuke's perspective. Sakura silently worried about Sasuke's whereabouts as they continued through the trees. Minutes passed, and the team led by Kakashi and Shikamaru reached the borders of the Land of Fire. Shikamaru announced that they would split into 2 teams, with 5 on one side and 4 on the other, including Pakken, which irritated the dog. Kakashi then assigned Sakura, Kiba, Sai, and Pakken to his team, directing them to head east, while Shikamaru led his group west. Meanwhile, Naruto moved swiftly through the trees, his hood pulled up as he leaped onto a branch. He paused upon sensing 4 familiar presences. As he jumped to another branch, he spotted Kakashi, Sakura, Kiba, and Pakken conversing below, his expression revealing his surprise. He quickly wondered what his former teammates were doing there and why Sasuke was not with them, pulling his hood down to conceal his face. Naruto was preparing to leap to another branch when he quickly reacted and jumped back, dodging several kunai. He looked up to see Sai perched on a bird made of ink above him. Naruto wondered who this person was as he observed Sai. To his surprise, he noticed mud beneath his feet and turned his gaze to find Kakashi was missing. Kakashi's voice came from behind Naruto, revealing himself with his Sharingan activated. Kiba, Sakura, and Pakken jumped onto branches in front of Naruto and Kakashi. Kakashi questioned the mysterious figure, forming a Raikiri in his right hand. Naruto felt a sense of dread as he recognized Kakashi-sensei but remained unable to move, hiding his face beneath his hood. Sakura asked who the hooded man was, and Kakashi demanded he speak. Naruto insisted there was no need to reveal his identity. Kakashi warned him he would ask one last time who he was. As Kakashi prepared to strike, Naruto turned his head to the right, revealing a Sharingan with 3 tomo shining brightly. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, unable to see Naruto's face due to the shadow cast by his hood. Kakashi closed his other eye, focusing solely on his Sharingan. In an instant, Naruto vanished, leaving only a piece of trunk behind. Kakashi warned everyone to be alert, realizing it was a substitution jutsu. He looked up to see the hooded figure on a higher branch, watching them intently. Kakashi instructed Kiba, Sakura, and Pakken to close their eyes. Suddenly, Naruto looked up and saw Sai riding toward him on the ink bird. Kakashi shouted for Sai to stop, but Sai continued forward until he encountered 2 glowing Sharingan. Everything turned dark, and the sky turned red. Sai found himself face to face with the hooded figure, who appeared to have pierced him with a sword. Blood spilled as he fell to the ground, and then everything returned to normal. Sai lay on the ink bird, which was still heading toward Naruto. Naruto jumped to evade it, causing the bird to crash into a tree, and Sai began to fall. Kakashi caught him and looked at the hooded figure. Kakashi noted that Sai was unconscious, having fallen victim to a genjutsu, while Naruto prepared to escape but was startled to feel Sakura behind him. She offered him something and landed a powerful blow, but it exploded in a puff of smoke. Sakura realized it was a clone and began searching for him. Kakashi alerted her to danger from behind, but by the time she turned around, she was overwhelmed by the sight of the blood-red eyes and fell unconscious. Naruto felt regret for Sakura as he leaped to another branch, distancing himself. Kiba declared he would pursue Naruto, and Kakashi instructed Pakken to look after Sai and Sakura. Pakken carefully laid Sakura down beside Sai before Kakashi dashed after Kiba and Naruto, who had already exited the Land of Fire. Naruto thought about Kiba's recklessness as he continued moving forward. Kiba shouted for the hooded figure to stop, realizing he was getting further away. Kakashi spotted Kiba and the hooded figure ahead. He called out to Kiba, who turned to see Kakashi and asked about the others. Kakashi reassured him they were being taken care of and instructed Kiba to prepare to capture the hooded figure. Kiba was confused by Kakashi's words, but Kakashi told him to get ready as he activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. Kiba expressed uncertainty about what Kakashi was planning but felt it would be impressive. Kakashi focused on using Kamui on the figure's right leg. Naruto noticed Kakashi's Mangekyō for the first time and realized something significant was about to happen. As Naruto jumped to a higher branch, Kakashi and Kiba followed, spotting 10 hooded figures. Kiba wondered if they were shadow clones, while Kakashi began to understand the situation. Kiba asked if Kakashi knew what to do, and Kakashi explained he could track the real one with his Sharingan, identifying the figure in the center. He activated Kamui, creating a swirling vortex around Naruto's leg, which seemed to vanish in a puff of smoke. Kakashi was bewildered as the clones dispersed, 4 moving to the right and 5 to the left. Kakashi instructed Kiba to follow him to the left, and they pursued the 5 figures. After a moment, all the clones exploded into smoke. Kiba expressed frustration, realizing the true figure had gone to the right. Kakashi clarified that those were also just clones, and he explained how the original had likely hidden itself. Kiba suggested they return, hoping the hooded figure was still nearby or would come toward them. Kakashi noted how fast the figure was and concluded they had probably escaped. He decided they should return to Pakken and the others. Kiba then asked about Sasuke, and Kakashi replied that if Shikamaru's team had found nothing, they would head back to Konoha. Kakashi observed Kiba's disappointed expression. Naruto was sprinting at high speed, nearing the land of water. He suddenly stopped, placing his hands on his head as memories flooded back. He did his best to push those thoughts away. Naruto wondered why Sasuke was not with them. It didn't seem like they were on a mission, they appeared to be searching for someone. The team led by Shikamaru arrived at the meeting point with Kakashi's team. Upon arrival, they noticed that Kiba and Kakashi were carrying Sakura and Sai, with Kakashi supporting Sakura and Kiba assisting Sai. Shikamaru inquired about what had happened, looking at Kakashi. Kakashi replied that it was a long story but summarized that they hadn't found Sasuke and had encountered an adversary. Niji asked if there had been someone else present, noticing Sakura and Sai's condition. Kiba speculated that it was likely an Uchiha since the individual had the Sharingan, leaving everyone astonished. Shikamaru questioned if it was Sasuke's brother. Kakashi clarified that although they hadn't seen the person's face, he was very different from Itachi Uchiha in both appearance and fighting style, noting that the only similarity was their expertise in genjutsu. Niji pointed out that if the mysterious figure had taken that path, it meant he was heading toward the land of water. Kiba expressed concern for Sakura and Sai, urging the team to return quickly. Kakashi agreed, and they all leaped from branch to branch, with Pakken no longer accompanying them as his summoning was no longer needed. Kakashi glanced at Shikamaru and asked if they had found anything. Shikamaru responded that it seemed true, Sasuke had left the land of fire, and they hadn't been able to catch up with him. Niji added that he had searched with his Byakugan but couldn't locate Sasuke, suspecting he had moved much farther away. Kakashi, momentarily puzzled by the appearance of the mysterious man, wondered who he was and why he possessed the Sharingan. All Uchihas had been eliminated by Itachi, with Sasuke being the only survivor apart from him. This unknown individual was undoubtedly powerful, as evidenced by Sakura and Sai's condition. Kakashi planned to return to the village before freeing them from the genjutsu, knowing they would need to be examined by Tsunade. In the land of water, Sasuke stood on a branch of a tall tree, gazing at the sky. He wore a sleeveless dark gray shirt with the Uchiha clan symbol on the back, dark blue shinobi pants, and black sandals. He had purchased this outfit days before leaving Konoha. Having successfully exited the land of fire, he was now focused on gathering information that would lead him to Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke was prepared for anything, aware that Orochimaru would pursue him once he realized Sasuke had deserted Konoha. However, Sasuke was ready to confront him, even planning to seek him out. He was determined to eliminate anyone who stood in his way, all in pursuit of his revenge. The only clear thought in Sasuke's mind was to kill Itachi. Once he left Konoha, all his torment faded, leaving only vengeance in his heart. He intended to start by gathering information about Akatsuki. From what he had heard from Jiraiya, Akatsuki members traveled in pairs and targeted Jinchuriki. Yet, there had been little information about this organization, aside from the intrigue surrounding their plans. Sasuke touched the cursed seal on his neck and recalled Jiraiya's mention of Orochimaru's hideout in the Land of Grass, Kusagakyure. If anyone had information about the happenings in the ninja world, it was Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Naruto was nearing Kirigakure, having traveled for about an hour and a half since leaving the Land of Fire. He had delayed his arrival because he needed rest after 5 days without sleep. Each time he closed his eyes, he found himself in a white void, hearing a woman's voice softly calling his name. He didn't understand the significance of the dream, but the warmth of her voice enveloped him in a deep sense of tranquility, which vanished as soon as he woke up. He had experienced the dream again just the day before. Pushing aside thoughts of the dream, Naruto recalled his reunion with his former teammates. He felt guilty for having ensnared Sakura and the other boy in such a powerful genjutsu. He hadn't wanted it to escalate to that point, but he had to act to avoid being discovered. It remained unclear why they were there, but Naruto suspected it had something to do with Sasuke. As he approached Kirigakure, Naruto picked up speed across the water, reaching the entrance where 6 Umbu surrounded him. The gates opened, revealing Ao standing before them, while some villagers watched the unfolding scene. Ao demanded to know where Naruto had been, his tone threatening. Naruto attempted to maintain his composure, stating he had been on a mission. Ao accused him of lying, explaining that Mizuki had sent him to find Naruto for a discussion, and when he arrived at Naruto's home, no one was there. If Naruto had truly been on a mission, the Mizuki wouldn't have sent him to search. Ao pulled out a kunai. Naruto explained that he had just returned from a mission nearby, mentioning that he had stayed outside to sleep. He suggested that Ao speak with the Mizuki if there were any doubts about him. Ao dismissed the matter and instructed Naruto to follow him, as the Mizuki wanted to speak with him. As they walked toward the Mizuki's tower, Naruto noticed the wary and fearful glances from the villagers. Despite some of them knowing him, the lingering distrust was a reminder of the village's dark past, a place that had endured years of corruption and suffering, earning the name the Bloody Mist Village. Upon reaching the Mizuki's office, Naruto saw Mei reviewing some papers. She set them aside as she noticed their arrival. Ao announced Naruto's presence, and Mei stood up with a bright smile, greeting him warmly. Naruto responded cheerfully, mentioning his recent mission. He winked at Mei, who understood the gesture. Mei expressed her relief at Naruto's return, noting she had hoped he would come back earlier. She indicated that she wanted to discuss something important and asked Ao to leave them alone. Once they were alone, Naruto inquired about the serious topic at hand, noticing Mei's somber expression. Concerned, he asked if something was wrong. Mei's tone turned serious as she questioned Naruto about his whereabouts. When he began to explain, she interrupted him with a threatening look, demanding the truth. Naruto revealed that he had been investigating Akatsuki, a notorious organization known for targeting Jinchuriki. He emphasized the importance of understanding their plans, as they could not be ignored. Mei took Naruto's hand, surprising him, and he confirmed the truth of his words. She then handed him a tactical vest, explaining that it was a Jonin uniform from Kirigakure. Naruto put it on, realizing its significance. Mei informed him that while they had some Jonin, none were currently taking on A and S rank missions. Naruto confidently declared he would take them on starting the next day, surprising Mei with his determination. She expressed concern about his youth and readiness for such missions, but Naruto reassured her not to underestimate any shinobi based on age. Mei accepted his decision and returned to her papers as Naruto prepared to leave, promising to return for missions the following day. As Naruto walked through the streets of Kiri, he stored his Jonin vest in a scroll, hands behind his head, and focused ahead. Upon arriving home, he was greeted by Zetsu, who emerged from the ground. Naruto greeted him and headed to the kitchen, with Zetsu following closely behind. Zetsu, in a cheerful tone, remarked on Naruto's delayed return, to which Naruto explained he had stayed at an inn after an exhausting training session. Zetsu's playful comment about Naruto being tired made him smile. Then, Zetsu informed him that they had located Suigetsu, capturing Naruto's attention. Curious, Naruto asked where Suigetsu was, and Zetsu explained that he was at a hideout east of Odogakure. Naruto decided they would go there the next day to rescue Suigetsu, noting he needed at least 5 allies. Zetsu reminded him that Orochimaru might be waiting for them, which only made Naruto smile in anticipation. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure, the Raikage was buried in paperwork, trying to maintain his patience. He looked up when someone entered his office without knocking, revealing Darui carrying an injured Samui on his back. Samui was severely hurt, having lost an eye and sustaining a wound on her shoulder. The Raikage, alarmed, demanded to know what had happened. Darui explained that she had arrived at the gates of Kumo in that condition and had come alone. Darui carefully laid Samui on the ground. They approached her, noticing that she slowly opened her single eye. Samui revealed that Konoha was responsible for her condition before she fainted. They instructed Darui to take her to the hospital immediately for treatment. Darui responded promptly, taking Samui and disappearing in a puff of smoke. A walked to the window of his office, looking out with determination. He vowed that Konoha would pay for what they had done, clenching his fist as lightning crackled around him. Naruto was on his way to the borders of the Land of Water, having received an A-rank mission from Mei. He moved swiftly across the vast grasslands, his hood pulled up as was customary for him. It was his first mission as a Jonin, a remarkable achievement considering he was not from the village where he had grown up. Despite his new rank, Naruto did not seem particularly happy. He had long since stopped identifying as a shinobi of any village, preferring to operate independently. He used the surname Uzumaki to remind himself of his roots and the dreams he once had of becoming Hokage to protect those he cared about. Now, he was also the grandson of Madara Uchiha, fighting for peace in the world. He was a blend of both identities, and he was determined to thwart Tsukuyomi's plan to safeguard his bonds, all while dreaming of a world filled with peace and harmony. Naruto's mission was to retrieve the Kubikura Bocho, which was in the possession of Tenzin Daikoku, a politician allied with the daimyo of the Land of Water. The mission was classified as high-ranking due to the man's influence in the region. Stopping at a port, Naruto gazed ahead calmly when Zetsu emerged from the ground behind him. Zetsu, with a smile, announced that the task was complete. Naruto expressed surprise at Zetsu's speed and turned to face him. Zetsu stated that it was an easy mission and handed the Kubikura Bocho to Naruto. After taking it, Naruto produced a scroll, performed a hand seal, and the sword vanished in a puff of smoke. He rolled up the scroll and tucked it away. With a sense of purpose, Naruto declared he would now head to find Suigetsu and began to run across the water. Zetsu watched him depart before sinking back into the ground and disappearing. In Konoha, it was just another ordinary day. The villagers went about their routines, seemingly unaware of any trouble. However, in the Konoha hospital, Kakashi, Shikamaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the unconscious Sakura and Sai were present. Tsunade reported that they were stable after being subjected to a powerful genjutsu. She expressed disbelief that another Uchiha was alive. Jiraiya questioned how this could be possible since Itachi Uchiha had eliminated them all. Kakashi explained that the assailant wore a dark hood that obscured his face, and they had no physical description beyond his size, nor did he reveal his name. Tsunade wondered what he was doing in the Land of Fire, while Kakashi noted that the individual had escaped without answering any questions. Shikamaru remarked on the oddity of the situation, especially since the person had fled to the Land of Water. Jiraiya asserted that whoever it was, they should not be underestimated, pointing to Sakura and Sai as examples. Tsunade sighed, acknowledging that their description was too vague to add to the bingo book. Kakashi provided the details they had, a height of 1.78 meters and a black hood. He noted that the presence of the Sharingan would make him somewhat easier to identify. Tsunade instructed Shikamaru to go with Shizun and have the individual added to the bingo book with the description Kakashi had provided. Shikamaru agreed and left the room. Tsunade then turned her attention to Sasuke, who was still unaccounted for. Kakashi speculated that Sasuke might have headed toward the Land of Hot Springs or the Land of Sound, or perhaps to another nearby country. Jiraiya offered to use his network of spies to locate Sasuke, believing he could not be far from the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, in a subterranean hideout in the eastern borders of the Land of Sound, Orochimaru sat in a serpent-headed chair with glowing yellow eyes. Beside him stood Kabuto, and the room was illuminated by several large lamps. Before them stood around 200 shinobi from the Sound Village. Kabuto noted that if Zetsu was seeking information about Suigetsu, it likely meant he was heading their way. Orochimaru pondered who he might encounter, perhaps the false Madara, Zetsu, or someone else entirely. He liked his lips in anticipation, and Kabuto remarked on Orochimaru's excitement, to which Orochimaru replied that there were many reasons to feel thrilled. Naruto was on the verge of leaving Yugakure, heading towards Otogakure. After reaching Otogakure, he planned to move east, where another hideout of Orochimaru was located, and where Zetsu had informed him Suigetsu could be found. Naruto was aware that Orochimaru might be waiting for him there, but he was prepared for a confrontation. He understood the treacherous nature of Orochimaru, who showed no mercy, and he knew Orochimaru would be very interested in his Sharingan. It felt as though he was walking straight into the serpent's den. Suddenly, Naruto stopped and swiftly dodged a kunai. He turned to see several crows flying around him, surrounding him from above, the sides, in front, and behind. Maintaining a serious expression, Naruto looked up and was taken aback to see Itachi Uchiha perched on a branch, forming a tiger seal. The crows dove towards Naruto, enveloping him and rendering him immobile. Despite his efforts, he couldn't move even an arm. Itachi unleashed a fire technique, sending a massive fireball hurtling towards Naruto. As the fireball struck, an explosion erupted. When the smoke cleared, Itachi's expression shifted to one of surprise. Naruto stood in a semi-complete Susanoo form, lacking legs, and his Mangekyō Sharingan glowed in both eyes. Itachi quietly acknowledged the unexpected turn of events. Naruto, visibly annoyed, recognized Itachi and expressed his frustration. Itachi noted Naruto's Mangekyō but was interrupted as Naruto's Susanoo fist charged towards him. Itachi transformed into several crows that flew away, landing several meters behind Naruto, who turned to face him. Itachi pondered Naruto's abilities, questioning how he had acquired the Sharingan and mastered the Mangekyō. Naruto charged at Itachi, prompting Itachi to leap back to evade the Susanoo's attack. As Naruto approached, his Susanoo vanished, reverting to his three-blade Sharingan. They engaged in a taijutsu duel, with Naruto dodging Itachi's kick and attempting to counter with a sweeping kick. Itachi leaped over him, grabbing his arm and pulling him back. Naruto spun around, only to receive a powerful kick to the stomach, causing him to scowl. However, he quickly seized Itachi's leg, spun, and hurled him towards a tree. Itachi recovered, landing on his feet. As Itachi looked up, he saw 4 Narutos charging at him, each clone throwing shurikens. Itachi jumped to evade them, but as he was in the air, Naruto landed a strong kick, sending Itachi crashing to the ground. Standing over him, Naruto noticed Itachi's headband lying nearby as Itachi's body transformed into crows that soared into the sky. Realizing it was a clone, Naruto turned around to find the real Itachi standing a few meters away. Itachi complimented Naruto's control over his Mangekyō and Susanoo, to which Naruto responded with a smile, acknowledging his skills. Itachi quickly countered Naruto's attack with a kunai, causing the distant Naruto to vanish. Itachi remarked on Naruto's proficiency in genjutsu, pushing him back. Naruto confronted Itachi, accusing him of coming to kill him. Itachi calmly stated that it depended on Naruto's responses to his questions, starting with how he obtained the Sharingan. This prompted a smile from Naruto, who revealed his Uchiha lineage. Itachi noted that while Naruto was difficult to recognize due to his hood, he had seen part of his hair and was aware that he was not the first Akatsuki member to encounter Naruto. Surprised by this recognition, Naruto clenched his fist, realizing the masked figure had revealed his identity. Itachi pressed for answers about Naruto's Sharingan, and Naruto explained that he had Uchiha blood, which was enough to explain his abilities. Itachi questioned why Naruto had not returned to Konoha and what his true intentions were. Naruto lowered his gaze, admitting he could no longer go back. Itachi labeled Naruto a deserter and traitor, which angered Naruto. He insisted that he was nothing like Itachi and had no reason to stay. As he began to walk away, Itachi noted that Naruto believed in gathering Jinchuriki to bring peace, calling him just another foolish follower of Madara. This provoked Naruto, who turned back, furious and clenching his fist. Naruto countered Itachi's accusation, pointing out that Itachi was also following Madara's orders. Itachi dismissed Madara as a mere pawn, stating that he remained in Akatsuki only to bide his time until he could surpass and eliminate Madara. This revelation shocked Naruto, who questioned Itachi's intentions. Itachi revealed he had someone else to deal with first, prompting Naruto to think of Sasuke. Naruto was following Itachi, feeling confused and struggling to understand how Itachi had managed to locate him. Itachi had also mentioned eliminating Madara. What exactly was Itachi planning to do? Naruto asked about the eastern hideout of Orochimaru, curious about Itachi's knowledge. Itachi explained that as a member of Akatsuki, he had traveled to various parts of the world and had encountered Orochimaru's hideouts on multiple occasions. When Naruto inquired why Itachi wanted to eliminate Orochimaru, Itachi revealed that Orochimaru posed a threat to his plans. He had been tracking Naruto's movements through the land of rain, the land of fire, and the land of water, noting that a crow had been following him. Looking up, Naruto noticed the crow flying above them. Itachi expressed surprise that Naruto hadn't noticed it sooner. Naruto admitted he had seen it but thought it was merely a coincidence to encounter a crow wherever he went, which brought a smile to Itachi's face. As they reached a high branch, they spotted Orochimaru's underground hideout. Itachi pointed it out, maintaining an impassive expression. Naruto speculated that Orochimaru was likely prepared for their arrival, which made Itachi smile slightly. Naruto suggested that Itachi could wait while he confronted Orochimaru alone, but Itachi decided to follow him into the hideout. They both entered the hideout, with Naruto sprinting through the corridors at high speed. After a few moments, he arrived in a large, narrow room where 200 sound shinobi were ready for battle. Narrowing his eyes, he noticed Orochimaru seated with a wide grin, flanked by Kabuto. Itachi caught up to Naruto, standing beside him, slightly surprised by the number of shinobi but keeping his composure. Orochimaru's expression shifted from a smile to surprise upon seeing Itachi, while Kabuto was equally astonished and fearful. Orochimaru questioned Itachi's presence, sweat trickling down his forehead, and Kabuto remarked on the unexpected alliance of Itachi and Naruto. Orochimaru, regaining his composure, expressed excitement at having Itachi's body within reach, viewing it as a miraculous opportunity. Kabuto, trying to steady himself, reminded Orochimaru of Itachi's formidable reputation. Orochimaru reassured Kabuto that they would first deal with the sound shinobi before attempting to capture Itachi's body. Naruto, determined, declared his intention to confront Orochimaru directly. He removed his hood, revealing the attire given to him by Madara, including armor reminiscent of ancient shinobi times. Kabuto was taken aback by Naruto's clothing, recognizing it as the garb worn before the founding of the villages. Orochimaru, still smiling, addressed Naruto, while Itachi observed Naruto with a hint of surprise, aware of the historical significance of the outfit. Naruto adjusted his gloves and smiled, closing his eyes momentarily. When he opened them, his Sharingan with 3 tomo was visible. A brief silence fell over the room until a small rock fell from the ceiling, prompting Naruto to charge at the shinobi, who responded by rushing toward him as well. Naruto leaped forward and delivered a powerful kick to the chest of one of the shinobi, sending him crashing into 5 others. He quickly ducked to avoid a move, then kicked the shinobi's leg, causing him to stumble. Naruto followed up with an elbow strike to the jaw, disarming him of his sword. With swift movements, Naruto began to twirl the sword, deflecting kunai and shuriken while landing cuts on the legs and arms of the shinobi. He drove the sword into the ground, pinning a man's leg. As he blocked a strike from another shinobi, he tightened his grip on the man's hand, noticing several others approaching to surround him. Naruto twisted the man's arm, causing his legs to collide with the faces of his allies. He released the man, who was quickly caught by his teammates, and then launched himself forward, kicking the man in the stomach, which caused those who had captured him to fall. 2 shinobi attempted to strike Naruto, but he evaded them, resulting in one of them hitting the man beneath him instead. The remaining shinobi turned to see Naruto caught by a massive shinobi, much larger than him. 10 shinobi from the sound smiled as they pierced Naruto's body with swords and kunai. However, his form erupted into a cloud of smoke, revealing that the giant shinobi was holding only a piece of wood. The large shinobi looked up just in time to receive a tremendous kick that buried him into the ground. Naruto landed on top of him and pulled some threads from his fingers, causing 10 shurikens to fall from the air, embedding themselves in the right shoulder of each shinobi. Naruto then jumped, placing his hands on the ground and began spinning, delivering kicks to the shinobi from the sound. One shinobi threw his sword at Naruto, trying to pierce him, but Naruto expertly kicked the hilt, sending the sword spinning above him. He then stood up, extending his arm to catch the sword. He declared that he would show the shinobi how to use a sword, and in a flash of speed he made a cut on the shinobi's right foot, forcing him to fall to the ground. Another shinobi, whose arms had transformed into swords, attempted to slash at Naruto, but he blocked the attack with his sword. Pushing the shinobi back slightly, Naruto then made a cut across his forehead, followed by a kick to the stomach that made the shinobi spit out saliva. He then delivered a kick to the face, sending the shinobi crashing into a water cylinder. Naruto began to run towards Orochimaru, dodging attacks and cutting at the legs of the sound shinobi. Itachi, who was still standing and observing, was visibly impressed, though he concealed it behind his impassive expression. Naruto and Itachi were prepared to begin their respective duels, with Naruto facing Orochimaru and Itachi confronting the sound ninjas. Itachi remarked that it would be quick as he started walking towards the sound shinobi. Naruto agreed, ready to begin, and pulled out a kunai. Orochimaru warned him not to underestimate him, knowing well what he was capable of. Naruto acknowledged this, promising to use the kunai and not resort to his more powerful techniques until he grew bored. Before Orochimaru could finish his sentence, he received a massive kick to the face that sent him crashing into the wall, creating numerous cracks. Naruto sighed, expressing his surprise at Orochimaru's readiness. Orochimaru smiled and approached Naruto, acknowledging his speed and admitting that he had been slightly distracted. Orochimaru extended his arm towards Naruto, unleashing a swarm of snakes that lunged at him. Naruto swiftly cut off the heads of the snakes, ducking and dodging as he moved. Orochimaru then slithered towards him at high speed, opening his mouth to reveal a sword. Naruto jumped aside to avoid him, but Orochimaru managed to grab Naruto's leg and slammed him into the wall. As he pulled Naruto closer, he drew the sword from his mouth. Naruto threw a kunai directly at Orochimaru's head, but he dodged, causing the kunai to explode with a paper bomb tied to it, the blast hitting Orochimaru in the neck. Using the kunai in his right hand, Naruto sliced Orochimaru's hand, freeing himself from the grip. Once the flames from the explosion dissipated, Orochimaru was revealed to have a severely damaged and burned back. He acknowledged Naruto's clever use of another kunai, complimenting him. Naruto found the situation disgusting and charged at Orochimaru. Orochimaru declared that he would now fight seriously. He reached for Naruto, who jumped to evade him. Orochimaru unleashed 3 snakes from his mouth, which Naruto cut down with his kunai. As he turned, Orochimaru's hand caught his left arm. Orochimaru attempted to slam Naruto to the ground, but Naruto twisted in midair and severed Orochimaru's arm. Landing on his feet, Naruto threw the kunai at Orochimaru, who leaped aside to dodge it. Naruto then performed hand seals, creating 10 clones of the kunai. Orochimaru jumped up to evade the kunai, but Naruto pulled on a thread tied to the original kunai and launched it again, this time creating 20 kunai. Orochimaru grabbed a nearby water cylinder to pull himself closer, but 3 kunai embedded themselves in his stomach and 3 in his right leg. Naruto pulled the original kunai back towards him, but Orochimaru removed the kunai one by one, showing no injuries. He declared that it was enough of the games and demanded to see Naruto's true power. Naruto smiled as he prepared to show Orochimaru something. He dashed forward, and Orochimaru met him with equal speed. The two collided, their forearms striking against each other. Naruto attempted to slice Orochimaru's neck with a kunai, but Orochimaru leaned back to evade the attack. However, Naruto quickly pivoted and landed a powerful kick to Orochimaru's ribs, causing him to scowl. Orochimaru jumped back and extended his arms toward Naruto, who seized them and pulled Orochimaru closer. Orochimaru opened his mouth, revealing a sword poised to strike, but Naruto leaped and delivered a fierce kick to Orochimaru's head, driving it into the ground. He then pressed his foot down, rubbing Orochimaru's face against the earth. Orochimaru managed to burrow into the ground and emerged several meters away, his face torn and skin peeling. As he shed his outer layer, another face appeared beneath, and after a moment of his characteristic laughter, Orochimaru returned to his normal appearance. Naruto declared that anyone who charged directly at him would always fail, just as he had once failed, emphasizing that there was no escaping the Sharingan. Itachi crouched low, dodging a sword attack, and retaliated with a kick to a shinobi's stomach, sending him crashing into a wall. With his Sharingan activated, Itachi watched as 5 shinobi preparing to attack fell unconscious to the ground. One shinobi managed to stab Itachi from behind, but he transformed into a flock of crows, each with small blades, which began to assault the remaining shinobi. Another version of Itachi stood at a distance, quickly forming hand signs. He unleashed a fire-style jutsu, releasing a massive fireball that engulfed several shinobi. Another shinobi appeared behind Itachi, attempting to ambush him, but Itachi sidestepped and landed a kick to the shinobi's stomach. He then threw 4 shurikens, striking 4 shinobi in the chest, causing them to collapse. Once again he transformed into crows, continuing his assault on the shinobi from the Sound Village. Naruto leaped back to avoid an attack from Orochimaru, who wielded a sword. With his Sharingan still active, Naruto tried to block another strike with his kunai, but it shattered. Orochimaru kicked Naruto, and a small snake slithered from his foot, hiding within Naruto's clothing. The kick sent Naruto several meters away from Orochimaru, who smiled at the sight. Naruto recognized the sword of Kusanagi and brushed off his armor. Orochimaru grinned, and the snake within Naruto's clothing stretched out, wrapping around him. Orochimaru declared that Naruto's body now belonged to him. The snake bit Naruto's neck, eliciting a pained gasp. As Orochimaru approached with a wide grin, he glanced away, expecting to see his shinobi battling Itachi, but found nothing. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the area, and Orochimaru felt a tightening sensation around him. Above, a blood-red moon formed, casting a dark crimson hue over the surroundings. He looked down to find himself standing in a pool of blood, which covered the ground. Orochimaru thought to himself about the genjutsu, marveling at the beauty of Naruto's eyes. In an instant, Naruto appeared before him, brandishing a sword. Orochimaru opened his mouth to unleash a counterattack, but Naruto transformed into a pool of blood that mingled with the blood on the ground. Another Naruto emerged from the blood, standing behind Orochimaru, while others appeared on either side and in front of him. They all struck Orochimaru simultaneously, causing him to cry out in pain. Naruto observed Orochimaru's discomfort and noted that he seemed unwell. Orochimaru, however, insisted that it was nothing. Suddenly, the snake that had coiled around Orochimaru turned to blood and fell to the ground. The 4 Naruto clones withdrew their swords from Orochimaru, and blood gushed from his wounds. Orochimaru seized the head of the Naruto in front of him and crushed it, causing it to turn to blood and spill onto the ground. He then pulled the Kusanagi sword from his mouth and cut down the other 3, who also transformed into blood and fell. A new Naruto appeared some distance away, drawing Orochimaru's attention. Orochimaru stammered Naruto's name, and Naruto remarked that Orochimaru seemed to be feeling better, pointing to his stomach where the wounds had vanished. Orochimaru claimed he had experienced a genjutsu of this power before and was not surprised. Naruto countered, asserting that his genjutsu was unlike any Orochimaru had encountered, revealing that his Mangekyō Sharingan was unique among the Uchiha. Orochimaru questioned what made it different, his tone laced with unease. Naruto explained that he was the grandson and student of the most powerful Uchiha, implying that there were no limits for him. He asserted that his genjutsu was perfect, controlling not only the environment but also Orochimaru's mind and actions, leaving Orochimaru utterly astonished. Orochimaru realized that Naruto was indeed the grandson of his former rival. Yet, he reminded Naruto that his snake had managed to bite him, claiming that the curse seal was now part of him and he could not escape. Naruto smirked, stating that Orochimaru should know better than to look an Uchiha in the eye, as he had already fallen into the genjutsu. Orochimaru's body moved against his will, and he found himself stabbing himself with the Kusanagi sword, blood spilling forth. The sword transformed into a snake and then into blood, pooling on the ground. Though the wound on Orochimaru vanished, he still felt intense pain in his stomach. Naruto reiterated his control over everything, declaring that any attempt by Orochimaru would be futile. He could grant Orochimaru anything he desired. Multiple Sharingan appeared on Orochimaru's shoulders, hands, and arms, causing him to tremble in fear. Naruto then suggested that he could just as easily take everything away. With a smile, Orochimaru's head suddenly fell into a pool of blood, and his body vanished. Orochimaru screamed in desperation, unable to shake off the immense pain he felt. Everything turned dark again, and the red moon reappeared. Orochimaru found himself whole and uninjured, searching for Naruto when he was suddenly pierced by a sword in his stomach. Another Naruto appeared before him, stabbing him in the chest, while yet another appeared beside him, striking at his head. Orochimaru screamed, trembling as he realized the gravity of his situation. The three Narutos spoke in unison, revealing the truth to him. They explained that he was in a weakened state, and even at full strength, the outcome would remain unchanged. Orochimaru stammered, insisting that he could not be killed because he was immortal. Suddenly, two Narutos vanished, leaving only the one beside Orochimaru. The swords and wounds disappeared, but Orochimaru found himself unable to move. The remaining Naruto stepped closer and placed a finger on Orochimaru's chest, declaring that he had created the perfect cage for someone like him. He bid farewell to Orochimaru just as a fiery sword pierced through him, simultaneously striking Orochimaru. Everything returned to normal, and the Naruto before Orochimaru vanished, revealing Itachi's Susanoo, wielding a fiery sword and holding a bottle in its other hand. All the shinobi from the Sound Village lay defeated on the ground, and Orochimaru reacted in shock. He recognized the sword of Totsuka and questioned how Itachi had obtained it. Naruto stood beside Itachi's Susanoo, and Itachi declared that it was over. Orochimaru screamed in denial, insisting on his immortality as he was absorbed by the sword of Totsuka. He was drawn into the bottle held by Susanoo's other hand. The sword vanished, and Itachi fell to his knees, panting heavily. Naruto checked on Itachi, noting the toll that using the Mangekyō took on him, especially without Hashirama's cells or eternal Mangekyō. Itachi coughed, blood staining his hand as he pulled it away. Naruto realized that the blood was not just from the strain of the Mangekyō and quickly retrieved a scroll, tossing it in front of Itachi. It contained medicinal herbs, ground for easier digestion. Itachi attempted to grab the scroll but coughed again, this time clutching his chest. Naruto frowned, deciding to take over. He lifted Itachi, supporting him against the wall, then performed a hand seal, causing a jar of ground herbs to emerge from the scroll. Naruto opened the jar, revealing a small spoon, and fed Itachi a portion of the herbs. He repeated the process, closing the jar and returning it to the scroll. He instructed Itachi to stay put, assuring him that his body would go numb for a few minutes. As Naruto walked down the corridor of the hideout, he remained calm on the outside, though turmoil brewed within. Itachi was his enemy, yet he was helping him. Was it for Sasuke, or simply an act of humanity? Zetsu observed from above, questioning why Naruto would leave Itachi there, reminding him that Itachi was his enemy. Naruto replied that it didn't matter, he wouldn't be the one to end Itachi's life, and in his current state, Itachi would not pose a threat. He requested Zetsu to lead him to Suigetsu. After walking for several minutes, they arrived in a spacious room filled with water cylinders. They advanced until they reached a much larger cylinder. A voice, amused, remarked on Orochimaru's defeat. Naruto introduced himself as he placed his hand on the cylinder, causing cracks to form. The cylinder shattered, releasing water and revealing Suigetsu, who smiled at Naruto. Naruto instructed Suigetsu to follow him, and as they walked, Suigetsu expressed his gratitude. Suddenly, Suigetsu transformed into water, merging with the puddle on the ground. A water form rose behind Naruto, and Suigetsu playfully pointed his finger at Naruto's head like a gun. He declared that nothing stopped him from ending Naruto right then and there. Zetsu, distracted by some documents, moved away from the scene. Naruto acknowledged the danger posed by a Shinobigatana but began to release some of his chakra, creating pressure that hindered Suigetsu's movement. Suigetsu jumped back and began forming hand seals but stopped when he saw Naruto activate his Mangekyō. Suigetsu's smile turned nervous as he surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. Naruto, also joking, deactivated his Mangekyō and smiled back. Suigetsu corrected Naruto, stating that he was not a Shinobigatana. Naruto clarified that his brother Mangetsu had become one, but he was dead, and Suigetsu had undergone the same training. He was well known in Kirigakure, which was enough for Naruto. He retrieved a scroll, opened it, and performed a hand seal, summoning the Kubikiribocho. He tossed it to Suigetsu, who caught it, his smile growing wider. Suigetsu asked how Naruto had known that was what he wanted. As Naruto moved the Kubikiribocho, he reflected on the importance of a Shinobigatana having its sword, stating that he was simply getting ahead of things. He then turned to Zetsu, who had something to share. Suigetsu took pride in being considered a Shinobigatana, expressing that it was a great honor. Zetsu, in his darker tone, mentioned that Naruto might find something interesting, handing him a piece of paper. Naruto took the paper and saw a photo of a girl with red hair, fair skin, and crimson eyes, wearing glasses. What caught Naruto's attention was her last name, Uzumaki. Naruto noted that there was still an Uzumaki around, which caused Suigetsu to look annoyed. Suigetsu advised Naruto against pursuing her, implying they did not get along well. Zetsu pointed out her impressive abilities, highlighting that despite Naruto's great skills, he lacked healing jutsus, and she could be very helpful in that regard. As Zetsu began to sink into the ground, Naruto decided to head out, telling him he would see him there. In Kusagakure, Sasuke Uchiha, the sole survivor of the Uchiha massacre, navigated through an underground hideout, his expression stoic and sword ready for combat. He arrived at a room filled with machines and a bed, a place that seemed to be used for experiments. After leaving that room, he ventured deeper into the hideout. Sasuke entered a larger room and found a table with 2 brochures. He was quickly surprised to see that both were files from Konoha. He picked one up and opened it, discovering it was about the Uchiha clan, filled with photos and names of its members. Clenching the brochure, he placed it back on the desk and grabbed the other one, his shock evident as he saw Naruto's photo. Below it, it stated his father was Minato Namikaze, deceased, and his mother was Kushina Uzumaki, also deceased. Sasuke recognized Minato as the 4th Hokage, and the question of why Orochimaru had this information weighed heavily on him. Turning the page, he was even more astonished to find a photo of a man with black hair tinged with blue, a lock covering his right eye. The name was Madara Uchiha. Sasuke couldn't comprehend why Madara's photo was in the same file as Naruto's until he noticed their blood types. The realization forced him to drop the papers, his surprise overwhelming. Sasuke questioned what this meant, wondering if Naruto was related to Madara Uchiha. He examined the Uchiha clan documents, noting that Naruto's blood type was somewhat compatible with Madara's, unlike many other clan members. The compatibility between Naruto and Madara, as well as Naruto's mother, was striking. Confused, Sasuke pondered how this was possible, considering the age difference in the timeline, yet no one had such compatibility with Madara except for Naruto and his mother. He was left wondering why Orochimaru had this information and what his interest in Naruto was, especially since he was presumed dead. Meanwhile, at the lake in Konoha, Konohamaru stood on the water, while Jiraiya sat on a rock, writing one of his books. Konohamaru, feeling bored, asked Jiraiya to teach him a jutsu. Jiraiya reminded him that he first needed to learn to control his chakra, especially with the Chunin exams starting in 3 days. He promised to teach him a jutsu if he put in more effort. Konohamaru began running across the water, catching Jiraiya's attention, who smiled at the sight. He thought about how this was Naruto's student. In her office, Tsunade faced a mountain of paperwork, dreading the upcoming Chunin exams. She leaned back in her chair, nearly falling when the door opened. Shizune entered, addressing her as Lady Tsunade. Tsunade asked what was wrong, and Shizune informed her that they could not add the hooded figure to the bingo book, the one who had confronted Team Kakashi. Tsunade was surprised and questioned why. Shizune explained that there were very few physical characteristics to go on, and even if he were noted, he could easily be mistaken for someone else wearing a hood. Tsunade had hoped that noting the Sharingan would make it easier, but now they needed to focus on the Chunin exams. Shizune inquired about their plans for dealing with the mysterious figure. Tsunade stated they would reinforce the borders with constant vigilance, acknowledging that they did not know the figure's intentions, but it was clear he had an interest in entering the Land of Fire. Shizune agreed to the plan. Tsunade stepped away from her desk and walked to the window, gazing out at the village. While it appeared peaceful, she felt anything but. Sasuke had deserted Konoha, and now a mysterious hooded figure had appeared. According to Kakashi, this individual might not be a member of Akatsuki, as his hood lacked the signature red clouds. However, he possessed the Sharingan and had left Sai and Sakura unconscious and in critical condition, though they had since recovered and awakened. Her thoughts were consumed by the upcoming Chunin exams and the participants from the allied villages who would be arriving. The weight of these concerns gave her a severe headache. The only source of comfort was Jiraiya's presence in the village, as he served as a protector and watchful guardian, which eased her worries slightly. At the Nara clan residence, Shikamaru was engaged in a game of shogi with his instructor and friend, Asuma Sarutobi. Both were deeply focused, taking turns to move their pieces. Shikamaru enjoyed strategic games, considering them one of his favorites. Asuma remarked that Shikamaru had been assigned to monitor the Forest of Death. Shikamaru acknowledged that he had initially thought he would only be responsible for the first test, but the Hokage had given him additional duties. Asuma noted that this assignment demonstrated the Hokage's trust in him, as not everyone received such responsibility. Shikamaru joked that she might be doing it just to annoy him, which brought a smile to Asuma's face. As they continued their game, Asuma mentioned that Shikamaru would be alongside Temari, the sister of the Kazekage, in the Forest of Death. Shikamaru confirmed her name and noted her strong personality, suggesting it would be a challenging experience. Shikamaru commented on the difficulties of dealing with women, claiming they often played with one's mind and expected compliance. Asuma chuckled, suggesting that Temari might actually have an interest in him. Shikamaru dismissed the notion, humorously stating that she would likely just want to send him flying with her fan. Meanwhile, in Training Field 7, Hinata was hard at work, her determination evident as she struck the trunk of a tree, leaving it battered. Dressed in a sleeveless shirt, dark blue shinobi pants, and black sandals, she wore her Konoha headband proudly on her forehead. Her rapid breathing indicated the intensity of her training. Hinata pushed herself, urging her body to continue as she activated her Byakugan. As she landed a powerful blow on the trunk, memories of Naruto flooded her mind. In a flashback, a 13-year-old Naruto was seen in Training Field 7, where Hinata stood behind the trunk. He had called her timid and strange, but then admitted that he liked people like her, causing her to blush. Returning to the present, Hinata struck the trunk with such force that it nearly split in two. She thought of Naruto, wondering if he would be proud of her progress. In Otogakure, Naruto had just escaped Orochimaru's lair, walking alongside Suigetsu, who was now dressed and carrying the Kubikure Bocho on his back. Suigetsu asked about their plan, to which Naruto playfully insisted that Suigetsu should refer to him as leader. Suigetsu joked about his unreliability, suggesting he could betray Naruto. Naruto dismissed the concern, confident in Suigetsu's loyalty. However, their conversation was interrupted when a flock of crows appeared, merging to form a human figure Itachi. Suigetsu drew his weapon, ready to fight, but Naruto stopped him, explaining that Itachi was not their enemy. Itachi thanked Naruto for the medicinal herbs he had provided, acknowledging Naruto's assistance in defeating Orochimaru. Itachi expressed a desire to speak with Naruto and activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. In an instant, Naruto found himself in a dark, reddish space, facing Itachi. Itachi questioned Naruto's lack of interest in Akatsuki's plans and asked what he intended to do instead. Naruto replied that he had no reason to trust Itachi. Itachi revealed that he also wished to eliminate Madara but might not have the time to do so. He offered to help Naruto, surprising him. Naruto explained his goal of stopping the masked figure and preventing Akatsuki's plan to gather the Jinchuriki. Itachi agreed to assist him, and a crow with a unique Mangekyō Sharingan landed on Naruto's shoulder, a sign of Itachi's support. Naruto inquired about the crow, and Itachi explained that it was his way of aiding him, as the crow possessed a Mangekyō in one of its eyes, hinting at its connection to the Uchiha massacre. He approached the crow, allowing it to perch on his forearm. Naruto gently stroked the crow and noticed the unique Mangekyō in one of its eyes. Itachi explained that the Mangekyō was very different from what Naruto might think, possessing the most powerful genjutsu of all, Kodo Amatsukami. This technique could manipulate a person without them realizing it, and no one was immune to its effects. Itachi suggested that Naruto could use it against the leader of Akatsuki to convince him to make a different decision. He walked closer to Naruto, placing a hand on his shoulder, surprising Naruto slightly. Naruto pondered the outcome of their situation, questioning whether Itachi intended for Sasuke to awaken his own Mangekyō, after which he would take Sasuke's eyes and then come after Naruto. He removed Itachi's hand from his shoulder, expressing his concerns. Itachi acknowledged Naruto's worry for Sasuke and admitted uncertainty about how things would end. He warned Naruto that the path he had chosen could be worse than he imagined, which was why he decided to help him, accompanied by a somewhat melancholic smile. Naruto was curious about why Itachi was helping him. Itachi responded that he understood Naruto's sacrifice. After those words, the genjutsu dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Naruto found himself in the same place, with Suigetsu beside him and Itachi in front of them. Suigetsu teased Naruto about being frozen in place for a moment, jokingly asking if Itachi frightened him. He then noticed the crow and reached out to touch its wing, only to get pecked on the finger, causing him to exclaim in surprise. Naruto urged Suigetsu to calm down and then turned to Itachi, inquiring about Kabuto's whereabouts. Itachi speculated that Kabuto had likely escaped. As Itachi began to transform into several crows, he instructed Naruto to come to the Uchiha hideout in 10 days, as Sasuke would need his help before fully disappearing into the crows. Suigetsu was confused and asked Naruto what Itachi meant. Naruto gazed up at the sky for a moment before looking at the crow, activating his Mangekyō and causing the crow to vanish. He sighed and deactivated his Mangekyō, beginning to walk with Suigetsu following closely behind. Suigetsu called out to Naruto, trying to get his attention, and asked about the crow, expressing concern that Naruto might eat it. Naruto dismissed Suigetsu's worries and then asked where they were headed. Suigetsu, slightly flustered, reminded Naruto that they were going to the southern hideout. Naruto acknowledged this and set off, while Suigetsu thought to himself about how Naruto had defeated Orochimaru and now wanted to be called leader, noting that he used to seem much cooler. In Kusagakure, Sasuke stood outside Orochimaru's hideout, staring up at the sky with a look of confusion. The information he had just read was unexpected. Naruto was related to Madara, which was difficult to comprehend. This revelation made Naruto an Uchiha. Sasuke was also puzzled about why Orochimaru had this information, realizing that Orochimaru must have linked Madara Uchiha to Naruto's file. It was clear that Orochimaru was capable of anything, and retrieving documents from Konoha would be easy for him. However, the real question remained. Why? Sasuke concluded that he needed to go to Otogakure, as there was no information about Akatsuki in his current location. He leaped onto a branch and began to move away. In an unknown location, several crows flew over a vast forest before descending and forming the figure of Uchiha Itachi on a branch. He reflected on how he hadn't expected to be so affected by using Susanoo, resting against a tree with his hand over his right eye. Suddenly, a swirling vortex appeared before him, and Uchiha Obito stepped onto a branch. Obito inquired about how Itachi's mission had gone. Itachi stated that he would need the eternal Mangekyō, as he hadn't anticipated that his opponent would also possess the Mangekyō Sharingan. He composed himself, returning to his usual impassive demeanor. Obito noted that Itachi's confrontation with Sasuke needed to happen soon, as Sasuke had defected from Konoha, which would not pose a problem since he was likely seeking information about Itachi's whereabouts. Itachi was surprised but kept his composure, realizing that Sasuke had chosen a path that complicated his own plans. Obito warned Itachi to be vigilant, as anyone could encounter Sasuke and attempt to eliminate him, or an enemy village might want to acquire the Sharingan. Itachi acknowledged this, maintaining his stoic expression. Obito then asked about Sasuke's abilities. After a brief silence, Itachi detailed Sasuke's skills, including the Mangekyō Sharingan, impressive taijutsu, and potential elemental jutsu, as well as his control over genjutsu and the likelihood of possessing Tsukuyomi. Obito remarked on Sasuke's significant progress, speculating that he had received extensive training. He then asked about Orochimaru's fate. Itachi explained that Orochimaru had betrayed Akatsuki, leading to his elimination. After a moment of silence, Obito prepared to leave. Before departing, Itachi pressed Obito for information about Naruto's lineage, knowing he had a connection to the Uchiha. Obito cryptically acknowledged that Naruto was very close to him before vanishing in a swirling vortex. Itachi contemplated this revelation, realizing that Naruto was Obito's relative, and then transformed into several crows. Meanwhile, Naruto and Suigetsu walked on water, approaching the southern hideout. Suigetsu asked about the armor Naruto was wearing, to which Naruto replied that it was a gift. Suigetsu complimented him, suggesting that he should get one for himself and to ask his friend in black and white to help. Naruto smiled and teased that if Suigetsu called him leader, he might just consider it. Suigetsu responded with a playful tone, declining the offer. The two arrived at the hideout and ventured inside. As they moved forward, Naruto noticed several cells filled with men, women, and even children who looked at him and Suigetsu, pleading for their freedom. Suigetsu, with a smile, assured Naruto that it would be an easy task. He took the kubikurabocho and sliced through the cells, allowing the prisoners to escape and celebrate their newfound freedom. The freed individuals turned to Naruto and Suigetsu, expressing their gratitude, but while Suigetsu paused to acknowledge them, Naruto continued walking. Suigetsu pointed out that they should thank Naruto Uzumaki, the one who defeated Orochimaru and granted them their freedom, before he resumed following Naruto. As Naruto pressed on, he suddenly halted upon seeing the woman he had been searching for standing right in front of him. Suigetsu caught up and stood beside him. He greeted Karen with a smile, remarking on how much time had passed. Karen, however, was more focused on Naruto, asking who he was. Naruto calmly introduced himself as an Uzumaki, which surprised Karen. She had not expected to find another Uzumaki alive. Suddenly, a carnivorous plant emerged from the ground, revealing Zetsu, which startled Karen, causing her to sit down in shock. Karen asked in a frightened tone what the creature was. Zetsu acknowledged Karen and then turned to Suigetsu, who pointed at Zetsu, exclaiming that he was referring to him. Karen felt Naruto's chakra, which was pleasant, but his cold gaze seemed at odds with it. Naruto turned to Zetsu and asked if he had completed his task, to which Zetsu cheerfully confirmed that everything was in place. Naruto then addressed Karen, stating that he needed her skills and that she was free to leave since Orochimaru was no longer a threat. He added that he would not force her to come with them. Suigetsu, with a smile, bid her farewell as he began to follow Naruto. Zetsu disappeared back into the ground, and Karen, after a moment, stood up and walked toward the exit. Outside, the freed prisoners were gathered, chanting Naruto's name. Confused by the attention, Naruto looked at Suigetsu, who simply laughed. Naruto urged the crowd to calm down, reminding them that many could walk on water and should leave quickly. One of the men expressed gratitude, promising to train and become strong enough to fight alongside Naruto one day. Naruto advised them to live discreetly. The former prisoners began to run across the water, some carrying children, and soon Karen emerged from the hideout to stand before Naruto. Zetsu reappeared beside him, causing Karen to feel a bit uneasy. Naruto asked if she would join them, crossing his arms. Suigetsu pointed out that there were no more prisoners to care for. Karen, however, decided to stay and guard the hideout, turning her back on them. Naruto remarked that there was no hideout left to protect. Just then, explosions erupted from within the hideout, surprising Karen and Suigetsu as they watched it collapse. Naruto began to walk on the water, and Zetsu sank into the ground while Suigetsu followed Naruto. Karen, witnessing their departure, felt a chill run down her spine and hurried to catch up with them. The next day in Konoha, Shikamaru leaned against a lamppost, waiting for his partner to inspect the Forest of Death for the second part of the Chunin exams. The door of an inn opened, revealing Temari, who adjusted her fan on her back and approached Shikamaru. Temari greeted him, apologizing for making him wait. Shikamaru replied that he had just arrived, and they began walking together. Temari expressed her anticipation for the upcoming exams, while Shikamaru hoped it wouldn't be too troublesome. Temari questioned if he would ever stop viewing everything as a problem, to which Shikamaru replied that it would always be troublesome. Temari smiled, prompting a smile from Shikamaru in return. They decided to stop for breakfast, and as they sat down, Temari accidentally bumped into someone while setting her fan aside. She turned to apologize to a woman with yellow hair, who turned out to be Samui from Takigakure, her right eye completely bandaged. Samui reassured her that it was nothing and turned away. However, upon seeing Shikamaru's Konoha headband, anger filled her as she glanced at two men from Takigakure nearby, while a group of civilians sat at another table without any headbands. Samui thought to herself that it was just a little longer, only 2 days until Konoha would pay for what they had done. Naruto sat on his bed, wearing blue shinobi pants with black stripes on the sides and a white shirt with sleeves just below the elbows, featuring a tiger design in the center. He hadn't slept again, having traveled all afternoon and into the night with Suigetsu and Karen to reach Kiri. While Suigetsu and Karen managed to rest a bit, Naruto found it difficult to sleep with so many thoughts swirling in his mind, a burden he concealed but which weighed him down more each day. Feeling nostalgic, memories of Team 7 flooded his mind, along with thoughts of Irika, Konomaru, the genin of Konoha, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. As he lay back on his bed, memories of his grandfather surfaced, and a tear escaped his left eye. Quickly, he wiped it away and got up upon hearing noise from the kitchen. He left his room and walked barefoot to the kitchen, where he found Karen, dressed in strawberry-patterned pink pajamas, holding a frying pan, and Suigetsu, in his usual clothes with the Kubikure Bocho, facing off against her, ready for a playful confrontation. Naruto asked what was happening, yawning as he did so. Suigetsu explained that Karen was trying to cook ramen incorrectly, insisting that she only needed to heat water and pour it into the bowl, not fry it. Karen retorted, defending her intentions to cook something for Naruto as a thank-you gesture, grabbing a knife from the shelf. Suigetsu reminded her that she had claimed she owed him nothing and wouldn't do anything for him. Karen, turning her back to them, admitted that Naruto had given her a room and made dinner, prompting her desire to show gratitude. Naruto agreed with Suigetsu, reiterating the correct way to prepare ramen. Karen decided to follow his advice, taking 2 bowls and putting water on to boil. He sat at the table, with Suigetsu taking a seat beside him, placing the Kubikure Bocho behind his chair. Naruto glanced at the sword and sighed, declaring that he would take the Kubikure Bocho with him, surprising Suigetsu. Suigetsu questioned the meaning of Naruto's statement in a threatening tone. Naruto explained that as a jonin of Kiri he needed to stay informed about the villages, and his mission was to retrieve the Kubikure Bocho and deliver it to the Mizukichi. Suigetsu, leaning back in his chair with crossed arms, asked why he had been given the sword if Naruto planned to take it back, suggesting that he should at least receive another sword in return. Karen returned with 2 bowls of ramen, placing one in front of Naruto and the other where she sat. Suigetsu complained about not receiving a bowl, to which Karen replied that there were many in the kitchen he could prepare. Naruto, feeling generous, offered his bowl to Suigetsu, who began to eat. Karen pouted, feeling unappreciated for her efforts to thank Naruto. He reassured her that she and Suigetsu would help him with his plan. Karen reminded him that she would only be there for a couple of weeks before leaving. Naruto quipped that she would need to pay rent, buy her own food and cover her bathing expenses, causing Karen to cough as she nearly choked. She reluctantly agreed but warned that if he died, it would be his fault. Naruto, now at the table with an apple in hand, reassured her that he wouldn't die. Suigetsu, with his mouth full, attempted to speak but was interrupted by Karen, who scolded him for talking with his mouth full. Naruto then mentioned he had a better plan, prompting Karen to question how he understood Suigetsu. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the day was calm, following the usual routine, despite the presence of many shinobi from other countries. The villagers felt a sense of security, confident that they wouldn't be attacked again. In a hotel room, Samui was present with another woman and 5 men, all dressed in similar shinobi attire. Samui, wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt and a skirt with leggings, asked if everything was ready. One of the men confirmed that they had placed explosive tags and seals, hidden in various locations around Konoha. Samui instructed them to wait until the start of the Chunin exams, explaining that everyone would gather in a room for the exam, and that's when they would activate the seals. A woman named Chiyoko expressed concern about their disguise as shinobi from Takigakure, but Samui reassured her that most of the questioning would come from children, and there was no need for worry. Another man reminded Samui to be cautious of Hideki and Kano, but she assured him that they were doing their jobs well, noting that they now went by Izumo and Kotetsu. Chiyoko stated seriously that Samui should wear the wig. Samui reluctantly agreed and left the room. In Kirigakure, Naruto walked through the streets toward the Mizukage Tower. Wearing the Jonin vest of Kiri, he noticed the change in people's gazes. The looks of distrust and fear had vanished, replaced by smiles of joy at seeing a Jonin fighting for their village. Naruto remained focused on his path and soon arrived at the Mizukage's office. Inside, Mei was present along with Ao. Mei greeted Naruto with a smile, expressing her happiness at his return. Naruto calmly confirmed that he had returned the previous night. Mei requested a mission report, and Naruto informed her that he had successfully retrieved the Kubikure Bocho without being detected, tossing a scroll to Ao. Ao opened the scroll, and a puff of smoke revealed the Kubikure Bocho in his hands. Mei acknowledged Naruto's success, though she noted that it took longer than expected. She approached him, and when she asked if he had anything to tell her, Naruto glanced at the Kubikure Bocho and replied that he did not. Ao then informed Mei that Naruto had arrived in the village with 2 others, one of whom was recognized as Hozuki Suigetsu, the brother of Hozuki Mangetsu, a former Shinobigatana. Mei expressed her disappointment upon hearing this. Naruto sighed and explained that Hozuki Suigetsu and Uzumaki Karen were his companions. He had encountered Suigetsu at the borders of the Land of Water, and Suigetsu wished to return to Kiri, believing Naruto could help him gain acceptance. He hesitated when mentioning Karen, revealing that she was his sister, which surprised Ao and Mei. Mei, taken aback, admitted she had not known about Naruto's sister and returned to her seat. Naruto explained that they had been separated as children, and he had sought her out after learning she was with Orochimaru. Ao, clenching his fist, expressed distrust towards Karen, while Naruto reassured them that he would take responsibility for her. Mei expressed a desire to meet Suigetsu and reminded Naruto of his upcoming missions. He acknowledged her words and left her office. Ao cautioned Mei about trusting Naruto, suggesting he had many secrets. Mei reflected that she had been testing Naruto and that he had gradually earned her trust, though she intended to remain cautious until she fully trusted him. 2 days later in Konoha, Tsunade stood by her window, anticipating the start of the exams. The door opened, and Jiraiya entered with his usual cheerful demeanor. Tsunade acknowledged him without taking her eyes off the village. Jiraiya, amused, commented on her mood and took a seat by the window. Tsunade inquired about Konohamaru, noting his potential despite his disrespectful nature. Jiraiya agreed, and Tsunade reflected on how similar the 3 boys Jiraiya, Naruto, and Konohamaru were, shaking off the memories. Suddenly, Jiraiya noticed 2 hooded figures near the tower. They quickly formed hand seals and created a barrier around the Hokage Tower. Reacting swiftly, Jiraiya performed his own hand seals. The first hooded figure commanded the other, and they both executed a seal, causing the tower to explode. However, Jiraiya had already neutralized one of them, knocking him out. The second attempted to flee but was captured by Jiraiya's tongue. As Jiraiya approached, he demanded to know who they were, receiving a cryptic response about not being the only ones. Another explosion echoed through the village, this time near the gathering of genin for the Chunin exam. Jiraiya cursed under his breath and subdued the second hooded figure. At the ninja academy, Iruka heard the explosions and instructed his students to evacuate. However, they found themselves trapped by a barrier. Analyzing the situation, Iruka recognized the barrier's complexity and recalled Orochimaru's previous techniques. As explosions continued, he felt the urgency to act. Determined, Iruka performed the necessary hand seals, and after a tense moment, the barrier dissipated. He urged his students to escape quickly, emphasizing the need to run. All the children rushed out as Iruka prepared to leave. Suddenly he heard a child's cry. A stone had fallen on the boy's leg, trapping him. Iruka ran back, lifted the stone, and helped the child escape. Just as he was about to exit, another explosion erupted behind them. Iruka stumbled but managed to push the child out of the academy. He fell to the ground, and debris from a collapsed wall landed on him, pinning him down. Iruka coughed, blood escaping his lips, as the children rushed back to help him. However, he noticed a bomb paper a few meters away. Iruka urged the children to flee, telling them to run as far away as possible and to take their friend Ken with them. The children, crying and calling for him, lifted Ken and hurried away. Iruka watched them go, feeling a tear escape from his eye. In that moment, the image of a young Naruto appeared before him, smiling back. Then, the bomb paper ignited, and the academy was engulfed in a massive explosion. The children, now a distance away, turned back in horror, calling out for Iruka. Chaos reigned in Konoha, with a disturbing atmosphere settling over the village. Fortunately, some jonin and a group of umbu acted quickly to save the civilians, but the terror of what had just occurred would linger for some time. At the Hokage Tower, only rubble remained of the once grand structure where the fifth Hokage worked. A frog appeared from the debris, alongside Jiraiya, who observed two unconscious men bound on the ground. Jiraiya instructed the frog to release Tsunade, who stood up, surveyed the scene, and glared at the two men. Jiraiya noted that they were not the only culprits, estimating there were at least 8 more. Tsunade demanded to know about the others inside the tower, and Jiraiya reassured her that he had managed to remove the barrier in time, and all were rescued by the umbu. Tsunade commanded an umbu to form 3 groups, one to check on the genin gathered for the Chunin exam, another to head to the city center, and the last to secure the gates of Konoha. The umbu nodded and vanished in a puff of smoke, with others following. Soon after, Kakashi's team, Gai's team, and Asuma's team arrived, along with Shizune, who carried Tonton in her arms. Shizune asked if Tsunade was alright, but Tsunade's focus remained on the genin, wanting to know if they were safe. Shizune confirmed that they were, thanks to Kakashi's timely actions, but the attackers had escaped. Jiraiya mentioned that he had captured the 2 men, suggesting that Ibiki could extract information from them. Kakashi, Gai, and Asuma approached the captured men, noting their Takigakure headbands. Asuma pointed out that Takigakure had no reason to attack Konoha, indicating a deeper deception at play. Kakashi informed Tsunade that his team would head to the ninja academy, having heard an explosion there as well. Tsunade agreed, and Kakashi, along with Sakura and Sai, set off. An umbu with a cat mask and purple hair then knelt before Tsunade, reporting that Nara Shikaku was pursuing the attackers. Shikamaru confirmed his father's pursuit, prompting Tsunade to instruct Asuma's and Gai's teams to follow Shikaku, with the umbu guiding them. As they moved swiftly across the rooftops of Konoha, Tsunade pondered the chaos unfolding. Jiraiya speculated that this was an attack from enemy villages, possibly orchestrated by Inoki. Meanwhile, Samui, accompanied by 2 men and Chiyoko, was nearing the borders of the Land of Fire. They paused on a high branch, observing Izumo and Kotetsu, who transformed using a jutsu. Samui expressed their need to leave, revealing they had lost 2 members. Chiyoko inquired about the remaining 2, but Samui insisted they could not return, as it would put them in danger. With determination, They leaped from branch to branch, disappearing into the forest. Hidden behind some bushes was Shikaku, accompanied by two ANBU members, one wearing a monkey mask and the other an owl mask. They observed and listened intently, realizing that these two men had impersonated Izumo and Kotetsu, which likely meant that the real Izumo and Kotetsu were already dead. Shikaku understood how the intruders had entered the village. They had posed as genin from Takigakure and upon registering, decided to eliminate Izumo and Kotetsu. They must have sensed that suspicion could arise, so two of them disguised themselves as the missing shinobi. This explained why the reports from Izumo and Kotetsu had been identical since the participants of the Chunin exams arrived. One of the ANBU members asked what they should do next. Shikaku replied that it was unlikely anyone had seen them leave Konoha, so they probably wouldn't have support. They would follow the intruders, aiming to capture at least one of them. With that, he leaped onto a branch and began to move away, the ANBU members following closely behind. Meanwhile, Samui and her teammates were advancing swiftly through the forest when Samui noticed something behind them. She alerted her companions that they were being followed. Chiyoko confirmed her observation, indicating that 3 individuals were closing in on them. Samui asked how much longer it would take to reach their destination, and Chiyoko reassured her that it was just a little further, a few meters away. Samui instructed everyone to prepare for a confrontation, and they all nodded in agreement. After a few moments, they stopped on a branch and turned to face their pursuers. Samui called out, challenging them to reveal themselves. From the bushes emerged Shikaku and the 2 ANBU members, positioning themselves a few meters away. Chiyoko recognized them as the 3 who had been following them. A man with black hair taunted them, declaring it was bad luck for them. Shikaku told the man to remove his headband, stating they knew he was not a shinobi from Takigakure. Samui then removed her Takigakure headband and threw it to the ground, revealing her Kumogakure headband, surprising Shikaku. All of Samui's teammates followed suit, displaying their Kumogakure allegiance. Shikaku was taken aback, questioning why they had done this. Samui responded with determination, explaining that Kumo would not back down and that they would pay for their mistake of interfering with her village. At that moment, 6 shinobi from Kumo emerged from the bushes, standing in front of the Konoha shinobi. At the Ninja Academy, Kakashi and his team arrived to find the place in ruins. Sakura and Sai began to sift through the debris. Kakashi noticed a group of children who had been attending the academy, their parents rushing to comfort them as the children cried. Kakashi found it strange that Irika was nowhere to be seen. Sakura lifted a large fallen wall and gasped in shock at what she found. Irika lay there, his face severely burned and his legs broken. Reacting quickly, Sakura pulled him from the rubble. She called out to Kakashi, her voice trembling. Both Kakashi and Sai turned to see her, stunned by the sight. Kakashi clenched his fist in anger, while Sai observed that it appeared Irika had died saving the children. Sakura's heart sank as tears streamed down her face. Back at the border of the Land of Fire, Samui declared that they would die there, but no one moved. She tried to turn to her teammates, but found herself unable to move. Suddenly, the Shikaku in front of them exploded in a cloud of smoke, revealing that he had trapped them in shadows. The real Shikaku emerged from the bushes, standing beside the ANBU members. Chiyoko was bewildered, asking how he had known about the ambush. Shikaku explained that it was clear they had no reason to stop unless they had a plan, which he suspected was an ambush. Samui, frustrated, accused them of intending to kill them just as they had done to her teammates, Omoi and Karui. Shikaku insisted that Konoha had not attacked any Kumo shinobi, maintaining his stance. Samui accused Konoha of sending a letter that had lured them into a trap, claiming that 2 messengers had died at the hands of ANBU. Shikaku was shocked and realized that the Hokage was not behind this. He understood that Danzo might be involved and insisted they would take them to Konoha to clarify the situation. He instructed the ANBU member with the monkey mask to bind them. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune were discussing the dire situation. Jiraiya expressed his concerns about the escalating conflict, noting that the attack was from an enemy village and that more attacks were likely to follow. Tsunade grimly acknowledged the possibility of war. Suddenly, Jiraiya spotted a man dressed like the ones he had captured, throwing 5 kunai toward them, prompting him to warn everyone to be careful. Jiraiya swiftly dodged to the side, followed closely by Tsunade and Shizune. The kunai struck the ground, but the man launched another kunai, this time with an explosive tag attached, hitting one of the men who had captured Jiraiya. Jiraiya thought about how the man was about to turn on his own comrades. The kunai detonated, taking down the 2 captured men as well. Jiraiya turned to face the man who had thrown the kunais, ready to apprehend him, but the man vanished in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya wondered to himself what was happening. At the borders of the Land of Fire, Shikaku was filled with anger, thinking that Danzo would pay for what he had done. He maintained his hand seal, keeping the Kumo shinobi trapped in his shadow jutsu. To his shock, he saw an Umbu begin to eliminate the Kumo shinobi instead of binding them, taking down 4 of them. Shikaku questioned the Umbu's actions and cancelled his jutsu. Samui and Chiyoko leaped to another branch, trying to escape, while the remaining 8 charged at the Umbu. Suddenly, 2 more Umbu appeared, engaging in battle with the Kumo shinobi, and the Umbu wearing a monkey mask launched an attack as well. Shikaku realized they must be members of Root and felt a sense of dread. Before he could finish his thought, he was struck from behind by a sword, piercing through his abdomen. Turning his head slightly, he saw Shimura Danzo standing there. Shikaku, weak and bleeding, spat blood and cursed Danzo. Danzo greeted him coldly, pulling the sword free and causing Shikaku to fall to the ground. He commanded his subordinates to eliminate everyone and take the bodies away, then jumped down beside Shikaku, who was losing a significant amount of blood. Samui and Chiyoko were still trying to escape. Chiyoko placed her hands on a branch and jumped back to another, where Samui was. Her teammates had already fallen. 2 Umbu leaped onto the branch where Chiyoko had landed. She performed a hand seal, unleashing lightning that struck the 2 Umbu, sending them crashing to the ground. Another Umbu, wearing an owl mask, charged at Samui, who was momentarily frozen in fear. Chiyoko intercepted the attack with a kunai. Chiyoko urged Samui to escape quickly, but before they could move, the Umbu with the monkey mask swiftly struck Chiyoko at the nape of her neck. The owl-masked Umbu then pierced Chiyoko's chest with his sword. Samui turned and began to retreat. The monkey Umbu ordered his companion to store Chiyoko's body in a scroll, while the owl Umbu wondered what to do about the one who had escaped. The monkey Umbu decided to leave her alive for Danzo's plans. Danzo stood beside Shikaku's body, who weakly declared that Danzo would not get away with this. Danzo replied that it was a shame Shikaku would not be around to witness it. He pressed the tip of his sword against Shikaku's chest, directly over his heart. Shikaku closed his eyes, apologizing to Shikamaru, knowing he would not return home that day. Danzo applied more pressure, driving the sword deeper into Shikaku's chest. Meanwhile, Asuma's team, along with Guy and the female Umbu, were leaping through the branches, nearing the borders of the Land of Fire. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind hit them, causing Shikamaru to stop and the others to follow suit. He noticed a leaf falling from a tree and caught it in his hand. Asuma asked what was wrong, and Shikamaru simply released the leaf, insisting they continue. In Kirigakure, Naruto walked through the streets on his way home, greeted by villagers who called him Naruto-sama. Shopkeepers offered him gifts, grateful for his hard work over the past 2 days, during which he had completed numerous missions. He had told Mei to use his earnings to help those in need, and she made this known to the village, leading to the warm treatment he received. Arriving home with 2 large bags filled with gifts, he found Karen lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a magazine. He commented on her obsession with the models in the magazine as he removed his shinobi boots. Karen replied that she had little else to do and was bored. Naruto then announced he had brought some items and headed to the kitchen, prompting Karen to follow, intrigued. He revealed a bounty of apples with a smile, to which Karen teased him about his obsession. As he took a bite of an apple, he inquired about Suigetsu, learning he was still in the bathtub. Just then, Zetsu emerged from the ground, announcing that tomorrow was the day everything would change. Naruto looked up at the sky, acknowledging that he would face Nagato at dawn. Asuma's team, along with Guy and the female Umbu, continued their journey through the forest, nearing the borders of the Land of Fire. Guy asked Niji if he saw anything, prompting Niji to activate his Byakugan. After a moment, he reported that he saw no one but sensed something troubling. Lee inquired further, and Niji revealed that he had spotted Shikamaru's father. Shikamaru pressed for details, but Niji remained silent, causing concern. Asuma and Guy exchanged glances, understanding the gravity of the situation. Guy urged Niji to extend his vision, suspecting there might still be danger nearby. Shikamaru demanded answers, but Asuma advised him to remain calm, suggesting that Niji's silence spoke volumes. Ino, Lee, Tenten, and Choji understood Asuma's implication, and Ino and Choji quickly moved ahead. An Umbu remarked on Shikaku's strategic brilliance, indicating that their opponents were likely much stronger. Guy speculated that they might have been ambushed. Shikamaru continued forward, then stopped on a branch upon seeing blood on it. He looked down, and his expression shifted to one of utter confusion. He dropped down and knelt beside his father's body. Ino and Choji arrived and approached Shikamaru. Ino tried to speak, but Shikamaru interrupted, stating that it was completely useless at that moment. He placed his hands on his father's vest. Choji expressed his concern for Shikamaru. Others arrived at the scene, including Asuma, Guy, and an Umbu woman, who approached Shikaku's body. Lee, Tenten, and Niji moved closer to Shikamaru. The Umbu member declared that she would inspect the area, leaping to another branch. Asuma lamented their late arrival as he gazed at Shikaku's lifeless form. Guy expressed his surprise that the attackers hadn't taken Shikaku alive, suggesting that he must have fought back or discovered their identities, leading to this outcome. He clenched his fists tightly. Shikamaru reflected on his father's reckless decision, lamenting that he should have known he couldn't face those opponents alone. Niji reassured Shikamaru that his father had not died in vain and pointed out something beneath Shikaku's head. The others were taken aback when Shikamaru lifted his father's head to reveal a band from Kumogakure, leaving everyone in shock. Guy questioned why Kumogakure would attack Konoha so suddenly. Asuma noted that they were not allies and expressed disbelief that they would strike without reason. He placed a hand on Shikamaru's shoulder, urging him to let out his feelings. Ino watched Asuma with confusion, then turned to Shikamaru, surprised to see him crying uncontrollably. She quickly embraced him. In Mangekyō, Konan stood in the tallest tower, observing her companion Pain, who was seated and watching the village as rain fell around him. She turned when she sensed a presence and, recognizing it, faced Pain. She informed him that someone had arrived. Pain rose and walked inside the tower, standing beside Konan as Obito emerged from the shadows. Obito insisted that the hunt for the Jinchuriki must begin immediately and instructed them to gather everyone. Pain agreed to assemble them the next day, maintaining his stoic demeanor. Obito warned him to be vigilant for Naruto's approach, confident that Naruto would want to speak with him. He reminded Pain of the necessity of dealing with anyone who stood in the way of peace before disappearing into a swirling vortex, emphasizing that Akatsuki allowed no failures or betrayals. Pain remarked on Naruto's survival, surprising Konan slightly. She noted that Naruto was now an Uchiha, according to Madara. Pain recalled that Obito had mentioned Naruto was no longer the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, which meant nothing prevented him from eliminating Naruto. He turned his gaze toward the village. Konan recalled her words to Naruto, remembering that she had told him that if Nagato did not trust him, they would become enemies. However, it still depended on whether Naruto could meet with Nagato. In Kirigakure, Naruto and Suigetsu were on their way to the Mizukige's tower, having been summoned by Mei. 2 days prior, Naruto had brought Suigetsu to Mei, who refused to promote him to Jonin due to her lack of trust. They arrived at the tower and entered Mei's office, where Ao and Chujiro were also present. Naruto acknowledged Mei's call. She informed him that there were many new missions and asked if he was willing to take some. Naruto readily agreed to undertake them with Suigetsu, who was admiring Mei's sword, Hiramakari, making Chujiro nervous. Chujiro recognized Suigetsu as the brother of Hozuki Mangetsu and stepped back slightly. Suigetsu noted that he was often recognized due to his brother. Naruto then suggested they leave, opening the office door. Ao mentioned he would be on guard at the gates that night, prompting Naruto to pause. Mei looked at Ao, who expressed his commitment to protect her, stating that he would give his life if necessary. He expressed his distrust of Naruto, vowing to uncover what Naruto was hiding and hoping Mei would judge him accordingly before leaving the office. Mei sighed, feeling exasperated by Ao's attitude. Chujiro voiced his agreement with Ao, sensing something hidden within Naruto. Mei turned to him, surprised by his opinion, while Chujiro tried to hide his embarrassment. Naruto walked through the streets of Kiri with Suigetsu, aware that Ao would do everything possible to drive him out of Kiri. However, he chose not to dwell on that, as he was ready to leave Kiri to finally meet Nagato. Suigetsu asked Naruto if he knew that he enjoyed cutting things in half. Naruto responded with mild sarcasm, noting that it was hardly noticeable. Suigetsu, intrigued, inquired about Naruto's relationship with the Mizukage. Naruto smiled playfully. He mentioned that Mei was simply the Mizukage and nothing more. Suigetsu, with his hands behind his head, remarked that the way she looked at Naruto suggested there might be something else. Naruto calmly explained that she had been kind to him, and he felt compelled to return that kindness, but he couldn't see her as a romantic partner. Suigetsu questioned if that was the only reason, and Naruto reflected on how he had not experienced such kindness during his childhood, surprising Suigetsu. Suigetsu then asked if that meant Naruto wasn't interested in her or if he preferred men, to which Naruto firmly denied, wondering why they were discussing this at all. Suigetsu pointed out that Mei had looked at Naruto in a suspicious way, and Naruto sighed, stating that she was the first friend he had in many years. He felt he had responsibilities to fulfill and no time for love, recalling the image of Konan smiling, which brought him a strange sense of peace. In Yugakure, Samui sat against a large rock, her face reflecting complete tension. She was completely still, with only her breathing indicating she was alive. As she looked at her hands, memories flooded back. She was the leader of Team Samui, and her comrades had died one by one while she had done nothing but watch. She felt like a coward. Confused, she recalled witnessing a Konoha shinobi being killed by a fellow villager, questioning the nature of Konoha and whether it was a village or a madhouse. In Kirigakure, Naruto donned his shinobi boots, wearing black umbu pants, a loose gray long-sleeve shirt, and black gloves. He turned to Suigetsu and Karen, noting that it was already night. He instructed them to stay behind and maintain control, confident that Ao would send an umbu squad to inspect the house. He created a clone that would remain until he returned, warning Suigetsu not to do anything foolish and reminding Karen to keep an eye on him. Zetsu emerged from the ground, cheerfully confirming he was ready. Naruto then declared it was time to go, and as he put on his hood, he buried himself in the ground and vanished. Suigetsu remarked that he was no longer afraid of Zetsu, to which Karen replied that she had gotten used to it, just as she had adapted to being there. She asked Suigetsu if Naruto had mentioned where he was going. Suigetsu explained that Naruto intended to start his plan that night and needed to do it alone, expressing his frustration at being left behind and deciding to step out for a bit. Karen scolded him for considering doing something reckless, reminding him that Naruto had told him not to do anything foolish. Hours passed, and it was now early morning. Emerging from the ground, Naruto removed his hood, and Zetsu separated from him, stating he would go find Zetsu Black, who knew where Nagato's body was. Naruto began walking on water, stopping when he saw a paper butterfly flying towards him. He extended his hand, and the butterfly landed on his index finger before flying off in the direction of Mangekyō. Naruto felt the moment had come, activating his Mangekyō and closing his left eye. He sprinted across the water, reaching Mangekyō and continuing to follow the butterfly. He climbed a building and jumped from rooftop to rooftop until he reached the tallest structure. As he moved through the tower, he was surprised not to see pain anywhere. The butterfly entered a room with a large door, and Naruto opened it, quickly dodging a bar. Ahead, he saw Nagato in a mechanical walker, with Konan by his side. Nagato declared that he would eliminate Naruto, his tone threatening. Before Nagato could summon pain, Naruto asked to speak first, deactivating his Mangekyō and opening his left eye. Nagato, unable to sense Naruto's presence until now, thought about the nature of his jutsu. He understood Naruto's intentions regarding the weapon they planned to create with the capture of the Jinchurikis and felt he had to eliminate Naruto to achieve peace. Naruto recognized that this was what the masked man had told Nagato and assured him that whatever he was planning would never come to fruition. Nagato insisted he didn't need to listen, stating he would erase Naruto from existence. Naruto urged him to hear him out, revealing that he had once been the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and that he was now an Uchiha. He acknowledged the mystery surrounding his existence, having been declared dead and now returning as an Uchiha. Nagato viewed Naruto as a threat to Akatsuki's plans and resolved to eliminate him. Zetsu watched from the roof, listening intently. Naruto reassured Nagato that the true threat to his plans was the one who called himself Uchiha Madara. Naruto surprised Nagato with his revelation. He explained that the masked figure had been deceiving him all along, revealing that the reason for wanting him dead was because Naruto knew the truth about the masked man's plans. He questioned Nagato's belief in the masked man's identity as the true Madara, suggesting that doubts must linger in his mind. As Naruto approached Nagato, Konan stepped in front of him, causing Naruto to halt. Zetsu, observing from the sidelines, wondered what Naruto was planning, while Zetsu Black speculated that he was trying to turn Nagato against Obito. Nagato asserted that Akatsuki's plan was to bring peace through pain, gathering the Jinchuriki to create a weapon that would inflict suffering on all villages, believing that only through this shared pain could the world understand one another and achieve peace. Naruto countered, reminding Nagato that he was aware of the Jubi and the infinite Tsukuyomi, urging him to recognize that his plans would not unfold as he envisioned. He warned that Nagato was merely a puppet, destined to be discarded once he was no longer useful, which visibly angered Nagato. Nagato insisted that Akatsuki would bring peace to the world and that Naruto was merely an obstacle in his path. As footsteps approached the room, Pain entered, prompting Naruto to turn his attention toward him. He clarified that he was not there to fight but needed Nagato to listen carefully before taking action. Nagato commanded him to speak his final words. Naruto explained that after capturing the Jinchuriki and sealing the Bijus in the Geto Mazo, the Jubi would be revived. However, the false Madara intended to use his Sharingan to absorb the Jubi's power, becoming its Jinchuriki. He warned that this would only serve to empower the masked man, who would then use that strength to destroy the world. He dismissed the idea of the infinite Tsukuyomi as a mere deception, leaving Nagato in stunned silence. In a swift motion, Naruto dodged an attack from Pain, who attempted to strike him with a chakra rod. Konan, watching with concern, saw Pain charge at Naruto, who drew a kunai to defend himself. As the battle intensified, Naruto activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, causing Pain, Nagato, and Konan to freeze in place. He leaped to the ceiling, and after a brief moment, they regained their mobility. Nagato, confused, searched for Naruto, who remained above them, his left eye closed and his right eye glowing with the Mangekyō. Konan pondered how Naruto had arrived there so suddenly, suspecting it was related to his Mangekyō. Nagato realized that he had not sensed Naruto's chakra or presence while he activated his power, likening it to a lifeless body. Naruto urged Nagato to make the right choice if he truly sought peace. He formed a hand seal and began to dissolve into particles, assuring them that they would meet again. As he vanished, Nagato questioned the nature of the jutsu, while Konan expressed her confusion about how he had appeared so suddenly. Nagato noted the significance of what Naruto had said, recognizing that he was aware of the masked man's true intentions. He felt a growing frustration at the implications of Naruto's words. Konan agreed that the masked figure had seemed suspicious, explaining that his insistence on eliminating Naruto was troubling. Nagato reaffirmed his commitment to Akatsuki's mission of bringing peace through pain, stating that he needed to eliminate the masked man before it was too late, as well as Naruto. Konan offered to keep watch for any signs of Naruto in Mangekyō. As she walked through the building toward the balcony where Pain observed the village, a kunai suddenly fell beside her, attached to a note. She picked it up and read the message, which indicated that Naruto would meet her in 2 days at the same location. Meanwhile, a figure emerged from the water, revealing Naruto, who was joined by Zetsu. Zetsu White questioned whether everything had gone according to plan, while Naruto confidently replied that he had no reason to doubt. Zetsu Black expressed concern that Nagato might hesitate to continue gathering the Jinchuriki after what Naruto had said. Naruto acknowledged the possibility but insisted that it was necessary to plant doubt in Nagato's mind about Obito. He believed that Nagato was already considering betraying Obito, and once he dealt with Obito, he would approach Nagato to continue their plan. Zetsu Black inquired how Naruto intended to get close to Nagato, to which Naruto revealed his strategy would involve Konan, using his Mangekyō to facilitate their connection. Zetsu White praised Naruto's cleverness, affirming that he was indeed the grandson of Uchiha Madara. Kakashi deactivated his Mangekyō and looked up at the sky. It was early morning in Konoha, a very gray morning. In the cemetery, shinobi, friends, and all those connected to the deceased gathered to bid farewell to 4 eternal shinobi dedicated to the village. On the 2 tombstones to the left were the names of Izumo on one and Kotetsu on the other, while the 2 tombstones on the right bore the names of Irika and Shikaku. One by one, they approached the tombs, leaving a flower and bowing with their hands together. Amidst tears, sobs, and feelings of helplessness, everyone passed by, leaving their flowers behind. After placing a flower on each tomb, Kakashi walked toward the commemorative stone. He gazed at it for a few seconds and read the names inscribed. Kneeling, he placed 2 flowers on it and joined his hands in silent reflection. After a moment, he stood and looked back, where Yugao leaned against a tree. Yugao mentioned that she was visiting Obito and Naruto, prompting Kakashi to ask if she wouldn't visit Hayate. She replied that she had already done so, looking away. Kakashi noted he still needed to visit Rin and began to walk away. Yugao offered to accompany him, expressing her desire to visit Rin and the 3rd Hokage as well. Kakashi initially insisted it wasn't necessary but eventually accepted her company. At the Nara residence, Shikamaru sat gazing at the garden, his eyes fixed on the sky. Just hours earlier, he had attended the funeral of his father, as well as Irika, Izumo, and Kotetsu. Memories flooded back to him. In a flashback, a 13 or 14-year-old Shikamaru sat on a dock at night, tossing small stones into the water. His father, Shikaku, joined him, expressing concern for his son and his mother. Shikamaru wanted to stay there for a few more minutes, maintaining a serious demeanor. Shikaku suggested they play shogi, but Shikamaru preferred solitude for the moment. Shikaku reminded Shikamaru that he had just returned from a mission to bring Sasuke back, which he accomplished but at the cost of a companion. This caused Shikamaru to clench his fists tightly. Shikaku emphasized the importance of fulfilling a shinobi's duty, but Shikamaru felt differently. He expressed his frustration, feeling that the mission's success was meaningless if it cost him a friend. Shikaku, placing a hand on Shikamaru's shoulder, encouraged him to recognize his fears and pain, stating that true strength comes from acknowledging one's emotions. Shikamaru, moved by his father's words, promised he wouldn't fail. As the flashback ended, a smile formed on Shikamaru's face, and tears began to fall. He looked up at the sky and reaffirmed his resolve not to fail. In training field number 7, Asuma lay on the ground, watching the clouds. Ino and Choji approached him, asking if they were going to the Nara residence. Asuma questioned the need to go, suggesting that Shikamaru knew how to handle things on his own. Instead, he proposed they lie down and watch the clouds together. Ino was confused, but Asuma insisted, prompting them to relax. Choji remarked that he preferred food, which made Ino and Asuma laugh. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, Naruto ran through the forest, nearing the Land of Fire. He had instructed Zetsu to move ahead, feeling that his plan was progressing. He had successfully sown distrust in Nagato regarding Obito and the plan to gather the Jinchuriki. However, despite the progress, Naruto felt a weight in his heart as memories of his grandfather surfaced. Tears streamed down his face as he wondered if his grandfather could forgive him for what he was doing. The chapter concluded with a sense of longing and determination. The next day, Tsunade sat behind her desk, reviewing papers with Shizune by her side. She looked up as the door opened, revealing Jiraiya, who approached her desk with a cheerful greeting. Jiraiya smiled as he greeted Tsunade. She returned the smile, acknowledging him with a warm good morning. Tsunade glanced at the papers scattered in front of her and remarked that she thought he would be with Kanomaru. Jiraiya walked toward the window, expressing that it was always good to have a chat with her. He mentioned the note they received the previous day, a threat from Kumogakure, warning that they would attack again. He gazed out at the village as he spoke. Tsunade confirmed the seriousness of the situation, recalling how Kakashi had found a kunai embedded in the Hokage monument, right in her face, accompanied by a brief note signed by Reikage A. It stated that this was Kumo's response and that they intended to assault Konoha. She held up the paper for Jiraiya to see. Shizen noted that it was a brief but clear message. Jiraiya crossed his arms, his expression turning serious as he acknowledged the gravity of the ultimatum. Tsunade expressed her indignation, frustrated that the note contained no explanation or reasoning behind the threat. Jiraiya pointed out that there was more to consider. He reminded Tsunade that Kumo and IWA had never had a good relationship with Konoha and that an attack could be planned at any moment. He suggested that while the situation was tense, they needed to understand what had pushed it to this point. He walked toward the door, leaving Tsunade to ponder his words. Tsunade speculated whether Danzo or Orochimaru could be behind this. Jiraiya reminded her that as Hokage, the decisions were hers to make, but without evidence, they could only speculate. He advised her to send a message to the Reikage to uncover the truth before departing the office. Determined, Tsunade stood up, declaring that as Hokage, she would not allow Konoha to be attacked again. They would not stoop to their level, they would only defend themselves. She called for an Umbu agent, who immediately knelt before her. Tsunade instructed the Umbu to inform Kakashi and Gai's teams to come immediately, as well as the members of Kurenai's team, speaking firmly and with authority. The Umbu acknowledged her command and vanished in a puff of smoke. Shizune cautioned Tsunade that if they faced any Kumo shinobi, it would be considered an act of war. Tsunade stood resolute, stating that they would not attack Kumo but would defend against their aggression. She crossed her arms and gazed out at the village through the window. In Mangekyō, Konan stood beside Pain, who was observing the village as rain fell around him. Suddenly, a swirling vortex appeared behind Konan, and Obito emerged, walking to stand beside her. He asked if she had informed the others, directing his gaze toward Pain. Pain turned to Obito, affirming that Akatsuki's goal was to achieve peace. Obito narrowed his eye, stating that anyone who stood in the way of that peace must be eliminated. He expressed disappointment that Konan believed Naruto's words, claiming that Naruto sought to take the Rinnegan and would use the Jubi for his own gain. Pain asserted that he understood Naruto's intentions, but he also recognized Obito's desires. He raised his hand toward Obito, signaling a shift in the confrontation. Konan spread her paper wings and took to the sky, distancing herself from the tower. Obito warned Pain to consider his actions carefully, suggesting he might regret them. Pain quietly invoked Shinra Tensei, unleashing a powerful force that shattered the top of the tower, sending debris crashing down. He leaped from the destruction, landing on the roof of a nearby building, while Konan hovered nearby. Obito appeared atop the building, questioning how two loyal members of Akatsuki could betray their cause. He confronted Pain directly, asking why he had turned against him after initially agreeing with the Tsukuyami plan. Pain declared that he would eliminate both Obito and Naruto, leaping toward him. With a chakra rod in hand, Pain attempted to strike Obito, but his attacks passed harmlessly through him. As he tried to land a kick, Obito evaded and seized Pain's arm. Konan launched paper shurikens at Obito, but they also passed through him, causing his hand to become intangible. Obito quickly jumped back to another building's edge. Obito reminded Pain that Akatsuki did not tolerate betrayal and that he would eliminate both him and Konan. Konan thought to herself that the time had come for action. Pain retorted that Obito had no claim to Akatsuki's creation, but that was irrelevant now. He intended to make Obito feel pain. Suddenly, Pain drew Obito toward him, summoning the Azura Path, which produced a saw intended to cut through Obito. However, Obito vanished into a swirling vortex just in time. Pain squinted, trying to locate him, while Konan anticipated his return. Obito reappeared behind Pain, placing a hand on his shoulder. Pain swiftly turned, attempting to strike him again with the rod. Obito jumped back, avoiding the attack, and saw the Azura path launch the saw at him. He realized he needed to eliminate that path first. Obito landed on a building's roof, quickly dodging the saw. Pain pulled Obito toward him once more, successfully piercing his right side with the rod. However, as Obito looked up at Nagato, he prepared to absorb him, only to be met with a barrage of paper shurikens. Obito began to absorb the shurikens and Pain, but the shurikens contained seals that caused a massive explosion, destroying part of the building. Pain fell but managed to stop himself mid-air, hovering atop another building. He had lost half of his right arm, and his Akatsuki cloak was in tatters. Konan flew to his side as Obito emerged from a vortex on a nearby building, his cloak shredded, revealing the inner clothing beneath. He had also lost his left arm and mask, lifting his face to confront Konan and Pain. Pain acknowledged Obito, recognizing him as the false Madara. Obito observed Konan with a knowing look. He removed the bar from his left side and tossed it aside, acknowledging the betrayal he had anticipated. He noted how well they had planned their treachery. Konan, surprised, stated that Obito would not do as he pleased with Akatsuki. Obito smirked, revealing that Naruto had thwarted their plans, but he had more shocking news. He informed Konan that Pain had also been betrayed, as his most loyal companion had been meeting with Naruto, sharing information about Akatsuki and him. Obito smiled, suggesting that the very person standing beside Pain was the one who had betrayed him. Pain and Konan exchanged glances, the tension palpable. Obito continued, asserting that Akatsuki sought peace, just as he and Nagato did. Pain turned to face Obito, and suddenly, the 5 paths of Pain appeared on nearby buildings, ready for confrontation. Pain declared that Akatsuki would no longer cooperate with Obito, asserting that he alone would bring peace to the world, and that both Obito and Naruto would be eliminated. As the 5 paths of Pain charged at him, Obito vanished into a swirling vortex, leaving them momentarily stunned. Konan watched Pain, who remained focused ahead. Pain asked Konan how long she had known about the betrayal, to which she replied it had been a month or perhaps more. Pain resolved that Akatsuki would continue capturing the Jinchuriki, using the Jubi as a weapon for their plan, and he pledged to fight for peace in honor of Yahiko, Konan, and himself. Konan expressed her commitment to follow Pain's plan and inquired how long he had been plotting it. Pain revealed that he had suspected secrets behind their informant's words and that Naruto's comments had prompted immediate action. Konan questioned why they had deceived Naruto if that was the case. Pain explained that he intended to eliminate Naruto as well, ensuring that whoever remained standing after their confrontation with Obito would face him. Konan agreed to the plan, looking up at the sky with determination. In the Land of Fire, Kakashi's team was stationed on the western border, as ordered by Tsunade. They had been joined by a new member, Yamato. Meanwhile, Guy's team monitored the northern border, and Kurenai's team, accompanied by an Umbu squad, watched the southern border, as Kurenai had stepped back from being a kunoichi due to her PR'd Suai. Sai and Yamato were stationed at their designated area, while Kakashi and Sakura perched on a large tree, keeping watch as night began to fall. Kakashi noted that this was when things could become complicated. Sakura asked if he thought an attack was imminent, recalling a previous assault. Kakashi acknowledged the possibility and hoped things would not worsen. Sakura expressed concern about what they would do if they were attacked, to which Kakashi replied that they would defend themselves, ensuring the village would not be harmed again. Sakura pondered what Naruto would do in such a situation, looking up at the sky. Kakashi, reflecting on Iruka's death, admitted he wasn't sure what Naruto would do. Meanwhile, Guy's team remained vigilant in their sector, staying close together, although Guy occasionally ventured further to scout. He reminded his team of their advantage with Niji and Hinata among them. Lee was determined to grow stronger, doing push-ups to prepare. Guy affirmed that they would not allow another attack on their village. Tenten commented on their calm demeanor, while Niji assured her that he would do everything in his power to protect the village and her, causing her to blush. Tenten asked about Lee and Guy, to which Niji pointed out that they seemed to be preoccupied with their own competition. In Iwagakure, Tsuchika Jinoki sat behind his desk when a strong wind swept through his office, scattering papers. He opened his eyes to see a hooded figure standing before him. Inoki demanded to know who the intruder was, ready to defend himself. The figure, in a playful tone, assured him they meant no harm and had valuable information to share. Inoki inquired about the nature of this information, and the figure revealed that Konoha had been attacked by Kyumogakure. Inoki was taken aback, questioning the validity of the claim. The figure tossed a photo onto the desk, showing the Hokage's tower in ruins. They encouraged Inoki to seize the opportunity to crush Konoha, as they were demoralized. Inoki examined another photo, which depicted many Konoha shinobi, including the Hokage, gathered in a cemetery. When he looked up, the hooded figure had vanished. Realizing the potential for his plans, Inoki contemplated the beginning of the Fourth Ninja War and the end of Konoha. Asuma's team was walking toward the Hokage Tower. 2 days had passed since the attack on Konoha, and Tsunade had summoned them through an umbu. The team arrived at Tsunade's office, where she sat behind her desk, with Shizune beside her. Asuma stood before Tsunade and acknowledged her presence. Shikamaru positioned himself to Asuma's right, while Ino stood next to Shikamaru, and Choji took his place to Asuma's left. Tsunade stated that she wanted to assign them the mission of monitoring the eastern side of the border, resting her elbows on her desk and clasping her hands together. Asuma asked when they could depart, slipping his hands into his pockets. Tsunade informed them they had 30 minutes to prepare, directing Shizune to distribute the necessary equipment. Shizune handed each member a transmitter, explaining that it would allow them to stay in contact with other teams monitoring the border and with Lady Tsunade. Asuma acknowledged this and led his team out of the office. Shizune stood beside Tsunade, observing her as she reviewed some papers. She expressed her surprise that Tsunade had not given Shikamaru more time, but Tsunade interrupted, explaining that Shikamaru had insisted he was ready for the mission. She had initially planned to give him a week but decided to trust his judgment. Shizune then inquired about Sasuke, to which Tsunade replied that it was not a pressing concern at the moment, as Sasuke was a defector from Konoha and they would manage that situation later. As Asuma's team moved quickly through the streets of Konoha, they knew the eastern border was still vulnerable. Ino noticed Shikamaru's serious expression and asked how he was feeling. Shikamaru responded that he was fine, keeping his gaze forward. Ino felt relieved that he was okay, though she lowered her eyes. Choji, concerned for his friend, glanced between Ino and Shikamaru, wanting to believe in Asuma's words. Asuma encouraged them to stay motivated, emphasizing the importance of their mission to protect the village. He expressed his confidence in them and promised a feast upon their return, which brought a smile to Choji's face. He urged them to prepare and began walking away. Ino enthusiastically encouraged Choji to hurry, running toward her home. Choji resolved to bring plenty of food. At training field number 7, Jiraiya walked through the area, hearing sounds of frustration and fatigue. He followed the noise into the woods and found Konohamaru, who was struggling with a kunai against a tree. The tree bore deep marks, and Konohamaru's hands were also injured. Jiraiya approached and leaned against the tree beside him. He asked what Konohamaru was doing, to which Konohamaru replied that he was training, driving the kunai into the tree again. Jiraiya questioned whether he enjoyed chopping down trees, maintaining a serious expression. Konohamaru, frustrated, insisted he didn't want to hear Jiraiya's jokes and continued his task. Jiraiya pointed out that complaining wouldn't change anything and asked if Konohamaru wanted to become Hokage. Konohamaru declared that he wanted to avenge Iruka-sensei first, then grow stronger, and eventually become Hokage to ensure that no one would attack Konoha again. Tears filled his eyes as he spoke. Jiraiya, with a serious tone, asked if Konohamaru knew how to achieve that. Konohamaru insisted that becoming Hokage was the answer, and he would do it before anyone else, especially after the recent losses. Jiraiya placed a hand on Konohamaru's head, expressing his belief that a day would come when villages would coexist peacefully. He shared that he had been searching for ways to achieve that peace and would trust Konohamaru to find a solution once he became Hokage. Konohamaru, filled with enthusiasm, asked if Jiraiya truly believed he could do it. Jiraiya affirmed that it depended on Konohamaru's actions. If he remained focused on hurting the tree, he would struggle, but if he committed to training and persevering, he would surely succeed. Jiraiya removed his hand and began to walk away. Determined, Konomaru shouted that he was ready to train. In an unknown location, Zetsu emerged from the ground and walked through the hideout, observing the destruction around him, already aware of the cause. As he continued forward, Naruto found what he was looking for. There he was, sitting on the ground with an apple in hand. A black bag lay beside him. He wore dark blue umbu pants, black shinobi boots, and was shirtless with gloves on. Naruto's face looked worn, with dark circles under his eyes, and his hair was quite messy. Zetsu, the white half, observed him with a teasing tone, noting how exhausted Naruto appeared. He asked what had happened to him. Naruto took a bite of his apple and inquired about Zetsu's presence. Zetsu mentioned that he thought Naruto would go to Kiri, but that only Suigetsu and Karen were there. Naruto replied that he had come to train, and he stood up to walk through the hideout. Zetsu pointed out that the bag was full of apple cores, while Zetsu, the black half, remarked on the hostile atmosphere. Zetsu approached Naruto, who was holding his hood. Zetsu asked if he was going to Kiri, and Naruto replied that he would see him there in a low tone. Naruto exited the hideout without putting on his hood. As he stepped outside, he was met by a heavy rain. He shook his head, moving his hair, then pushed it back with his right hand, put on his hood, and turned to look at Zetsu. He said goodbye and began to walk away. Zetsu watched him go for a moment before sinking into the ground and disappearing. Naruto glanced to the side, and upon not seeing Zetsu, he started running to the right. In an unknown location, the 8 members of Akatsuki gathered in a dark room, an unusual silence enveloping them. Pain, the man with the Rinnegan, announced the start of the hunt for the Jinchuriki, stating that each pair would have one to capture. Haiden expressed his eagerness to offer sacrifices to Jashin, laughing afterward. Kakuzu reprimanded him to listen to the orders, reminding him that they could not kill the Jinchuriki. Haiden, confused, clarified that he meant something else entirely. Deidara noted that he and Sasori were the ones who received the mission, and Sasori confirmed this. Kakuzu stated that he only cared about the reward money, while Haiden insisted on the importance of the sacrifices. Kisame, in a light-hearted tone, remarked on the excitement of the zombie duo, to which Itachi remained silent. Pain instructed them not to call them that and explained that Akatsuki had received a mission from the Tsuchikage to act as soldiers in the 4th Ninja War. Itachi looked directly at Pain as he spoke of the high reward and the opportunity to capture the Jinchuriki, mentioning specific targets. Deidara expressed his eagerness to showcase his art against formidable opponents, while Sasori dismissed his claims of artistry. Pain ordered Deidara, Sasori, Haiden, and Kazu to the battlefield to capture several Jinchuriki, while Itachi and Kisame were tasked with the 7-tailed beast. With that, Pain and Konan vanished, and the others followed suit. Itachi and Kisame sat on some rocks after the meeting. Itachi gazed at the sky, and Kisame turned to him, expressing surprise at the war's sudden onset and speculating that IWA would target Konoha. Itachi remarked that it was inevitable, given that Tsuchikage's long-standing desire to crush Konoha. Kisame added that Konoha had likely lost a significant force due to Itachi's actions against the Uchiha clan. Itachi urged them to move on, rising from the rock and walking ahead, with thoughts of Sasuke lingering in his mind. In an unknown location, Naruto advanced quickly, reaching the borders of the Land of Rain. He stopped in front of a large mountain, performed hand seals, and the mountain became transparent, revealing a door. Naruto entered, and the mountain returned to normal. As he walked through the hideout, he spotted Konan standing a few meters away and came to a halt. He greeted her, asking if he had kept her waiting. Konan replied that she had arrived only a few minutes earlier, maintaining her impassive expression. Naruto acknowledged that she likely had many questions but asked for a moment to explain. As he approached her, Konan commanded him to stop, and he complied, confusion evident on his face. She explained that she had come to inform him of their status as enemies, revealing Nagato's plan to gather the Bijus and revive the Jubi. She walked past Naruto, but he reached out, grabbing her right arm and turning her to face him. He argued that while it was Nagato's decision, it didn't have to be hers as well, suggesting there was another way to achieve peace. Konan insisted that her duty was to protect Nagato and that their next encounter would be as enemies, which she would do for the sake of peace. As she walked toward the exit, Naruto clenched his fists, expressing his frustration and confusion over her actions. He questioned why she had helped him if she didn't trust him, asserting that there was still a chance to change Nagato's mind and create a world of peace for them both. Konan turned back, admonishing him for his naivety, stating that the world was filled with wars and death, challenging his belief that a better world could exist. Naruto insisted that it would come to pass, but when she asked how he could be so sure, he simply replied that he just knew. Konan dismissed his arguments as empty and revealed that Nagato had sent her to recruit him for Akatsuki, intending for him to fight Obito, with the plan to eliminate the last one standing. If I tell you this and refuse to follow that plan, it's out of gratitude for telling me the truth. Now you know who you must eliminate to save your friends. Fight for your reasons and I will fight for mine. With that, she left the hideout. Naruto remained with his head bowed, clenching his hands tighter. He lifted his gaze and began to walk toward the exit, but then he paused and looked ahead. He thought about how things would be, questioning why it was so hard for him to accept it when it had come so easily for her. He sat down on the ground, placing his hands on his head as small tears fell to the ground. He felt like a failure. Zetsu was on the roof, having witnessed everything. After a few moments, he vanished. Konan had moved a bit away from the hideout. She turned back to look at it, her expression impassive. After a few seconds, she vanished in a puff of smoke. In Mangekyō, Konan watched as pain surveyed the village. Memories from her clone flooded back to her, and her impassive demeanor shifted to one of sadness. A tear slipped from her left eye, and she wiped it away with her right hand. She thought about how difficult it had been, even after sending a clone. Naruto continued through the forest, the rain still falling. He leaped onto a branch and began jumping from tree to tree, his face reflecting sadness and disappointment. Things were not going well for him, at least not emotionally or mentally. Many thoughts swirled in his mind. Naruto was intelligent and had learned to execute his plans effectively, but he was still human. Hiding his feelings could work for a time, yet he couldn't stop thinking about how he had betrayed his grandfather and his friends in Konoha. At the same time, he felt a growing attachment to Konan, a feeling he had experienced before, but this time it was stronger. A mix of negative emotions clouded his thoughts. He stopped at the top of a tall tree, looking up at the sky as the rain fell on his face. He closed his eyes, reflecting on how long it had been since he felt so alone. When he opened his eyes, his Sharingan was activated. Tears mingled with the rain on his face as he jumped to another tree and continued on his way. In Mangekyō, the hidden village of the sand, the day was peaceful. Villagers were focused on their daily activities. However, in the Kazekage's tower, the current Kazekage, Gaara, sat with his brother Kankuro and their instructor Baki. Kankuro was visibly agitated, questioning Baki about a message from Temari. Baki confirmed that it was a clear message sent by an eagle. Konoha had been attacked by shinobi from Kumo. Kankuro pressed for action, asking if they should tell Temari to return. Baki insisted they could not turn their backs on Konoha and needed to provide military support. Kankuro pointed out that Konoha had not requested help yet. Baki interrupted, stating that 2 days had passed since the attacks and that Kumo might strike again. He argued that sending a support group would be beneficial for their alliance. Kankuro turned to Gaara, who was focused on his desk. Gaara took a blank sheet of paper and began to write a letter to the Raikage, hoping to convince him to meet with the Godame. Kankuro and Baki were surprised by this. Baki expressed doubt about the effectiveness of Gaara's approach, given the recent losses in Konoha. Gaara maintained that it was an attempt to prevent war. Kankuro insisted they still needed to inform Temari to return. He started to head for the door, but Gaara stopped him, stating they would send the message to Kumogakure first. Baki cautioned Gaara that the council would convene to decide on the situation, emphasizing the seriousness of the potential war. Kankuro, worried, stated he would send a message to Konoha to tell Temari to return to Suna, anticipating that the council would demand a group of shinobi be sent to support Konoha. Gaara acknowledged this but expressed his reluctance to do so. He rose from his desk, declaring that as Kazekage, his duty was to protect the village. He walked to the window, gazing out at the village. Kankuro, confused, asked how this connected to the current situation. Gaara explained that he had promised to protect the village and its people, believing that one day they would recognize him as one of them. He worried that sending shinobi to Konoha could lead to their deaths if Kumo attacked. Kankuro questioned whether Gaara intended to go to battle himself, reminding him of his responsibilities as Kazekage. Gaara insisted that it was his duty to fight alongside his shinobi to prevent their deaths. He turned to Kankuro, emphasizing the importance of his role. Kankuro looked at Gaara with sadness, understanding the seriousness of his brother's resolve. Gaara smiled, reaffirming his commitment as Kazekage. Kankuro watched his brother, knowing that Gaara was serious about going to fight in Konoha, even if it meant going alone. Regardless, Kankuro would stand by his side, always ready to fight alongside him. In the Land of Fire, on the western border, Kakashi sat on a rock while Yamato joined him. Sakura and Sai were perched in the trees, keeping watch. Yamato asked Kakashi how long the Hokage had stipulated for their wait. Kakashi replied that she said 1 week, during which she would send a message to the Raikage, and they would wait for a response. Yamato spoke in a calm tone, expressing concern about the Raikage's lack of response and the possibility of being stuck there longer. Kakashi acknowledged the uncertainty, standing on a rock. Suddenly, memories flooded Yamato's mind, recalling the clone he had sent to the outskirts, prompting him to rise from the rock with a worried expression. Kakashi noticed Yamato's change and asked what was wrong. Yamato warned that trouble was approaching. Just as he spoke, a kunai landed in front of them, attached to an explosive tag, resulting in a large explosion. Sakura and Sai, perched in the trees, were taken by surprise and looked ahead to see around 16 shinobis, all wearing the headbands of Kumogakure. Sakura shouted a warning and leaped down to the ground. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, a large wooden box was revealed, which opened to reveal Kakashi and Yamato emerging from inside. Sakura informed Kakashi of the approaching enemy numbers. Kakashi instructed Sai to prepare for battle. Sai opened his scroll and quickly drew an ink bird, which he mounted and took to the air. He launched 4 kunai, each with an explosive tag, towards the oncoming enemies. A man with his face completely bandaged shouted for his comrades to take cover. The shinobis scattered to avoid the explosion, while a group of 9 moved through the trees. One of them formed hand seals and launched a kunai at Sai, but 5 kunai connected by a lightning-infused thread sped toward him. Sai swiftly began drawing again, but the kunai struck his ink bird, causing it to explode and release a cloud of ink. He performed a hand seal, summoning another bird from his scroll, which lifted him higher into the air. The group of 9 shinobis hid among the trees, preparing another attack against Sai. Suddenly, Kakashi appeared in a flash of speed, using his Sharingan. Kakashi kicked one shinobi in the face and charged at the others, who quickly drew their kunai and hurled them at him. Kakashi dodged effortlessly, but the shinobis formed hand seals, electrifying their kunai and trapping him in a lightning prison. Kakashi gathered the lightning into his right hand and dashed toward the stunned shinobis. As they regained their composure, one shinobi performed rapid hand seals and unleashed a gust of wind. Kakashi jumped to evade it, then released the gathered lightning, which rained down upon the shinobis, striking their limbs and causing them to fall. Kakashi approached the incapacitated shinobis, who lay on the ground, unable to move. One of them, with a tone of realization, acknowledged Kakashi's identity as the copy ninja. Kakashi warned them to cooperate or face consequences, brandishing a kunai. Meanwhile, Sai was still airborne when he noticed movement in the bushes. A barrage of kunai and shurikens flew toward him, but he maneuvered his ink bird to dodge them. He reported to his transmitter that the enemy was 100 meters to the left of the other group, possibly further ahead. Yamato, hidden behind a tree, signaled to Sakura, who was perched on a branch. Sakura acknowledged and, with a deep breath, began leaping from branch to branch. Yamato ran along the ground behind her, forming hand seals rapidly. As Sakura jumped to another branch, she heard a noise below and saw she had triggered a trap. 3 Fuma shuriken shot toward her, but a massive wooden wall appeared just in time, allowing her to land safely beside Yamato. Sakura informed him that the enemy was right in front of them. Yamato realized it was a trap, recalling Sai's report about the enemy's position. He deduced that if they continued forward, they would only encounter more traps. Sakura understood the implication that they were being led into a trap. Suddenly, 7 shinobis emerged from the bushes and charged at Sakura and Yamato. Yamato quickly formed a hand seal, immobilizing the shinobis in confusion as they realized they were standing on a large field of mud that trapped them. Yamato revealed that he had prepared the trap to protect their backs and called for Sakura to attack. Sakura leaped into action, striking the ground in front of the shinobis. Yamato jumped back to safety as Sakura's powerful blows sent dirt and mud flying, causing the shinobis to crash into rocks and trees, leaving the area devastated. Yamato marveled at Sakura's strength, recognizing why Kakashi trusted her as Tsunade's student. Sakura took a deep breath and clenched her fists, declaring that the enemy was mistaken if they thought they could attack her village. Several meters away from the battlefield, around 100, shinobis from Kyumo were hiding. One approached a gray-haired man in a jonin vest, adorned with a red captain's armband. The man, Captain Kazuo, was informed that the first squad had been defeated. He decided they would wait until morning when the IWA shinobis had attacked, following the Reikige's orders. He turned, revealing a burn scar that ran from his forehead down the entire right side of his face. He instructed Yujito to prepare herself. The figure nodded and stepped away. Kazuo moved forward, thinking to himself that the time had come. He would finally crush Konoha. On the eastern side of the border, Naruto was running across the grass when he suddenly stopped and jumped back, narrowly avoiding Choji, who had transformed into a human ball using his expansion jutsu. Naruto looked up to see Shikamaru, Asuma, and Ino in front of him. He turned to the side and saw Choji, who jumped and landed beside his team. Asuma observed that this was the person the Kakashi team had faced and readied his chakra blades. Shikamaru confirmed that it was indeed him and began forming a hand sign. Ino noted that they couldn't see his face and pulled out a kunai. Choji expressed that he had almost hit him. Naruto, surprised, reminded them that it had been a while and that it was him. Naruto found himself halted against his will, having been caught in Shikamaru's shadow possession jutsu. Reacting quickly, he clenched his right hand. Shikamaru questioned whether Naruto knew them or was mocking them, maintaining a serious expression. Naruto thought about his situation, realizing he needed to escape, and activated his Sharingan. Asuma wondered who this figure was and why he had said that. In Iwagakure, a 17-year-old boy sat atop a rock. He had brown hair tied back in a ponytail with 2 long strands framing his face. He wore a long-sleeved black shirt with gray accents on the sleeves, one rolled up to the elbow, red shinobi pants, and black shinobi boots. The Iwagakure headband was tied around his left arm. Another boy of the same age approached, dressed similarly but in a white shirt and blue pants, with short black hair. The second boy informed Arata that the Tsuchikage wanted him to be the captain of the first squad. Arata expressed his annoyance at being ordered around. The other boy reminded him that the Tsuchikage was in charge and sat down beside him. Arata shared that the only reason he remained was because of Kyeko's mother, and he asked Hachiro if he felt the same. Hachiro affirmed his promise to stay by Arata's side. Arata declared that his only goal, his deepest desire, was to bring down the one responsible for Kyeko's death, the one with the yellow hair. He clenched his fists, determined. Hachiro questioned whether they had heard anything about that person and if he was still alive. Arata was confident that he was alive, stating that no one but him could defeat him. Naruto raised his gaze slightly, activating his Mangekyō Sharingan. A skeletal form surrounded him, transforming into a torso with enormous mechanical arms. A human skull with 2 horns appeared, its yellow eyes shining brighter than the sun. Shikamaru, feeling fear, questioned what that was. Ino, trembling, wondered who this monster was. Naruto pondered why they were watching the border so closely and if it had anything to do with Sasuke, dismissing the thought as nonsensical. He formed a hand sign, and the Susanoo mimicked his movements, its hands engulfed in flames. Asuma's team was left astonished as the Susanoo extended its arm back, preparing to launch something. Small fireballs shot toward Asuma's team, who jumped aside to evade them. Once Naruto broke free from the shadow possession, he began running with his Susanoo activated. Asuma called out to Shikamaru not to let him escape, pulling out a kunai with an explosive tag attached. Shikamaru formed a hand sign, but the Susanoo turned its head toward them, its eyes shifting to red. A heavy pressure filled the air, an overwhelming killing intent that left Asuma's team frozen, watching as the cloaked figure moved away. Asuma, frustrated, vowed not to let him escape and threw the explosive tag at Naruto. It exploded right in front of the Susanoo, but as the smoke cleared, it was evident that the explosive had done no damage. They all stared at the Susanoo, which now bore a Sharingan in its eyes. Asuma shouted for everyone to close their eyes. They complied, while Asuma struggled to comprehend the situation. What was that? Why did it have a Sharingan? He opened one eye and saw that the Susanoo was gone. Only Naruto was visible as he distanced himself. A strong wind blew back the hood, revealing Naruto's head. Asuma caught a glimpse of his spiky blonde hair and part of his left face before Naruto turned away and continued to retreat until he was out of sight. Asuma instructed everyone to open their eyes, noting that Naruto had left. Ino fell to her knees, sweating and breathing heavily, as did Choji and Shikamaru. Asuma understood the reason for their state. The aura that emanated from that figure was filled with pure hatred. He sighed and looked ahead, recalling the details of the cloaked figure: spiky blonde hair, dark blue eyes, and a somewhat fair complexion. Shikamaru asked what he meant, trying to regain his composure. Asuma explained that the cloaked figure matched the description he had just given. Shikamaru inquired if Asuma had ever heard of anyone fitting that appearance. Asuma replied that he hadn't, noting that the figure was not in the bingo book and he didn't recall anyone mentioning him. Choji, still trembling, questioned if that had been a summoning or what kind of jutsu it was. Asuma admitted he didn't know but speculated that the cloaked figure was quite young, estimating he was around their age. Naruto pointed at Shikamaru, who was astonished by the young man's power. He turned to Asuma, expressing his confusion about the situation. Asuma felt a strange familiarity with the person they were facing, but he couldn't quite place it. Meanwhile, Naruto continued on his path, determined to reunite with his teammates. He paused to reflect on their presence in this area. It didn't make sense unless they were on a mission. Perhaps they were there to monitor the border, but something felt off. He looked up at the sky and pressed on. In Otogakure, Sasuke Uchiha stood before a cave, consumed by a desire for revenge. His disappointment was evident as he furrowed his brow and gripped the hilt of his katana tightly. He thought about the lack of information regarding Akatsuki and wondered why he hadn't encountered Orochimaru yet. Surely, Orochimaru must be hiding in another lair, perhaps in the north. With that thought, he resumed his journey northward but suddenly halted, sensing he was being watched. He scanned the surroundings but found no one. Taking a deep breath, he continued on his way. Hidden behind a tree, a cloaked figure wore a broad smile. A serpent appeared above their head, and as the sunlight illuminated their face, it revealed Kabuto, who performed a hand sign and vanished in a flash. After several hours of running, Naruto arrived in the land of water, sprinting across the surface of the water toward Kirigakure. 3 days had passed since he was last in Kiri, and he knew what awaited him. Although he had left a clone behind, he received its memories yesterday, indicating that the clone had disappeared. He hoped Mei hadn't summoned him. Dealing with that would be a hassle. As he approached the massive gates of Kirigakure, he continued running until he reached solid ground. He entered without hesitation, finding it odd that the umbu guarding the entrance did not stop him. Choosing to ignore it, he walked toward his home, only to find it in complete disarray. As Naruto moved through his house, he was taken aback by the chaos. What had happened? This was not part of the memories from his clone. He searched for Suigetsu and Karen but found no sign of them. The furniture was damaged, the sofa was in shambles, and the kitchen was a complete mess, as if a storm had swept through. The windows were broken and his room was no better. His clothes were missing. Frustrated, Naruto lamented how neglecting his home for just 3 days had turned it into a disaster. He sat on the remnants of his bed and quickly regained his composure. Looking under the bed, he pulled out a small box, but his expression changed when he opened it to find it empty. Placing the box back on the bed, he stood up and headed for the door, only to find several people standing outside. Upon opening the door, he encountered Ao and 4 shinobi from Kiri. Naruto's face reflected his annoyance over the state of his home and the theft of the contents of the box. Ao instructed him to come along, speaking firmly as he began to walk away. Naruto protested, explaining that someone had broken into his home and left it in ruins. Ao continued without acknowledging Naruto's words, while the other shinobi remained still. Naruto stepped out and followed Ao, with the shinobi trailing behind. He realized he needed answers. He wanted to know where Suigetsu and Karen were, and he also wondered about his missing necklace. Ao informed him that he would get answers from the Mizukichi. As he walked, villagers greeted and admired Naruto, their respect evident in their gazes. He smiled back at them as he reached the Mizukichi's tower and entered with Ao, leaving the other shinobi at the door. They made their way to the Mizukichi's office, where Mei awaited them with a serious expression, arms crossed. Ao remarked that things were clearer now that Naruto had entered through the main door. Mei asked Naruto to explain himself, her discomfort apparent. He muttered something about missions, his voice barely audible. Mei stood up and walked past Naruto, who kept his gaze fixed on the floor. She let out a sharp sigh and exited the office. Ao gestured for Naruto to follow Mei. Naruto trailed behind Mei, with Ao following closely. They descended into a secret chamber that led to an underground area filled with cells. As they moved deeper, Naruto spotted Karen, who was handcuffed. He rushed to her cell, concern etched on his face. Karen looked up and, upon seeing Naruto, urged him to fight against their captors, especially the one with the patch. Naruto demanded to know what was happening and inquired about Suigetsu's whereabouts. Karen pointed to a capsule, explaining that she had seen them put him inside. Naruto approached the capsule, but Mei cautioned him not to act recklessly. Ignoring her warning, he placed his hand on the capsule, which bore a seal preventing Suigetsu from escaping. Suddenly, the capsule shattered, water spilling onto the floor as Suigetsu emerged and locked eyes with Naruto. Suigetsu remarked on how long it had taken Naruto to arrive. Ao stood with a smile. He positioned himself in front of Mei and drew a kunai, making a sound with it as footsteps approached. Several ANBU members stopped beside the Mizukichi. Ao warned Naruto that one wrong move would lead to his end. Naruto turned to face the ANBU and then looked at Ao, demanding the release of Karen or he would take action himself. Mei interrupted, explaining that she had detained the two because an entire family had been found murdered. Ao informed her that an ANBU had seen a figure running into Naruto's home. Ao had come to bring Naruto, but he was not there, and they had resisted. In fact, Suigetsu had killed 3 of her shinobi. Suigetsu insisted that they had nothing to do with it, admitting to having killed someone before but claiming innocence in this case. Ao challenged him, pointing out the 6 victims, including 2 children. Naruto turned to Suigetsu, who wore a smile that faded upon meeting Naruto's gaze. Suigetsu reiterated that he had not harmed anyone, stating he had only been training. Naruto believed him and turned back to Mei. Ao, frustrated, accused Suigetsu and his companions of being responsible for the deaths of the ANBU and shinobi guarding the gate. Mei stated that they had no evidence yet, but the 3 would be detained for a time. Naruto understood the situation and activated his Sharingan, which quickly evolved into his Mangekyō. He raised his gaze, causing everyone present to instinctively close their eyes. Mei began forming hand seals. Naruto declared it was too late. Suddenly, everyone around him froze, as if time had stopped. A mechanical arm emerged from a structure surrounding Naruto, striking the cell where Karen was held. She emerged, startled by the sudden action. Suigetsu broke Karen's restraints, and Naruto urged them to leave. They ascended the stairs, and as Naruto deactivated his Mangekyō, he felt a sharp pain and closed his eyes. Mei and the others regained their mobility and began searching for Naruto, Suigetsu, and Karen, but they had vanished. Ao, irritated, demanded that they find them quickly. The ANBU vanished in a flash, and Ao turned to Mei, who was staring at the ground, gripping her arm tightly, radiating a negative aura. Ao reassured her that he would make those responsible pay. Mei whispered, questioning why Naruto had acted that way, trembling as she spoke. Ao noted that Naruto was surrounded by mysteries and speculated that she might not have known he possessed the Sharingan. He urged her to add Naruto to the bingo book, as they had his name and physical description. Mei looked up at Ao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She acknowledged his point, though her tone lacked conviction, and revealed the necklace Madara had given to Naruto. In the Valley of the End, Obito Uchiha stood on the head of Madara Uchiha, the first student tasked with executing the infinite Tsukuyomi. His orange mask was cracked and missing pieces. He opened his visible eye, revealing his Mangekyō Sharingan. He reflected on Naruto, the son of Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, and the grandson of Uchiha Madara. Obito resolved to end this legacy but considered recruiting a soldier Uchiha Sasuke before disappearing into a swirling vortex. Naruto, Karin, and Suigetsu walked across the water, having distanced themselves from Kirigakure. Naruto suddenly fell to his knees, covering his eyes. Karin leaned beside him, concerned. Suigetsu, standing nearby, offered him an apple or a bowl of ramen, suggesting he wait until they crossed the water. Naruto assured them he was fine, just experiencing a slight discomfort. He slowly opened his eyes, squinting against the sunlight. Karin rolled up her sleeve and offered her arm to him, which confused Naruto, but he soon understood. Suigetsu looked on, puzzled by the interaction. Karin encouraged him to bite her arm, claiming it would make him feel better. Naruto noticed the bite marks on her arm and stood up, feeling better already. He acknowledged her unique method of healing. Karin explained that she could also provide chakra to others, her tone serious and her expression impassive. Suigetsu teased her, calling her a strange woman. Karin retorted, calling him the odd one for being made of water, and they began playfully tugging at each other's hair. As Naruto glanced back at Kirigakure, he reflected on how things had turned out. Although they were now distanced from the village, he still felt the weight of his actions. He had ordered Zetsu to eliminate the 12 shinobi guarding the gate, leading to the deaths of 2 men who had lived in what had been his home. Even if he had not taken their lives directly, the burden of his orders weighed heavily on his conscience. Dio let out a small sigh and turned to see Suigetsu and Karin. Karin was splashing the water with frustration, while Suigetsu was underwater, teasing her by sticking out his tongue. Naruto laughed, catching the attention of both Karin and Suigetsu, who emerged from the water. Suigetsu expressed his annoyance, reminding them that they were now homeless. He noted that at least he wouldn't have to spend all day at home, though he would miss the bathtub. Karin lamented the loss of her room, her tone reflecting her sadness. Naruto pouted, missing the apples he had left in the refrigerator. Karin remarked on Naruto's obsession, and Suigetsu teased him by calling him Apple Boy. Naruto smiled as he watched them, but suddenly a swirling vortex appeared behind him, startling both Suigetsu and Karin. Out of it emerged Obito, brandishing a stick and seemingly ready to attack Naruto. Suigetsu shouted a warning, and Naruto instinctively jumped forward, dodging Obito's strike. He landed between Karin and Suigetsu, facing Obito, who stood a few meters away. Naruto's anger flared as he called out to Obito, clenching his fists. Karin, confused, asked Naruto who Obito was and if he was an ally. Obito, in a childlike tone, revealed that he had found Naruto hiding in Kirigakure and suggested they continue their game, playfully twirling the stick. Suigetsu questioned Obito's strange behavior, while Karin noted that they had identified the odd one among them. Naruto, furious, charged at Obito, attempting to strike him, but his attack went right through him. Obito clapped mockingly, impressed by Naruto's speed but tauntingly stated that he had not yet hidden. Naruto, frustrated, demanded Obito stop mocking him and pulled out a kunai to attack again. This time, Obito sidestepped, and Naruto quickly turned to deliver a kick, only to find that he passed through Obito once more. Obito attempted to strike Naruto with the stick, but Naruto dodged and grabbed it with his right hand. He threw the kunai behind Obito, where Suigetsu appeared to catch it and aimed for Obito's head, but it too passed through him. Obito became intangible again and moved behind Naruto. Obito declared he had come to end things, his tone dark and sinister. Naruto activated his Sharingan and spun around, but Obito had vanished. Frustrated, Naruto wondered where he had gone. Suigetsu noted that Obito had disappeared as he had arrived, while Karen sensed no chakra from him, suggesting he might have left. Suddenly, the vortex reappeared above them, and Obito floated down, landing gracefully on the water, his Sharingan fixed on Naruto. Naruto warned Suigetsu and Karen to stay back, determined to finish this. His Sharingan began to spin, evolving into his Mangekyō, which caught Obito's attention. Obito, amused, remarked that the game was getting interesting but lamented that he had no time to play. Naruto charged at Obito with a kunai, but it passed through him again. As Naruto attempted another kick, Obito evaded once more. Obito grabbed Naruto's arm, and just as he was about to strike, Naruto swung at Obito's face, but he turned intangible again. Surprised, Naruto jumped back and quickly formed hand seals. He unleashed a powerful fire jutsu, sending a massive fireball toward Obito. The fireball surged forward, creating a cloud of steam as it hit the water. Naruto thought to himself that he was beginning to understand Obito's Kamui, wishing he had more information to defeat him. He glanced back at Suigetsu and Karen. Just behind Karen, a vortex formed, and Obito emerged without the stick. Naruto reacted quickly, warning Karen to watch out as he dodged the stick that appeared behind him. Obito declared it was over as he placed a hand on Karen's shoulder. Naruto's Mangekyō spun rapidly, freezing Obito in place. Seizing the moment, Naruto grabbed the stick with his right arm and charged at Obito. Karen moved aside as Naruto closed in, ready to strike Obito's chest. However, a sudden pain shot through his head and eyes, causing him to veer off and hit Obito's right shoulder instead. Obito regained his mobility and seized Naruto's arm, who was now covering his eyes and trembling slightly. Obito tightened his grip on Naruto's hand, yanked his arm down, and struck Naruto's elbow with his knee, resulting in a loud crack. In pain, Naruto clutched his right arm with his left hand, his face contorted in agony as he kept his eyes shut. He jumped back, nearly falling, but Suigetsu caught him. Karen rushed to their side. Obito removed the stick from his shoulder, staring directly at Naruto. Obito pondered what had just happened, noting Naruto's sudden burst of speed that he had not anticipated. He wondered if it was a teleportation technique and considered the implications of what could have happened if Naruto had aimed differently. Naruto cursed under his breath, gripping his arm tightly while keeping his eyes closed. Suigetsu urged the other member of their team to help Naruto, declaring he would take on Obito. He stood protectively in front of Naruto and Karen, wishing he had his sword in that moment. Karen, concerned for Naruto's safety, urged him to bite her arm, fearing that Obito might kill him if he fought alone. Suigetsu, now serious, reminded her that he could hear her. Naruto had bitten Karen's arm, causing her to let out a small gasp. After a few moments, he managed to stand up, slowly opening his eyes. His Mangekyō Sharingan was no longer active, but his three-tomo Sharingan remained. Obito observed the scene, noting that Naruto had recovered and commented on the strange abilities of the girl. Naruto walked over and stood beside Suigetsu, who smiled at the sight of him back on his feet, while Karen stood behind them. Suigetsu remarked that Naruto seemed better and asked if they could finish this. Naruto confirmed they could. Suddenly, Naruto's Mangekyō Sharingan reactivated, and a large silver torso surrounded him, Suigetsu, and Karen. A humanoid figure with a skull-like head, adorned with two forward-facing horns and yellow eyes, formed before them, followed by two mechanical arms. Naruto's Susanoo had entered the battle. Suigetsu trembled slightly but maintained his smile, while Karen expressed her confusion, stating that Naruto was the strangest of them all. Obito acknowledged the appearance of Susanoo, noting that it had taken its time to manifest. Naruto, focused on Obito, thought about how he had learned of this from Itachi, realizing that Obito was indeed an enemy. The Susanoo attempted to strike Obito, who deftly jumped back to avoid the attack. Naruto formed hand seals, wincing slightly as he did so. The Susanoo performed the tiger seal and unleashed a fireball toward Obito, who dodged to the side. Obito vanished into a swirling vortex, reappearing behind Naruto's Susanoo and placing his hand on it. He declared that he would make both Naruto and his Susanoo disappear, beginning to absorb it into the vortex. However, from the elbow of the Susanoo's right arm, another arm emerged and struck Obito hard, sending him several meters away. As he stood up, part of his mask fell away, revealing a large scar across his face. Obito calmly acknowledged Naruto's control over his Susanoo, while Naruto declared his intent to fulfill a promise and prepared for battle. Ignoring Obito's gesture to stop, he charged forward with his Susanoo activated. Obito, realizing he had underestimated Naruto and feeling tense about the technique he had used, began to disappear again in a vortex. Naruto shouted that he would not let Obito escape. Obito mentioned that he was not yet complete but would be soon, and at that moment, their duel would conclude in the Valley of the End. With that, he vanished. Naruto, puzzled by Obito's words, realized that Obito was after the Rinnegan. He deactivated his Mangekyō Sharingan, causing his Susanoo to dissipate. Sujetsu, confused, asked if this was the mission Naruto had mentioned, to take down that strange individual. Karin added that Obito had worn a mask but had revealed part of his face, describing him as unsettling and irritating, with a chakra that sent chills down her spine. Naruto insisted they needed to move quickly, wincing as he clutched his right arm in pain. He suggested they rest in Yugakure and began walking. Sujetsu inquired about the Kubikura Bocho, to which Naruto reassured him that he would inform Zetsu about its recovery. Sujetsu and Karin followed as Naruto continued on, his thoughts drifting to Konan. In Konoha, a day later, several shinobi and Anbu gathered in front of the Hokage Tower. The Godame Hokage, Tsunade Senju, stood before them with Shizen by her side, while Jiraiya leaned against a wall behind them. Tsunade commanded everyone to prepare for an imminent attack from the Raikage, who had yet to respond to her letter. She ordered Kakashi to form a squad with Asuma for the southern front, while Guy would lead another squad to the north. The heads of each clan would also be assigned to different squads, with Shikamaru Nara in charge of the eastern front. Tsunade emphasized the seriousness of the situation, declaring they would defend their village from any assault, and noted that Tsunagakure would assist them on the western front. The assembled shinobi responded affirmatively to Tsunade's orders. She reflected on the Raikage's actions, determined not to allow further attacks on Konoha. Meanwhile, Kakashi's team stood before the captured shinobi, who were divided into 4 groups of 4, unconscious and restrained by wooden bindings created by Yamato's jutsu. Yamato confirmed that they would remain secure for now. Kakashi suggested they could take the captives to Ibiki but noted that there might be more enemies nearby. Sakura proposed they communicate with other teams, standing beside Kakashi. He instructed Sai to contact the captains of the other groups and inform the Hokage of their situation. Sai activated a medium transmitter and reported their status. Guy's team reported a calm situation in the northern front, while Kiba's team confirmed tranquility in the southern area. However, Asuma's team revealed they had encountered the same hooded figure that had faced Kakashi's team days earlier, surprising them all. Kakashi expressed concern that the enemy had returned, while Guy checked on their well-being, noting that they had faced a challenging opponent with significant power. Although he had only escaped, he was able to catch a glimpse of part of the figure's face, as well as the color of their hair. Kakashi noted that they finally had more information about the hooded figure, speculating that their hair was black. Asuma pointed out that this was a typical physical description of an Uchiha, but then surprised Kakashi's team by revealing that the figure had blonde, spiky hair and dark blue eyes. Sakura was confused, repeating Asuma's description of the figure. Yamato mentioned that he had not heard of anyone like that, and they were not even listed in the bingo book. Kakashi remarked that the presence of the Sharingan made the situation even stranger. The figure was evidently strong and experienced, yet no one knew anything about him, as if he had fallen from the sky. Guy inquired whether the figure had mentioned why he was on that side. Asuma replied that the figure seemed in a hurry to escape and had refused to fight, making a clever move to get away. Kakashi instructed the team to stay alert and maintain communication to keep everyone informed, as they were facing a group of shinobi from Kumogakure. Guy expressed confidence in his team, stating that they would keep everything under control. Kakashi warned them not to lower their guard, sensing that they might be attacked again at any moment. Asuma then raised a concern about the other team, noting that they had only reported at the beginning and had not provided any updates. Sakura mentioned that Kiba had reported but only shared his situation before going silent. Sai attempted to contact the southern team, but strange sounds began to emerge, followed by an explosion. Kiba's voice came through, breaking up as he called for help, urgently stating that they were under attack. The team was left in shock as the communication cut out. Kakashi instructed Sai to contact the Hokage for support for the southern side and to send help to their location, stating he would go immediately. Sakura insisted on accompanying Kakashi, expressing her concern for potential injuries and her duty to heal anyone in need. Kakashi agreed, and they began to leap from branch to branch. Yamato urged Sai to inform the Hokage of the situation, anticipating another attack. Sai remained silent, staring at Yamato until he prompted Sai for a response. Sai finally agreed to relay the message. As Kakashi and Sakura moved swiftly through the trees, he reminded her to stay alert for any traps. They soon encountered a group of 25 allied shinobi, led by Shizen, who wore a Jonin uniform. They stopped in front of Shizen, who asked what was happening. Kakashi explained that the southern border was under attack and needed support, while Shizen revealed they had divided into several groups for better defense and were changing formations. She expressed concern about the communication from the southern team, suspecting a malfunction with their transmitter. Sakura agreed that it was likely a problem with the southern team's transmitter. Shizen noted that Kakashi's team had the master transmitter and questioned whether it was functioning properly, as both master transmitters needed to be active and on the same frequency. Kakashi reassured her that they had communicated moments ago but insisted there was no time to waste and they needed to move quickly to the southern side. Shizen ordered 12 shinobi to accompany Kakashi for support while the rest followed her. As they advanced, Kakashi, Sakura, and the shinobi heard another explosion. Kakashi signaled for the group to spread out and leaped to the top of a tree to survey the area. It was clear that a battle had taken place. There were craters in the ground, fallen trees, and signs of explosions. Kakashi's gaze fell on the bodies of several Umbu from Konoha, and he clenched his fist in frustration, questioning whether they had failed. Sakura, worried, suggested they move quickly, as there might still be survivors. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from ahead, prompting Kakashi to jump down and instruct the shinobi to check for any survivors while he ran toward the source of the sound. Sakura directed the others to gather the bodies behind a large tree for examination. She couldn't help but worry about her friends, wondering if Hinata, Kiba, Akamaru, and Shino were safe. Kakashi continued through the forest, and another noise caught his attention. He leaped to a high branch and witnessed a battle unfolding. Kiba and Hinata stood before their opponents, visibly exhausted and injured, with torn clothes and tears in their eyes. Their adversaries were two boys of similar age, flanked by other shinobi who stood by as spectators, some smiling and others cheering. Kakashi noticed the significant detail that all the opponents wore the headbands of Iwagakure. Confused, he thought about the situation unfolding before him. Kiba, breathing heavily, expressed his anger and desire for revenge, while Hinata recognized Kakashi's presence. Finally, help would arrive. If they had held on longer, Shino, Akamaru, and the others might have been saved. Hinata thought with her Byakugan activated, tears welling in her eyes. A companion touched Arata's shoulder, alerting him. He acknowledged the arrival of reinforcements and hoped they would be more useful than the inexperienced shinobi present. He crossed his arms, asking where Hachiro was. Hachiro noted that their support was minimal, consisting of just one person. He pulled out a kunai with an explosive tag attached and threw it at a tree. The kunai detonated, causing the tree to fall. Moments later, Kakashi appeared in a swirl of smoke and leaves, leaving the other shinobi in awe. Kiba expressed a mix of joy and sorrow upon seeing Kakashi, while Hinata thanked him and deactivated her Byakugan, tears streaming down her face. Kakashi, serious, inquired about their well-being. Kiba confirmed they were fine but lamented the fate of Shino, Akamaru, and the others, his voice trembling. Arata, maintaining a serious demeanor, reminded Kiba that war meant loss and that many would die, including those close to him. Kiba, filled with rage, shouted that they were his friends and not mere objects to be discarded. He accused Arata of being a killer, along with his comrades. Arata coldly stated that in this world one must kill or be killed, exuding an intimidating aura. Hachiro urged Arata to calm down and pointed out a greater problem, the presence of the copy ninja. Arata introduced himself arrogantly, claiming to be the strongest shinobi present, while Kakashi warned him about having an inflated ego in a war. Kiba explained that the enemy could manipulate the earth, scattering the bodies of Akamaru and Shino. He lamented his own weakness, falling to his knees as tears fell to the ground. Hinata approached him, placing a comforting hand on his back while Kakashi observed. Kakashi empathized with Kiba but insisted he must rise and search for his friends' bodies. He warned that failing to do so would only lead to more suffering. Hinata encouraged Kiba to get up and help find Shino and Akamaru, stating that remaining in despair would only hinder Kakashi. Kiba wiped his tears and stood up, agreeing with Hinata. Kakashi instructed them to head to the location where Sakura and another group of shinobi were, to treat their wounds and report the situation. Kiba asked what Kakashi would do, and Kakashi replied that he would keep the enemy occupied, revealing his Sharingan. As Kiba and Hinata moved away, Arata commented on Kakashi's intent to eliminate them. Hachiro reminded Arata to be cautious, pulling out a kunai. Kakashi declared he would make the enemy talk. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, Kankuro rushed through a hallway, filled with anger. He burst into a room where Baki sat at his desk, lost in thought. Kankuro demanded to know why the council had decided not to send the Kazekage to battle, instead dispatching a squad of 30 shinobi. He was particularly upset about Temari being appointed as the squad leader. Baki explained that the decision was made for the safety of Sunagakure, emphasizing that they could not afford to lose another Kazekage. Kankuro expressed his frustration, fearing for Gaara's well-being if anything happened to Temari. Baki acknowledged Kankuro's concerns but reiterated the importance of protecting the village. He urged Kankuro to have faith and hope, as those were vital in times of war. Baki then knelt beside Kankuro, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, hoping for a swift end to the conflict.